Chapter 1 Senior Brother. Look at your Tao partner. The Yin-Yang Sect is one of the largest cultivation sects in the world, home to countless peerless fairies that have caused many cultivators to grieve and curse. Why, with so many peerless fairies, are they still being criticized? They believe that solitary Yin does not last, and solitary Yang does not thrive, so they encourage disciples within the sect to seek out Tao partners for mutual cultivation. However, rarely does anyone hear of a fairy in the Yin-Yang Sect having only one Tao partner throughout their life. When a Tao partner can no longer break through together, or when they encounter a more favored cultivator, it's often time for both parties to part ways and find new partners. Just think about it. The usually aloof and noble fairies, living each day in the Yin-Yang Sect, can that not cause one to grieve deeply? The most crucial point is that the Yin-Yang Sect has indeed produced quite a number of ascenders through its Yin-Yang Tao, prompting many fairies with dwindling lifespans to choose to join the Yin-Yang Sect for a final gamble. This makes it even more heartbreaking. Imagine those peerless fairies, viewed as unattainable and sacred by the world, ending up in the Yin-Yang Sect. What a sight! Not long ago, the fairy Lin Qingyao, known as the most beautiful in the Qingzhou during the transformation stage, also joined the Yin-Yang Sect. In an instant, there were cries of despair everywhere, with many cultivators' hearts shattered. What nonsense! It's all bullshit. Chuan fumed within the Yin-Yang Sect. But it has been almost a year, and he hasn't found a single Tao partner. He has also looked for many senior and junior sisters, but the responses have been quite painful. Senior brother, even though I'm only at the first layer of Qi refinement, I'm just 22 years old. You're 49 and only at the third layer of Qi refinement. And look at you, all skin and bones. If you didn't say you were 49, I'd think you were 79. Chuan had thought about lowering his standards and looking for junior sisters who hadn't even entered the Qi refinement stage yet. Senior brother, it's not that the junior sisters don't want to, but the managing senior sister has said that you are severely depleted in health and don't have much time left. If a junior sister gives her first time to you, it would just be a waste. The managing senior sister also said that if you continue to disturb us, she'll have you taken away. You should just leave. Even if fairies change Tao partners more frequently than they change clothes, it still hasn't come to him, which is truly heart-wrenching. Is it really such discrimination just because he often used secret techniques to push himself, leading to poor health and a shorter lifespan, causing him to look older? In fact, generally, everyone seldom changes clothes. It's common to wear a treasured outfit for years, and wearing it for thousands of years isn't unheard of. So while there are rumors that fairies in the Yin-Yang Sect change Tao partners like changing clothes, they don't mention that they seldom change clothes. I'm embarrassed for the time travelers. Chuan sighed. While others cross over and dominate, he, despite cultivating immortality, has managed to make himself look like an old man at just 49, to the point where even a newly initiated junior sister called him grandpa, almost bringing him to tears. In this day and age, life isn't easy for time travelers either. Leaning against a pillar in the corridor, Chuan sighed, when a pair of celestial lovers walked by. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and seeing such a sight made him dislike it even more, so he only glanced once. As for the woman, she was actually recognized as one of the top 10 beauties in the Qi refinement stage, Chu Mingyu, at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Her features were exquisite, with bright, clear eyes, skin as white as snow, and a slender, graceful figure, her waist delicate like a willow bending in the wind. She wore a white long dress, the fabric light as a feather, seemingly woven from clouds in the sky. Her entire demeanor was ethereal, as if she were not of this world. Chuan had seen Chu Mingyu from a distance before and had been amazed by her beauty. That night, he had talked about her with his 5 brothers for a long time, never expecting to see her so closely today. Seeing Chu Mingyu and the man holding hands affectionately, Chuan guessed who the man was. Zhao Bingqian, Chu Mingyu's Tao partner, a prominent figure in the outer sect, also at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The two of them walking hand in hand reminded Chuan of those campus couples in his previous life, who loved passionately and purely, making others envious. Chu Mingyu gently parted her lips, her melodious voice instantly reaching Chuan's ears. Foundation establishment pills are really expensive, costing 5,000 spirit stones. I'm still short by over 2,000. I don't know when I'll be able to save that much. Her delicate brows furrowed, making one feel heartbroken. Then Zhao Bingqian said, Mingyu Junior sister, you don't need to worry. I still have 1,000 spirit stones here, and once I pawn some things, getting you the 5,000 won't be an issue. Chu Mingyu shook her head and smiled. Senior brother should know that the sect prohibits receiving favors, as it can create emotional ties that harm one's Dao heart. If discovered, the consequences could be light, like losing various benefits, or severe, like being expelled from the sect. Are you trying to harm me, senior brother? Zhao Bingxian quickly explained. Junior sister, how could I possibly harm you? If it comes to it, I could just lend you the spirit stones. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting Chu Mingjia's long hair, adding to her ethereal quality. She spoke softly, alone is still a favor. The slight upward curve of her lips made Li Chuan's heart race in response. Humph, lacking manners. As the two walked past Li Chuan, Zhao Bingxian noticed him staring at Chu Mingyu and couldn't help but express his displeasure with a snort. He then scolded Li Chuan. You don't greet your seniors when you see them, and you're looking at junior sister with lewd eyes. How did someone like you get into our Yin-Yang Sect? Within the Yin-Yang Sect, respect is not based on the order of entry, but on strength. So even though Li Chuan looked old and his apparent age was not small, Zhao Bingxian still regarded himself as the senior brother. The Yin-Yang Sect values a pure heart, free from lewd thoughts. Even if the Dao partners of the sect leader or elders stood naked before him, one's gaze should only be filled with appreciation and admiration, not avoidance or thoughts of how to advance further. Thus, Zhao Bingxian calling Li Chuan's gaze lewd was a severe insult in the Yin-Yang Sect. Seeing Zhao Bingxian about to take action against Li Chuan, Chu Mingyu said, Senior brother, why bother with this junior brother? He clearly just entered the sect not long ago, and his heart and nature are still under cultivation. He'll be fine after spending more years in the sect. You, on the other hand, have been in the sect for quite some time. How can you still get angry over such matters? Your heart and nature still need practice. Just from Chu Mingyu's attitude, one could see that there was indeed a gap in the cultivation of their hearts and natures. Chu Mingyu spoke gently, with the demeanor and responsibility of a senior sister, causing Zhao Bingxian to feel ashamed. Junior sister, you are right. Li Chuan couldn't help but look gratefully at Chu Mingyu. If Zhao Bingxian really took action, he would have to fight desperately. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to risk his life, but it didn't make sense to fight over a mere glance at someone else's Dao partner. Chu Mingyu smiled and nodded, leaving with Zhao Bingxian. Li Chuan's heart raced again, utterly captivated by her beauty. As he watched them walk further away, he couldn't help but sigh. I heard that before entering the sect, Chu Mingyu was a princess of a small cultivation nation, deeply favored by her father, and held an esteemed position. Compared to others, her demeanor and grace are indeed different. The others he referred to were, of course, those senior and junior sisters who had rejected him, each one striking him down, making him furious. After they left, Li Chuan leaned against the pillar and fell into a daze again. He hadn't practiced for a long time after all. He was destined to die, so what was there to cultivate? It was better to admire beautiful women. He had heard that looking at beautiful women could extend one's life, and perhaps by looking a bit more, he could live a couple more days. He didn't know how long had passed when a pleasant voice rang in his ears. Junior brother, what are you thinking so deeply about? Li Chuan jumped in surprise. When he came to his senses, he found that it was Chu Mingyu returning. Chu senior sister. Her stunning beauty was so close that it nearly made his heart leap out of his chest. Junior brother seems so flustered to see me. Are you thinking about me? Chu Mingjia's smile was still enchanting, like the moonlight in everyone's heart, making one nostalgic and unforgettable. No, not at all. Li Chuan hurriedly waved his hands. The more you deny it, the more you confirm it. So tell me, what were you thinking about? Looking at the seriousness in Chu Mingyu's clear eyes, Li Chuan broke into a cold sweat. The purest innocence was hard to resist. He didn't dare to mention that he had just been thinking about Chu Mingyu in his mind. Actually, junior brother doesn't need to be nervous. With your temperament, you are probably just thinking about those matters between men and women. This much, senior sister can guess, she said. Li Chuan didn't dare to respond. He didn't know what it meant for Chu Mingyu to clarify this matter. It is said that the thoughts of royal people are the hardest to guess. Chu Mingyu was once a national princess, and now Li Chuan experienced that unsettling feeling. However, Li Chuan never expected that Chu Mingjia's next words would be astonishing. Does junior brother want to form a celestial bond with senior sister? Actually, that's not impossible. Chu Mingyu smiled charmingly, as if she were just speaking casually. Li Chuan looked incredulous. Senior sister, really? Those who do not cultivate might not know what forming a celestial bond is. Simply put, a long-term bond can be called a Dao partner, while a short-term one can be called forming a celestial bond. Chapter 2. Senior sister is truly down to earth. Of course it's true. Does junior brother think I would joke about such matters? Chu Mingyu's face turned slightly rosy, as if she were speaking to a lover. Yet, there was no shyness or awkwardness in her demeanor. It was like in his previous life when he was walking down the street and suddenly a popular actress stood in front of him and asked, "Do you want to date me?" After calming himself down, Li Chuan asked, "Senior sister, what do you want?" If he had exceptional looks or talents, he definitely wouldn't have asked this. Surely, she wasn't here to do good deeds and help a single junior brother, right? Chu Mingyu did not immediately answer Li Chuan, but instead asked him, "Junior brother, after entering the sect, how many spirit stones have you contributed?" Li Chuan replied, "Magic tools, secret manuals, pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones, totaling 53,200 spirit stones. Anyone who joins the Yin-Yang Sect midway must contribute all their possessions, including the clothes they are wearing at the time. If the contribution does not meet the standard, they also have no qualifications. In addition to contributions, they also look at qualifications. If the qualifications are too poor, even a sufficient contribution is useless. Even his appearance does not meet the standards of the Yin-Yang Sect." Although Chu Mingyu had already guessed this, she was still shocked by the more than 50,000 spirit stones. After all, their standard for the 10th level of qi refining was only 3,000 spirit stones. Of course, Li Chuan was not the only exception. For example, Su Yaoyue, who was known as the first fairy of the qi refining stage, had been chased and had nowhere to go. At that time, her total worth was only a little over 1,000 spirit stones, yet she was admitted into the sect due to her stunning beauty. He only now understood the saying from his previous life, "No amount of money earned is as important as having a healthy body." He worked hard, possessing far more magic tools and wealth than cultivators of the same realm, only to find that he couldn't use them to exchange for a bit of realm at the end. So his struggle seemed like a joke. Chu Mingyu praised, "Junior brother, although your qualifications are poor, you are only at the 3rd level of qi refining. From your appearance, you are only about 70 years old. It is quite extraordinary to accumulate such wealth in just a few decades." Li Chuan's face twitched slightly, and he helplessly argued, "Senior sister, actually, I'm only 49. The reason I look so old is that I've encountered too many dangers, and each time I forced myself to use my strength beyond my limits, which led to this." "Ah." Chu Mingyu's clear eyes brightened even more. "Then doesn't that mean you are even more impressive? In just 20 or 30 years, you have accumulated so much." She suddenly took 2 steps forward, coming to Li Chuan's side. Her stunning beauty unexpectedly leaned close to Li Chuan's ear, and the warm breath made his heart flutter. Li Chuan felt his hand being held by a soft hand, and then a delicate finger slipped into his slightly clenched palm. An enticing voice echoed in his ear, "Junior brother, if you want to form a bond with senior sister, it's actually very simple. Just 1,000 spirit stones, and senior sister will bond with you for a day." Junior brother came to the Yin-Yang Sect, presumably to break through, but without guidance, it will be difficult. Senior sister is at the 10th level of qi refining and can easily guide you. At that time, if you have any questions, you can ask senior sister. Li Chuan suddenly shook. He never expected Chu Mingyu's request to be so simple and direct, only requiring spirit stones. And it even came with guidance for cultivation. So this is the self-reliance of a fairy. He had been racking his brain, thinking that Chu Mingyu wanted him to do something dangerous. However, that said, he currently had no savings apart from the monthly salary from the sect. It would indeed be quite risky to gather 1,000 spirit stones in the short term. But even if it wasn't easy, he had to find a way to get them. Not for anything else, but because Chu Mingyu was one of the top 10 beauties of the qi refining stage. He couldn't help it, he just couldn't help it. "But senior sister, 1,000 spirit stones is a bit too much," Li Chuan suddenly said. Chu Mingyu's clear and beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Chuan. "You actually still refuse?" She couldn't believe that Li Chuan was haggling over the price. However, since it concerned the number of days, Li Chuan was not vague and said, "Senior sister, junior brother is dull. Just 1 day's teaching might not be enough for enlightenment. So naturally, I hope senior sister can teach for a few more days." Chu Mingyu looked at Li Chuan in amusement and annoyance. "Then how much do you want?" She smiled, still so pure and beautiful. Li Chuan replied, 1,000 spirit stones for 4 days. Chu Mingyu's expression immediately darkened. Although adding a few more days was nothing, the price Li Chuan offered had lowered her worth too much. Li Chuan was also afraid that she would be embarrassed and angry, turning to leave, so he hurriedly added, "Senior sister should know that a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining takes several years to save 1,000 spirit stones. In the qi refining stage, those with lower realms can't produce so many spirit stones, while those with higher realms must prepare for foundation establishment. I assume senior sister can't wait for several years either. I will find a way to gather 1,000 spirit stones within half a year to find you. After listening to Li Chuan's words, Chu Mingyu hesitated slightly, and then said, 1,000 spirit stones for 2 days, that's senior sister's bottom line. Li Chuan smiled, deal. Once I save up 500 spirit stones, I'll come to find you, so you can use the spirit stones as soon as possible. Chu Mingyu was momentarily stunned, feeling that Li Chuan had played a trick on her. She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, wondering why he didn't just come to find her in increments of 100 spirit stones. To be honest, Li Chuan did think of that, but he was afraid of being scolded by Chu Mingyu, so he planned to go directly to find her once he saved up 100 spirit stones. I'll wait for you to come find me. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. As Chu Mingyu prepared to leave, Li Chuan called her back. Wait, senior sister. What is it now? Chu Mingyu crossed her arms, looking at him as if she were wondering what trick he was up to again. Li Chuan said, what you just said to junior brother makes me still feel like I'm dreaming. I'm afraid senior sister is just teasing me to make me happy. Oh, then what do you want? You don't expect me to try it with you right now, do you? Chu Mingyu looked at Li Chuan with a playful smile. Li Chuan's eyelids twitched. He almost blurted out that it wasn't impossible. He said, senior sister just needs to let me kiss her, and then I'll know you're not just teasing me. Chu Mingyu did not refuse. Instead, she playfully raised her delicate hand and pointed to her fair face. Do you want to kiss here or here? She placed her slender hand on her soft lips, her expression one of innocence, a mix of temptation and naivety that made Li Chuan unable to resist any longer, reaching out to cup her delicate cheek. Of course, it's the lips. Chapter 3. The golden finger has arrived. Seeing that Chu Mingyu not only did not evade but rather leaned in, Li Chuan felt a sense of certainty in his heart. This was not a dream. He really kissed Chu Mingyu, one of the top 10 fairies of the qi refining stage. He didn't know how long it lasted before Chu Mingyu pushed him away. Looking at her face, flushed and alluring, Li Chuan couldn't help but swallow hard. He wanted to kiss her again. Senior sister. Li Chuan reached into his robe and took out a small porcelain bottle, looking at Chu Mingyu with anticipation, and said, this bottle contains the leftover pills given to me by the sect over the past 6 months, worth about 10 spirit stones. Calculating it out, it can be exchanged for a stick of incense with senior sister. Junior brother, are you here specifically to ruin my Dao heart? Chu Mingyu almost squeezed these words out through her teeth. It was one thing for Li Chuan to cut his daily spirit stone fee from 1,000 to 500, but now he wanted to divide the 500 spirit stones into 50 times, turning it into just 10 spirit stones per stick of incense. Hee hee, senior sister, let's talk trade as trade. There's no need to get angry. You see, your temperament cultivation is still lacking. Li Chuan noticed that the gentle Bai Yue Guang had a tendency to turn into a mother Tyrannosaurus and immediately took the porcelain bottle back. Now that Chu Mingyu was willing to give him half a cup of tea's worth of kissing time for free, it was enough to show how much she valued this transaction. So, Li Chuan naturally began to probe, trying to see if he could further subdivide the number of times. Seeing her actually bowing to him in apology surprised Li Chuan a bit. This service awareness was quite good. It sounded like it was all Chu Mingyu's fault. Chu Mingyu smiled and said, Junior brother, you really are different from the other seniors. Being with you is quite a test of character. I really fear that my Dao heart might be damaged because of you, ruining my foundation building momentum. Foundation building is not simply about reaching the 10th level of qi refining and then taking a foundation building pill to succeed. It has been passed down since ancient times that before foundation building, one should avoid fighting and debating with others. Chu Mingyu usually avoided conflicts, and even more so before foundation building to prevent harboring resentment. Although her foundation building might happen in half a year or a year, and even if she got angry now, it wouldn't necessarily affect her then, but better safe than sorry. She looked down at Li Chuan holding her hand and couldn't help but smile sweetly. Junior brother, moderation is key. Her temperament was indeed quite stable. Suddenly, Li Chuan pulled Chu Mingyu into an embrace and said, I want to prepay a bit more time from senior sister. As he spoke, he leaned in to kiss her. He planned to indulge himself first before continuing. However, Chu Mingyu giggled and immediately slipped out of his embrace. As she flew backward, she said to Li Chuan, Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so cunning at your age. No wonder you've accumulated such wealth at the 3rd level of qi refining. Knowing that senior sister is holding back her anger, you just keep pushing. Let's meet again next time. Li Chuan pretended to be angry. Senior sister, I'm 49. It's all the same in senior sister's eyes, there's no distinction. Yes, it's all service, no distinction, Li Chuan thought to himself. Watching Chu Mingyo's stunning figure fade away, he couldn't help but sigh. This Yin-Yang Sect is truly a paradise for men. One can see the whole leopard from a glimpse. If even a peerless beauty like Chu Mingyu comes forward to make connections, then other fairies must be similar, right? After all, in the cultivation principles of the Yin-Yang Sect, there is a saying, do not confine yourself to a body that will eventually decay. At the time, Li Chuan didn't pay much attention to it, as such phrases are everywhere. But just now, Chu Mingyo's performance was very much in line with this saying. When discussing connections, Chu Mingyu did not show any shame. There was not a hint of embarrassment on her face. To her, it was probably an extremely normal affair. She truly regarded her body as just a vessel. Her only concern was that if her Dao partner Zhao Bingqian found out, it might lead to harm for Li Chuan. Li Chuan previously didn't understand why the Yin-Yang Sect didn't leave him with weapons or Qianquan bags after he entered, taking everything away. Now he began to understand. Imagine if a fairy entered, in the situation where all belongings were taken away, how would she quickly obtain cultivation resources? Although the Yin-Yang Sect distributes cultivation resources every month, those resources are barely enough to maintain the normal operation of spiritual energy and are not sufficient to support cultivation. Such a top-tier sect doesn't even distribute important pills like foundation-building pills and doesn't allow disciples to accept favors from anyone, which essentially encourages everyone to earn spirit stones. As for how to earn them, that is worth investigating. However, speaking of which, with such high prices, there are very few people who can afford to make connections with spirit stones, as everyone's cultivation resources are limited, and most people have their own Dao partners. So, ultimately, this service is only available to a small number of people. How should I earn spirit stones? Li Chuan pondered. Since entering the sect, he had been solely focused on finding a Dao partner, leading him to neglect sect tasks, so now he didn't even have a weapon. There are many immortal ruins in this world, just the ones he knows of number over a dozen. But those places he used to consider dangerous, and now, without even a talisman or protective gear, going there would be pure suicide. Originally, he had a life-bound magic treasure, but it was an unknown black book that he couldn't use at all. He had been reckless, thinking he had acquired a treasure of the world when he accidentally got a small black book at the first level of qi refining, which was indestructible by water or fire and impervious to blades, and carelessly refined it into his life-bound magic treasure. In his mind, even if the small black book had no particularly special function, just its indestructible nature was enough to shield him from countless fatal attacks. But he never expected that once the small black book was refined into his body, he could never take it out again. Just as he was thinking about the small black book, it actually made a noise inside his body. Chapter 4. From now on, call me Daddy Jean. As the small black book opened, words emerged on the previously blank page. Master of Fortune, Li Chuan Realm. Qi Refining Level 3, Spirit Planting Technique. Requires 1 fortune to learn. Symbol Crafting Technique. Requires Spirit Planting Technique Level 2 and Realm Level 1 of Qi Refining. Alchemy Technique. Requires Spirit Planting Technique and Symbol Crafting Technique Level 2 and Realm Level 5 of Qi Refining. Formation Technique. Requires Spirit Planting Technique Level 3, Symbol Crafting Technique Level 2, and Realm Level 1 of Foundation Establishment. Beast Taming Technique. Requires Spirit Planting Technique, Alchemy Technique, Weapon Refining Technique, and Formation Technique Level 3, and Realm Level 1 of Core Formation. After suffering for 49 years, he finally welcomed his golden finger. He believed in the evil of these people. After so many years of crossing over, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, keeping far away from women, resulting in this miserable state. If he had known that this small black book would be activated like this, he wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship. In a mysterious way, profound knowledge entered his mind, and a brief introduction about this small black book named Fortune Immortal Classic appeared in Li Chuan's mind. The 2 words Immortal Classic indicated that it was a blessing related to cultivation. Obtaining heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spiritual herbs and medicines, is a fortune. Discovering blessed lands and exploring the ruins of immortal residences is a fortune. Sudden enlightenment and realm breakthroughs are fortunes. Moreover, the daily maximum fortune he could obtain was also one. Having a golden finger made him very happy. He didn't care about anything else. With a thought, the Spirit Planting Technique was instantly activated. Spirit Planting Technique. Level 1, 01 Level 1 Spirit Plant Identification. Level 101 Level 1 Spirit Soil Identification. Level 101 Level 1 Spirit Seed Cultivation. Level 101 Level 1 Spirit Planting. Level 101 in an instant. Countless pieces of information about the spirit planting technique flooded into Li Chuan's mind. What Li Chuan did not expect was that the categories of Level 1 spirit plants exceeded 1 million, among which only over 10,000 had enhancement effects and could be used for consumption and alchemy. There were over 100,000 Level 1 spirit plants that were harmful to living beings, while the remaining Level 1 spirit plants provided no benefits to living beings or conflicted with other spirit plants, making them unsuitable for consumption and alchemy. Likewise, spirit soil identification, spirit seed cultivation, and spirit planting were incredibly complex. Li Chuan only now realized how complex the spirit planting technique was. No wonder he often heard that monks' spirit fields yielded no harvest, and the spiritual flowers and herbs they planted all withered. Every time he heard such news before, he would mock those monks for being so useless that they couldn't even grow flowers and plants, yet they still wanted to cultivate immortality. Indeed, outsiders could only watch the excitement. However, now, he was already an insider. The only drawback of planting spirit plants was that it took too long. But as long as the spirit plant survived, it was still very profitable. Compared to spirit plant planting, Li Chuan was more inclined towards spirit plant identification. As one of the strongest sects in the world, the Yin-Yang Sect certainly had many small worlds with spirit plants. Even though he was currently in the branch of the Yin-Yang Sect in Minshan, Qingzhou, the sect still controlled quite a few of these places. He just needed to enter and find some rare Level 1 spirit plants to earn fortune points. Selling the spirit plants would also allow him to quickly find Chu Mingyu to establish a connection. Thinking of this, Li Chuan made another move with his mind, and the Level 1 spirit plant identification instantly became Level 702. He spent a total of 8 fortune points, leaving him with 1 point. The first 5 levels only required 1 fortune point to upgrade, so the consumption wasn't much. He was initially given 10 points, which was a decent benefit. Li Chuan's energy and spirit underwent a significant change. His face showed no signs of depression, and he was filled with fighting spirit. He stepped on his small black book and quickly flew toward the sect's task hall. Flying with his innate magic treasure was very energy-consuming. But he didn't even have a flying sword, so what could he do? However, upon arriving at the task hall, he found the senior brother responsible for assigning tasks for picking and transplanting spirit herbs, spirit flowers, and spirit plants, only to be told that he needed to be a certified spirit planter recognized by the sect to accept related tasks and enter the corresponding small world. After all, there were many rare spirit plants in the small world that ordinary disciples didn't recognize, making it easy to waste them. Li Chuan understood this but found it difficult to accept. The certification assessment required an application 1 month in advance, and he didn't want to wait even a moment. Fortunately, there were many good people in this world. Junior brother, if you want to go to the small world to find spirit plants and earn spirit stones and sect contributions, there is still a way. Li Chuan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly looked at the speaking young man. Please enlighten me, senior brother. The young man's name was Zhou Hanhe, Qi refining level 6. Though he couldn't compare to Zhao Bengqian, he was still above average and much better than Li Chuan. He looked at Li Chuan with a smile, but did not answer. Li Chuan immediately understood what this meant. While cursing in his heart, he skillfully reached into his pocket and took out a small porcelain bottle, handing it over. Senior brother, just a small token of appreciation. Zhou Hanhe was overjoyed to receive it, thinking he had hit the jackpot with a naive junior. However, upon opening the porcelain bottle, he found only 1 pill inside, and his smile instantly vanished. He said blandly, a level 1 inferior grade cultivation pill, I don't need it. It wasn't that he didn't need it. It was just worth at most 1 spirit stone. Typically, a porcelain bottle could hold 10 to 20 pills, and he thought if there were 7 or 8, it would be fine, but Li Chuan only gave him 1 pill, raising his expectations so high that he would be crazy to tell Li Chuan the truth. He casually returned the porcelain bottle, but Li Chuan didn't take it back and handed him another porcelain bottle, pushing it back. After glancing at Li Chuan, Zhou Hanhe opened the porcelain bottle again. A level 1 inferior grade fatigue relief pill, I also don't need it. This time he spoke more slowly, and his rejection wasn't as firm. Though it was also just 1 pill inside, the fatigue relief pill was much more valuable, selling for 2 to 3 spirit stones. Senior brother, I just arrived in the sect, and everything I have is provided by the sect. I hope you can help me, Li Chuan said, handing over another porcelain bottle. A level 1 inferior grade heart-nourishing pill. Fine, senior brother will help you this once. Zhou Hanhe accepted all 3 porcelain bottles, turned around, and took out a wooden token from behind. Many fellow disciples are currently cultivating and planting in the number 1 small world. They are recruiting miscellaneous personnel. With this task token, you can enter as a recruited personnel. Li Chuan's brows furrowed immediately. How much money could he earn doing miscellaneous work? Moreover, he clearly wanted the task for picking and transplanting. However, Zhou Hanhe hadn't finished speaking. He continued, the No. 1 small world is the first small world discovered by our branch. Currently, over half of it is still uninhabited. After you enter, you can go to these places to search for spirit plants. As for whether you can find any, that is up to you. Li Chuan suddenly understood. He had misunderstood the other party. No wonder they could ask for spirit stones. There was indeed a way. Thank you, senior brother. He happily accepted the wooden token, registered, and left in high spirits. After he left, a young man approached Zhou Hanhe not far away. TSK, Zhou junior brother. You took 5 spirit stones worth of things from that junior brother and actually let him go to the number 1 small world. The No. 1 small world has existed for hundreds of years, and it's been turned over countless times by the sect's seniors and uncles. There are no spirit plants left. You're really taking advantage of him. You should have let him go to the number 43 small world instead. Zhou Hanhe was unconcerned. Zhao senior brother. You might be mistaken. The things he gave aren't worth 5 spirit stones. At most, they're worth 4.5 spirit stones. As for the No. 43 small world, it has just been opened, and no one knows how many rare spiritual plants are inside. How could he be allowed to enter? Brother Zhao, you have seen it too. He is wearing nothing but ordinary cloth clothes, not even a single precious garment. At a glance, he looks like a newcomer. Even if he really knows a bit about identifying spiritual plants, what he knows is nowhere near as comprehensive as what our Yin-Yang Sect possesses. A spiritual plant master who hasn't been certified by the sect will only ruin those rare treasures once they enter. Zhou Hanhe spoke in a tone that strictly enforced the sect's rules, but Zhao Mingxian found it amusing. He had seen Zhou Hanhe let people into the No. 43 small world before, and the other party only offered 5 spirit stones more than Li Chuan. Chapter 5 Senior Sister, isn't it a bit too obvious what you're doing? Even those at the 3rd level of Qi refining are coming here to be servants. The competition is too fierce. The disciple guarding the entrance of the No. 1 small world watched as Li Chuan disappeared and couldn't help but feel relieved. The entrance to the small world is essentially a spatial passage, generally stable and hard to destroy. The Yin-Yang Sect has people guarding it, just to prevent too many people from entering and causing unnecessary destruction and disputes. What met his eyes were spiritual fields and spiritual soil, and everywhere he looked, there were figures of Yin-Yang Sect disciples. In fact, he had already guessed this scene when he heard Zhou Hanhe mention the number 1 small world. But as long as he could enter, he was still extremely happy. Even in the entire Yin-Yang Sect, even counting those old monsters, it would be hard to find a few stronger than him. He believed that in such a vast small world, there would definitely be overlooked spiritual plants for him to discover. During the flight, Li Chuan took a rough look and estimated that the spiritual land cultivation rate in this small world was about 30, with large patches of spiritual fields every 1 or 2 miles. After flying a few miles, Li Chuan dove into a dense forest. This forest was only about 2 miles in diameter, and there was spiritual land all around, so it was obvious that people often frequented this area. Hope for a good start, Li Chuan prayed while searching. His luck was pretty good. He actually found a first-tier dew grass. Dew grass itself has no medicinal value, but it can condense the surrounding spiritual energy into dew. This dew, whether consumed directly or combined with other spiritual food, has a very good effect, equivalent to a hen that lays eggs, and is quite valuable. Since he was not very familiar with the number 1 small world, many places had already been developed into spiritual land, which caused Li Chuan to take many detours, leading to a delay in his time. By the time he arrived at a more forested area, it was already the next day. First-tier spiritual leaf grass, essential for alchemy. Although a single plant is worth only 2 spirit stones, this one has mutated into 3 leaves. Selling for 100 spirit stones is not excessive. These guys don't even recognize the 2-leaf spiritual leaf grass, TSK. First-tier Qingling vine, 1 meter for 1 spirit stone, but here it's only half a meter. Forget it, I'll take it all. First-tier bitter spirit tree. The bitter spirit fruit it bears can open up a cultivator's senses completely. making it an excellent auxiliary spiritual fruit for breakthroughs and desperate situations. Unfortunately, this tree has just broken ground. Selling for 200 spirit stones would be the best it could do. If it were a 100-year-old bitter spirit tree, then it would be a big fortune. He was thinking quite beautifully. A 100-year-old bitter spirit tree would be worth at least several thousand spirit stones. For something that most cultivators would recognize. If there really were a 100-year-old tree, how could he have the chance to find it? Once today's fortune points arrived, he upgraded his spiritual plant identification to level 8. First tier spiritual plant identification level 803 level 8 spiritual plant identification allowed him to clearly distinguish the appearance of each type of spiritual plant at every stage. This was already a heavenly blessing, and he didn't need to be too greedy. What he should have would eventually come to him. Seeing that today's harvest was good, Chuan did not continue searching in other areas. After searching through this dense forest, he directly left the number 1 small world. Originally, he planned to earn 100 spirit stones before looking for Chu Mingyu, but now he had exceeded that. A man must keep his promises to himself. In the task hall, seeing Chuan rush in, Zhao Mingxian couldn't help but nudge Zhou Hanha. Brother Zhou, that junior brother just came back, and he looks fierce. He wouldn't be here to ask you for a refund on the pills, would he? Watching Chuan stride in, Zhou Hanha frowned and snorted. He dares? Unless he doesn't want to take spiritual plant tasks from me anymore. While the two were talking, Chuan had already arrived at the table. He quickly took out his previous harvest and placed it on the table, saying to Zhou Hanha, "Brother, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I actually found quite a few spiritual plants. Please help me calculate." Looking at the few items on the table, both Zhou Hanha and Zhao Mingxian were dumbfounded. Zhao Mingxian exclaimed, "These, did you find them in the number 1 small world?" He had visited the number 1 small world many times, but he had never found spiritual plants as quickly as Chuan did this time. Zhou Hanha picked up the dew grass on the table, stared at Chuan, and asked, "What is this?" "Dew grass. Brother, you don't recognize dew grass?" Chuan was surprised. A disciple responsible for spiritual plants doesn't recognize dew grass. That's too unprofessional. I certainly know this is dew grass. What I'm asking is this. Zhou Hanha pointed to the round droplet of water on the dew grass and said, "Don't tell me this is spiritual dew. Such a large spiritual dew is at least 3 years old. Just this drop of spiritual dew alone can be worth 7 spirit stones. Even if dew grass looks like grass, do you think it's possible for a drop of spiritual dew to be exposed for 3 years without being discovered?" Chuan was speechless upon hearing this. "So it was your own incompetence that you didn't see this thing, and now you're blaming me. Wait a minute. That 3-year-old dew should be worth 14 or 15 spirit stones. Why did it become 7? This guy is trying to scam him." At that moment, a faint female voice suddenly came from the door next to Zhao Mingxian. "Zhou Hanha, how could you not even recognize spiritual dew? Bring it in for me to take a look." "Yes, Sister Imo," Zhou Hanha respectfully responded, and then walked into that room with the dew grass. Not long after he went in, Chuan heard a faint sucking sound, followed by Sister Mo's voice again. Indeed, it is 3-year-old spiritual dew. The spiritual energy contained within is very pure. Then came Zhou Hanha's flattery. It's still Sister Mo's discerning eye that can identify the authenticity at a glance. Chuan thought Sister Mo really had a discerning eye. However, when Zhou Hanha came out of the room holding the dew grass and saw that the droplet of spiritual dew on the leaves had visibly decreased by half, the corners of Chuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Chapter 6 177 Spirit Stones. "Sister, I'm coming." Zhou Hanha returned to face Chuan and said, "This dew grass is worth 15 spirit stones. The spiritual dew is 7 spirit stones, totaling 22 spirit stones." After that, Zhou Hanha picked up the mutated spiritual leaf grass and asked Chuan, "What is this again?" Not only was it wrong, but it was directly halved. Seeing that Chuan seemed to have signs of regret, he continued, "Junior brother, you don't need to think about selling it outside the sect. You should remember that when you entered, it was mentioned that all items obtained inside the sect's small world can only be sold to the sect. If you sell them privately, that is a serious crime." Chuan originally didn't remember, but after Zhao Mingxian mentioned it, he indeed recalled. Hearing this, Zhou Hanha immediately walked towards the adjacent room. "I need to have Sister Mo appraise this." In no time, Chuan heard a faint chewing sound, and then Sister Mo's voice rang out. This is indeed the pure taste of spiritual leaf grass. And the spiritual energy contained is dozens of times that of ordinary spiritual leaf grass. It's undoubtedly mutated spiritual leaf grass. When Zhou Hanhe returned again with the mutated spiritual leaf grass, the 3-leaf grass had already turned into 2.5 leaves. Everything was tasted by Sister Imo, which was simply a blatant consumption of public resources, and it was done in such a way that left people speechless. He also guessed who the ink sister in the room was. Imo Xiangling, the managing sister of the task hall, is also one of the top 10 beauties in the qi refining stage of the sect. Some say she could have already established her foundation, but she has been delaying it to solidify her foundation during the qi refining stage. Even if she only consumes items worth 10 spirit stones a day, that adds up to several thousand spirit stones in a year. However, just those 2 bites earlier were already worth more than 10 spirit stones. Zhou Hanhe shot a fierce glare at Li Chuan upon hearing this. Did he really think he was that foolish? Li Chuan picked up the bitter spirit tree again. How about this good item? Let the sister appraise it. Zhao Mingxian, standing beside them, laughed and said, "Who doesn't know that the leaves of the bitter spirit tree are extremely bitter? If you really give it to Sister Imo, neither of you will be able to escape." He didn't shy away from the fact that it was common knowledge among them that Imo Xiangling might taste it. It seems that this was an unspoken rule that everyone was aware of and could even discuss openly. Zhou Hanhe began to tally up. 15 Linglu grass, 7 spirit dew, 3 mutated 3-leaf spirit grass, and 60 blue spirit vines, 95 bitter spirit trees, totaling 177 spirit stones and 177 points of sect contribution. The blue spirit vines didn't even amount to 1 spirit stone, so Zhou Hanhe directly included them with the spirit grass. After finishing, he glanced at Li Chuan. "I see you don't even have a Qianquan bag. According to the rules, every disciple of our Yin-Yang Sect must carry a sect-refined Qianquan bag so that the sect can keep track of disciples' movements at any time. The Qianquan bag costs 100 contribution points, and the contribution record jade token is 50 contribution points, totaling 150 points. You can go over there to collect it from the sister." Zhou Hanhe gave Li Chuan 177 spirit stones and wrote him a note. The Qianquan bag of the Yin-Yang Sect can locate the disciple's position and within a certain range. If the owner of the Qianquan bag dies or the restrictions are broken, the Qianquan bag will automatically return to the Yin-Yang Sect, which Li Chuan was aware of. "Thank you, senior brother. I still don't know how to address the two of you." Zhou Hanhe. Zhou Hanhe simply stated his name, while Zhao Mingxian was much more enthusiastic. "Senior brother, I am Zhao Mingxian. You can call me Zhao senior brother. I am mainly responsible for hunting tasks. If you want to stretch your muscles and increase your combat experience in the future, you can find me." He didn't mention earning spirit stones, as hunting tasks, while they yield many spirit stones, are still far less compared to Li Chuan's recent harvest. However, he didn't know that Li Chuan's combat experience was also extraordinarily rich. It was hard to find someone who could compare in the qi refining stage, as it was something earned with one's life. "Okay, Zhao senior brother. I will definitely look for you later." After bidding farewell to the two, Li Chuan went to the other side to exchange for the Qianquan bag and contribution jade token. The person in charge was a sister who was quite beautiful and had a gentle demeanor, making Li Chuan once again marvel at the good service awareness of the fairies of the Yin-Yang Sect. The contribution token was somewhat like a bank card from Li Chuan's previous life, showing his contribution value, and the data would be updated in real time within the sect. After everything was settled, Li Chuan used the remaining 27 contribution points and 6 spirit stones to exchange for a cheap flying sword. This flying sword originally cost 30 contribution points, but since Li Chuan didn't have enough contributions, he could only exchange it at a ratio of 2-to-1 with spirit stones. Then, filled with excitement, he rushed out of the task hall and flew towards the outer disciples' residential area. Thinking that he would soon be able to embrace and ravage one of the top 10 beauties of the qi refining stage, Chu Mingyu, he couldn't remain calm. After so many years without a woman, the sudden surge of desire was something he couldn't even imagine. After some inquiries, Li Chuan finally arrived in front of Chu Mingyu's room. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. As the door sounded, his heart began to race even faster. When the door opened, however, the smile on Li Chuan's face instantly faded. How could he forget about this unfortunate kid? He thought. The one who opened the door was Zhao Bingxian. Li Chuan had been so focused on what would happen with Chu Mingyu that he indeed forgot this important person. "It's you? What are you doing here?" Zhao Bingxian frowned as he looked at Li Chuan. This time, his words were not too intense, indicating that Chu Mingyu's words from last time had had some effect. "Senior brother, I'm looking for Sister Chu." After Li Chuan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a thrill. The thrill of asking someone's partner about their whereabouts in front of others. She is not here. What do you want with her? Zhao Bingxian looked Li Chuan up and down and said, I advise you not to have any inappropriate thoughts about your sister Chu. She is not someone like you can approach, not to mention whether she will pay attention to you, as her partner, if you cling to her. Don't blame me for not considering our brotherhood and taking action against you. There are always some people who fail to recognize themselves, hoping to gain the favor of the sister. Zhao Bingxian had seen many such people and had even dealt with two qi refining first-layer disciples who were infatuated with Chu Mingyu before. In Zhao Bingxian's eyes, Li Chuan was just such a person. Chapter 7. Congratulations to sister for earning an additional 50 spirit stones. Li Chuan would naturally not be intimidated by Zhao Bingxian's few threats. To Li Chuan, Chu Mingyu was already a woman within reach. The only obstacle was that they had yet to meet. Once they met, it would immediately escalate to an intimate distance. Seeing the spirit stones in his hand, Zhao Bingxian's expression improved. What does Sister Mo want with Sister Mingyu? Isn't she at the task hall doing a hunting task? Thank you for the information, senior brother. As for the specific reason, I am not clear. Farewell. Li Chuan got the answer he wanted and did not linger. Turning to leave, Zhao Bingxian would never have thought that 2 spirit stones would send his partner away. Seeing him return so quickly, Zhao Bingxian was quite surprised. Li Chuan, are you going to take on a hunting task? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Bingxian interrupted him with a smile. You want me to help you check what task your sister took on, right? Sorry, junior brother. But we generally do not disclose the tasks taken by sect disciples to outsiders, as it concerns their life safety. Even their partners cannot know. Li Chuan, of course, would not miss the point and helplessly handed over 2 spirit stones. I would appreciate it if senior brother could help. I urgently need to find that sister. Li Chuan, Chu Mingyu. Zhao Bingxian had already taken out a translucent jade tablet that recorded information, ready to look it up, but upon hearing Li Chuan's words, he suddenly stopped. What's the trouble? If that's the case, won't you be making a fortune? He thought to himself, and Li Chuan handed over 3 more spirit stones. Thank you, senior brother. After expressing his gratitude, Li Chuan set off again. As the saying goes, good things come with difficulties. The more he couldn't immediately get to Chu Mingyu, the more Li Chuan looked forward to it. Li Chuan finally arrived at Liuya town. Fortunately, when Li Chuan arrived, he saw a place on the west side of the town shrouded in black mist, filled with sinister energy, accompanied by bursts of cold light. If he guessed correctly, Chu Mingyu had already engaged with that evil cultivator. Li Chuan did not rush to help, but instead found a rooftop to wait. Since he did not have any sect symbols on him and his appearance was somewhat unorthodox, the townspeople of Liuya town looked at him with suspicion, seemingly worried that he was a companion of the evil cultivator. However, apart from their fearful gazes, no one dared to come and talk to him. After about a cup of tea's time, a scream came from the black mist, and then the mist gradually dispersed, revealing the stunning figure of Chu Mingyu in a white dress. She stood there calmly, holding a long sword. The sword dripped with blood, adding a touch of killing intent to her beauty. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her fair face. Even on her delicate nose, a light sheen of sweat was visible. The gentle breeze stirred her skirt and flowing hair, accentuating her ethereal beauty. The evil cultivator had been dealt with, and the matter of refining infants would no longer pose a threat. You can all rest assured now, Chu Mingyu said as she drew her sword and sheathed it. Addressing the townsfolk, the crowd was captivated by her beauty, and it wasn't until she finished sheathing her sword and looked over that they snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowing in panic. Thank you, Fairy, for your assistance. We appreciate your help, Fairy. Many people, even as they knelt on the ground, couldn't help but let their eyes wander towards Chu Mingyu's delicate feet and her beautiful skirt. Hey, junior brother, what are you doing here? When the villagers looked up at the sound, they saw Chu Mingyu flying towards Li Chuan, her expression one of astonishment. Junior brother? Wasn't it said that the fairies of the Yin-Yang Sect were all graceful and beautiful? How could this somewhat lecherous old man be the junior brother of such a stunning fairy? Then the townsfolk witnessed a scene that broke their hearts. They saw that somewhat lecherous old man actually wipe sweat from the beautiful fairy's face with his sleeve. Junior brother, are you trying to make me angry? Chu Mingyu pushed Li Chuan away with irritation, setting aside their relationship and the appropriateness of such intimacy. Who would use the coarse sleeve of their robe to wipe another's sweat? Li Chuan chuckled. How could I possibly be here to anger my senior sister? I'm here to bring you good news. Chu Mingyu, puzzled, asked what good news? Congratulations, senior sister, you've earned an extra 50 spirit stones today. Li Chuan said, pulling 50 spirit stones from his bag and placing them in Chu Mingyu's hands. Chu Mingyo's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Li Chuan. You made 50 spirit stones in just half a day? How did you do that? She had just killed the evil cultivator and only received a task reward of 20 spirit stones. With luck, the items in the evil cultivator's bag plus the magical robe could sell for around 100 spirit stones. However, she nearly fell victim to the evil energy. If the evil energy had entered her body, her foundational cultivation would have to be delayed by 1 or 2 years, so the risk was very high. Moreover, such fortunate events were not common. Sometimes it took months to complete a task. Most of the time, the hunting tasks they accepted were to slay beasts, which only rewarded 10 spirit stones, and with the beast's corpse, they would earn only about 30 or 40 spirit stones. And these tasks rarely could be completed in 1 or 2 days. So, for Li Chuan to earn 50 spirit stones in just a few hours was quite unbelievable to her. However, Chu Mingyu soon felt something was off. Chapter 8, Senior Sister. I still have spirit stones. Did you not expect this? Li Chuan feigned a look of melancholy, sighing. Senior Sister, you should have guessed that my time is limited. I don't know when I will pass on. I don't want my departure to delay your foundational cultivation. So as soon as I earn spirit stones, I came to find you. Hearing this, Chu Mingyu nearly laughed out of anger. However, Li Chuan's words did make her waver. Earning a large amount of spirit stones in a short time was inherently risky. If what Li Chuan said was true and something went wrong, she would end up with nothing. Seeing her hesitation, Li Chuan understood the importance of seizing the moment. Senior Sister, let us find a place to talk slowly. Oh my, that fairy is being hugged by that lecherous old man. What lecherous old man? Can't you see that he can fly too? He is also a fairy. Be careful. If that fairy hears you and comes back, she might twist your pig head off. He must be a fairy from the Yin-Yang Sect. After all, the sect forbids its fairies from having any intimate relations with male cultivators outside the sect. Oh dear, Grandpa, you've spent your whole life cultivating as a fairy. If you have no connection to the fairy path, just give it up. Let me, your grandson, handle joining the Yin-Yang Sect. A few old men in the crowd reignited their determination to cultivate, clamoring to join the Yin-Yang Sect. He and Chu Mingyu stopped in a secluded forest outside the town. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Li Chuan unceremoniously reached out to touch Chu Mingyu, but was rebuffed by the spiritual energy emanating from her. Junior brother, our connection has ended. This is not appropriate. She looked at Li Chuan with a calm expression, as if nothing had ever happened between them. Li Chuan stared at her for quite a while and noticed that there were truly no ripples in her eyes. While he was amazed, he took out a spirit stone and placed it in Chu Mingyu's hand, smiling. Senior Sister, I wish to continue our past connection. May I? Looking at the 21 spirit stones in her hand, Chu Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. She probably hadn't expected that Li Chuan still had spirit stones. After glancing at the spirit stones and then back at Li Chuan, she asked, why didn't you take them out earlier? Li Chuan replied, it's all because this junior brother has a poor memory. Humph. Chu Mingyu accepted the spirit stones, immediately displaying excellent manners. Seeing her expression remain normal, her eyes still clear, Li Chuan couldn't help but be greatly intrigued. However, he also reached a conclusion about her. Chapter 9, Impressive. Half an hour later, as Chu Mingyu prepared to leave, Li Chuan hurriedly caught up. Senior Sister, let's go back together. It's safer that way. No, Senior Sister still has to accompany me. Li Chuan pulled out another 21 spirit stones from his bag. How do you still have more? Chu Mingyu was stunned. Li Chuan didn't answer her, but landed by the stream, then waved her over. This is not the attitude you should have. Do you still want spirit stones? That's more like it. Li Chuan pulled Chu Mingyu into a hug and placed the spirit stones in her hands. Chu Mingyu soared into the air on her sword. Throughout it all, she hadn't even asked Li Chuan for his name. Tomorrow morning, I'll come find you, Senior Sister. He closed his eyes to savor the moment. Generally speaking, a cultivator's time was precious, so most cultivators spent their nights awake, choosing to meditate. It helped alleviate physical fatigue and allowed for cultivation. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Dark clouds obscured the half moon, and all around, there was only the sound of flowing water and chirping insects. Suddenly, he sprang up, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Where is that smell of blood coming from? As someone who had experienced countless life and death situations, Li Chuan was all too familiar with the scent of blood. He could even immediately discern that this smell came from human blood, not from other creatures. This was the territory of the Yin-Yang Sect. Logically, no one should be fighting around here at such a late hour. Li Chuan gradually approached the stream, noticing that the blood scent was emanating from the water. When he looked upstream, he vaguely saw something floating and sinking in the water, drifting downstream. Li Chuan immediately flew up, but didn't head towards the object flowing down. Instead, he ascended to a higher altitude. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, he flew back to the stream's edge. He saw that what was flowing down was a man. His black and white robe was soaked in blood, and the man was unconscious, unsure if he was alive or dead. This was something he could have ignored. But the black and white robe was the most formal attire for disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect. The Yin-Yang Sect allowed freedom in clothing. It didn't matter if one wore sect robes or walked around the sect completely naked, no one would care. Generally, disciples only wore sect robes when traveling far and needed the sect as a background. The sect's attire is divided into several types. There are white outer garments with black inner linings, black outer garments with white inner linings, and a mix of black and white, which are usually worn only on very important occasions. Hey, wake up! Li Chuan pulled the person up and found that he was still breathing, but couldn't be awakened. It seemed that the injuries were severe, and he had fallen into a coma. Li Chuan's consciousness sank into the other person's Qiankuan bag and discovered that the mark left by him was as solid as a rock. If he guessed correctly, this fellow disciple was undoubtedly at the foundation establishment stage. Without hesitation, Li Chuan carried this unfamiliar senior brother and flew towards the Yin-Yang Sect on his sword. As the saying goes, one prospers, all prosper, one suffers, all suffer. Although the Yin-Yang Sect is one of the largest cultivation forces in this world, the place he was currently at was merely a branch sect, far away from the Yin-Yang Sect headquarters. Incidents in branch sects were not unheard of. Not only in the Yin-Yang Sect, but any large faction's branch could encounter problems. Li Chuan had just started his beautiful life, and he didn't want anything to happen to the Minshan branch sect. Chapter 10. The Unrestrained Seventh Elder Senior Brother. Quickly see if you recognize this fellow disciple. Li Chuan stopped in front of the Yin-Yang Sect's mountain gate and asked the guarding disciple, I don't know, I just stumbled upon him. Senior brother. Quickly take me to see Elder 7 and help senior brother he. Li Chuan didn't expect that casually saving someone would have such a significant background. No matter the time or place, as long as there is a crowd, background is very important. Mo Xiangling, who gained her position through her own talent, is one of the few exceptions, as her fame is well known within the sect. Following the guarding disciple, they quickly entered the inner door area. The spiritual energy in the inner door is much richer than in the outer door, but unfortunately, ordinary Qi refining stage disciples do not have the qualifications to cultivate here. Only exceptionally gifted disciples have the opportunity. The guarding disciple was himself a foundation establishment stage disciple, and under his guidance, they quickly arrived at a beautiful mountain peak filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Soon, several men and women appeared and flew towards them. The beautiful women and handsome men made Li Chuan feel a surge of emotions. What happened to senior brother Wu? Li Chuan, along with the others, brought He Fenglin to the peak. While everyone was busy treating He Fenglin, Li Chuan secretly observed the surrounding environment. This was his first time in such a place. The spiritual energy on this mountain peak was much denser than in other areas, making cultivation here very effective. This was only considering that Li Chuan only recognized first-tier spiritual plants. He didn't know how many second or third-tier plants were inside. The spiritual plants on Elder Peak were definitely managed by powerful spiritual plant masters, so it was better for him not to meddle. As Li Chuan withdrew his gaze, he caught sight of a striking figure under a nearby eave. He instinctively looked over and nearly blurted out a curse. Under the eave, a graceful woman was walking towards him. The woman was stunningly beautiful, with a delicate nose like morning dew, lips as red as cherries, and eyebrows like distant mountains. Her long hair was elegantly styled atop her head, giving her a dignified and lovely appearance. However, she was dressed in a white gauze robe that barely concealed her pale skin, leaving Li Chuan dumbfounded. To make matters worse, she wore a purple jade belt around her waist that caught the eye, making it hard for people to know where to focus their attention. At that moment, a female cultivator beside Li Chuan called out to the woman, Master, senior brother, he doesn't know who injured him. We gave him healing medicine, but he still hasn't woken up. The guarding disciple also quickly bowed to the woman. Greetings, Elder 7. Li Chuan jolted and hurriedly followed suit. Greetings, Elder 7. He didn't expect that this woman was actually the 7th elder of the Yin-Yang Sect's Minshan branch. Damn it, how can an elder dress like this? It's just too damn good. Li Chuan suddenly realized that it was because he had been at a lower level before that he couldn't access high-end circles. Just look at how high-end players play. The female disciples at the Qi refining stage in the Yin-Yang Sect are slow in cultivation for a reason. Their awareness is too low. Look at this seventh elder. She has the figure, the looks, the strength, the status, and the heart. Just look at her awareness and her attire. Seeing that the guarding disciple kept his head down, and several male disciples of the seventh elder also kept their heads down. Chuan wanted to lift his head to continue looking, but decided against it. He believed that in the presence of beauty, these senior brothers must have learned their lesson. The actions of predecessors are often lessons learned the hard way. Soon, a pair of crystal-clear jade feet appeared in Chuan's line of sight as the seventh elder stopped in front of him. Then a slightly cool yet seemingly charming voice rang out. It's okay, his injuries have been stabilized. The reason he hasn't woken up is due to severe mental exhaustion. He just needs to rest for a few days. Did you bring Fenglin back? Chuan felt the seventh elder's gaze on him and quickly replied, Yes, Elder 7. The disciple was cultivating by a creek 20 miles away when I saw senior brother, he drifting down from the creek, so I brought him back. Did you see who injured him? Elder 7, no. At that time, I didn't sense any human presence nearby. If I remember correctly, your name should be Chuan, right? The seventh elder suddenly mentioning Chuan's name surprised him, and he raised his head to look at that beautiful and dignified face, exclaiming, Elder 7, you know the disciple? Inevitably, Chuan's gaze would intentionally or unintentionally shift downward, although he couldn't see clearly in the crucial areas. But the unclear view had its own charm, and the ambiguity was enticing. When you first entered our Yin-Yang Sect, I even had a quarrel with Elder 4 about it. You ask if I know you? Mu Yuling looked at Chuan and smiled meaningfully. Chuan was somewhat stunned. This was his first time meeting Mu Yuling, and he was unaware of the matter she mentioned. The seventh elder argued for me? He looked puzzled. Chapter 11. Seventh elder. You're really teasing, to be honest. Chuan felt a bit of secret joy inside. After all, Mu Yuling held a high status as the seventh elder of the Yin-Yang Sect, an existence among the top 10 in power among thousands in the sect. However, when Mu Yuling explained her reasoning, Chuan realized he had been overthinking it. With your strength at the third layer of Qi refining, being able to accumulate treasures worth over 50,000 spirit stones can be considered elite among Qi refining cultivators. The surrounding disciples were astonished and looked at Chuan. They knew that they were foundation establishment stage cultivators, and they were also considered elite among foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become disciples of Elder 7 Mu Yuling. The disciple supporting He Fenglin saw no one responding and had to helplessly reply, Yes, Master. He actually wanted to listen to the gossip, but who told him he was the one supporting him? Yes, Elder 7. The guarding disciple replied dryly and left. Chuan originally thought he could continue, but Mu Yuling then looked at another disciple. Qingzhou, Fenglin probably won't wake up for a day or two. Go to the task hall and check what task he took this time, and also investigate where he has been these days. Yes, Master. The disciple replied and left with a face full of bitterness. From Mu Yuling's attire, Chuan knew she liked to tease people. He just didn't expect her to be so skilled at it. Speaking halfway and then holding back, isn't that uncomfortable for you? At that moment, Chuan suddenly felt someone poke him in the waist, and then a gentle voice rang in his ear. Why don't you ask? If you don't ask, Master will never say a word in her lifetime. It was a senior sister who knew Mu Yuling's personality very well and had a strong curiosity. It seemed that she often felt uncomfortable because of her master. After the reminder, Chuan realized and said, Seventh Elder, it seems that the matter of your dispute with the fourth elder is not yet finished. Oh, look at my memory, Mu Yuling said with a self-reproachful expression. Patting her chest, Chuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wait, if your memory is bad, why are you patting your chest instead of your head? Chuan discreetly touched his throat and swallowed hard. Why did he have to encounter someone he wanted when he was at his lowest? It was unbearable. Where were we? Right? You are an elite in the Qi refining stage, but your potential has already been exhausted, and whether you can reach the foundation establishment stage is uncertain. She didn't mention Chuan's lifespan, indicating her confidence that he would make a breakthrough in the Yin-Yang Sect. But most importantly, your appearance greatly affects our sect's image and lowers the overall standard of the disciples in the Yin-Yang Sect. I didn't want you to join at the time, but I couldn't out-argue the fourth elder. However, it seems that the fourth elder was right. If I hadn't accepted you into the Yin-Yang Sect, it's very likely my fifth disciple wouldn't have come back. Hearing Mu Yuling's words, Chuan felt even worse. It would have been better not to ask. He was just asking for trouble. What is wrong with a poor image? He still managed to attract the stunning Chu Mingyu. Seeing a few disciples around him stifling their laughter, he took the opportunity to turn around and take a look. Standing beside him was a female cultivator in a light blue robe, with a beautiful face and a tall figure. She was smiling lightly. But when she noticed Li Chuan looking over, she immediately restrained her smile and elegantly nodded at him. Li Chuan's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he withdrew it. Although her robe was opaque, it clung tightly to her body, showcasing her perfect figure without reservation. Li Chuan realized that the female cultivators of the Yin-Yang Sect were hard to resist. Every time he saw one, he couldn't help but hate himself for not having spirit stones. Seventh Elder, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Li Chuan said. It wasn't he interesting to see and not be able to have, so it was better to leave early. Mu Yuling said. He Feng Lin is not only my disciple, but also a core member of the sect. You saved him, so you should be rewarded. Chu Xian. Take Li Chuan to receive a high-grade treasure. Immediately behind Li Chuan came a response. Yes, master. Junior brother Li Chuan, follow me, said the gossiping senior sister who had just transmitted the message, named Chu Xian. Thank you, Seventh Elder. After thanking Mu Yuling, Li Chuan followed Chu Xian out. The power of magical treasures ranges from low to high. Treasure, magical tool, spirit tool, Dao tool, and spirit treasure. Generally, Qi refining stage cultivators mainly use treasures, while the wealthy use magical tools. Spirit tools can be considered almost divine artifacts in the Qi refining stage. As for the higher-level Dao tools and spirit treasures, they are simply unimaginable. A high-grade first-tier treasure is worth about 300 to 500 spirit stones, and the specific value depends on the type of treasure. Generally with treasure clothing being the most valuable. Although Mu Yuling didn't specify the tier of treasure for Li Chuan, he knew well enough not to expect it to be second tier. Li Chuan initially thought that Mu Yuling would take a treasure from her own storage as a reward. But instead, Chu Xian led him out of the mountain peak. Sister Chu, where are we going? He asked. Chu Xian smiled and said, of course. We are going to the sect's treasury to pick up magical treasures. Doesn't T junior brother want them? Li Chuan smiled bitterly. These elders really knew how to save money, rewarding her disciple with the sect's treasures. Public items were indeed convenient to use. Soon, the two arrived at the sect treasury. Although it was midnight, there was no concept of rest in the Yin-Yang Sect. Even the task hall had people around the clock. Chapter 12. No, Sister Chu, you also peeked? With Mu Yuling's orders, the disciple guarding the treasury did not stop them. Once inside the treasury, Li Chuan initially planned to choose a piece of treasure clothing. Among treasures of the same quality and function, treasure clothing was generally the most expensive, as it concerned life and consumed the most materials, making it the most cost-effective choice. I'll take this hoe, he said, picking up the spirit hoe. Functional magical treasures like the spirit hoe were rarely used, as the spirit plants that could be used with it were extremely precious or highly toxic, making them hard to come by. However, the main reason was that the crafting of functional magical treasures was quite complicated, leading to high prices and low cost-effectiveness, causing users to be seen as fools. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Chu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. When my sister was just cultivating, she also had such fanciful ideas like junior brother, but until now, my sister hasn't made a fortune. After leaving the treasury, she said to Li Chuan, Junior brother Li Chuan, if you encounter any difficulties in the sect in the future, you can come to the 7th Elder Peak to find us. We will definitely not refuse to help. After finishing this sentence, they should have parted ways, but unexpectedly. Li Chuan said, Junior brother really does have a small matter to ask sister for help. Please follow me. Cultivators do not necessarily have to strip down completely to cultivate together. In fact, they find it troublesome, so many times they just sit together, forming a spiritual energy field between them. Some couples have been together for hundreds of years without ever having physical intimacy. However, yesterday, Chu Mingyu had consumed quite a bit of energy, let alone engaging in intimate matters. She didn't even have the mood for dual cultivation. Suddenly, there was a knock on their room door. The two opened their eyes simultaneously, and Zhao Bingqian, looking displeased, said, It's so late. Why is someone looking for us? Sister, are you there? This craving really is that strong? With a loud bang, the door was pulled open, revealing Li Chuan standing at the door with a lewd expression under the dim moonlight. What do you want again? Zhao Bingqian looked coldly at Li Chuan. Anyone's partner would be upset if someone came to look for them in the middle of the night. He didn't hit Li Chuan only because he remembered what Chu Mingyu had said during the day yesterday, so he held back. Brother Zhao. Li Chuan pointed to the sky behind him, saying, Sister Chu Xian from 7th Elder Peak asked me to find a few junior sisters to help her with something. So I came to see if Sister Mingyu has time. Zhao Bingxian followed Li Chuan's finger and saw Chu Xian hovering in the air in the distance. Her expression cold and proud. He quickly bowed to her, and Chu Xian slightly nodded in response. He thought Li Chuan was looking for Chu Mingyu, but unexpectedly, it was actually the seventh elder's disciple. Zhao Bingxian couldn't help but turned to look at his partner, Chu Mingyu, who had already gotten out of bed and walked over gracefully, saying softly, "Sister Chu Xian is looking for me to help. Of course, I have time. In that case, please follow me, sister. Brother Zhao, I'll take my leave." Li Chuan didn't waste time, saying a word to Zhao Bingxian before taking Chu Mingyu away. Zhao Bingxian watched the two fly away on their swords to join Chu Xian in the distance, and his mind began to race. Muttering to himself, "I didn't expect this guy to actually befriend Sister Chu Xian. If I could use him to get to know Sister Chu Xian and join the Seventh Elder Peak, that would be great." The Seventh Elder Peak was not solely made up of Mu Yuling's disciples. There were also many inner disciples. Becoming a member of the Seven Elders Peak is certainly better than being an ordinary inner sect disciple, so it's no wonder Zhao Bingxian has such thoughts. However, he doesn't know that it was not Chu Xian who sought Chu Mingyu's help. The person looking for Chu Mingyu is Li Chuan. After they disappeared from Zhao Bingxian's sight, Li Chuan suddenly rushed to Chu Mingyu's side and picked her up in a waist-hugging embrace. "Ah, Junior Brotherly, what are you doing?" Chu Mingyu was a bit dazed by the suddenness of it all. Li Chuan, holding her, turned to the astonished Chu Xian and said, "Thank you for your help, Senior Sister Chu," before flying off in the opposite direction without looking back. Chu Xian was also confused. Just moments ago, Li Chuan had only asked her to act as a backdrop and wait in midair. He hadn't told her the specifics. She was about to ask Li Chuan what he needed Chu Mingyu for at such an hour, but unexpectedly, he ran off with Chu Mingyu. This guy Chu Xian quickly took out a bronze mirror, and after forming a hand seal with her fingers, two figures immediately appeared on the mirror's surface. It was indeed Li Chuan and Chu Mingyu. As a cultivator with a strong curiosity, how could she not have some means of eavesdropping? While others used their magical treasures for attack, defense, or survival, she had conveniently refined one for spying. "Junior brother, didn't you say Senior Sister Chu asked for my help?" Chu Mingyu's voice came from the bronze mirror. Seeing Li Chuan stop with Chu Mingyu by a tree and hand her a spirit stone, he said, "If I didn't say that, how would I get you out, Senior Sister? Hold on to that spirit stone. From now on, you're mine." After Chu Mingyu took the spirit stone, he began to untie her belt. Chu Mingyu looked at him reproachfully. "You said morning. Why has it changed to midnight?" Li Chuan said fiercely, "Isn't it all because of that seventh elder? She's just too provocative." "Ah, what's wrong with the seventh elder? I've seen her a few times, and she's quite normal." "I wouldn't know. Anyway, when I saw her just now, she was dressed quite provocatively. You don't know." Hearing Li Chuan use various vulgar terms to describe Mu Yuling in the bronze mirror, Chu Xian couldn't help but widen her eyes. "How dare you say our master is provocative? If master hears this, you'll be in big trouble." It was clear he was an outsider. His perspective was still stuck in the mundane realm. Master is called carefree and pursues her true self. Do you understand? At the same time, she is also training the character of the male disciples of the Seventh Elder Peak. The stronger the inner strength of a cultivator, the less they care about others' opinions. "Little old man, you can't even handle a few glances. Your character still needs refining." Sigh. A guy at only the third level of chi refinement, I shouldn't expect too much from him. Chu Xian watched with great interest while critiquing Li Chuan, but suddenly her brow furrowed. Just now, this guy seemed to have given Mingyu Junior Sister 50 spirit stones. Is Mingyu Junior Sister that cheap? Is it that difficult to earn spirit stones in the outer sect now? Or is she just trying to train her character? However, Junior Sister's cultivation level far exceeds that of other chi refinement disciples. Even such a lecherous old man can endure it. It might be worth mentioning to Master to take her under her wing. With such character, her future achievements will surely not be low. While Chu Xian was evaluating, she heard Li Chuan in the bronze mirror commenting on her, and that Chu Xian dressed quite provocatively as well. Chapter 13. I want to form a celestial bond with Senior Sister. Chu Xian instinctively lowered her head to look at her own attire. "I'm dressed so conservatively. How is it provocative?" She felt somewhat indignant. Don't be fooled by how tightly she's wrapped. Every contour of her body is accentuated, as if afraid others wouldn't know what she looks like. What else can that be called if not provocative? "Junior brother, I'm just speaking the truth, Senior Sister. Go ask any male disciple. They'll definitely share my view." "Humph, those fellow disciples' character training is no match for you, Junior brother." She was both amused and exasperated. Chu Xian flew towards Li Chuan and their direction, but didn't go too far before stopping. Forget it. This little old man looks like he won't last long. I don't want to scare him to death. I'll wait until he breaks through before dealing with him. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After returning to her residence, she set the bronze mirror aside. After watching for a while and meditating, she used Li Chuan and Chu Mingyu as tools for tempering her character. She knew that one day, when she was completely unaffected by such scenes, that would be the moment her character was perfected. Unbeknownst to her, the sky had already brightened. In her puzzled gaze, Li Chuan took out another spirit stone. With a beaming smile, he said, "Because I love watching senior sister's reluctant, yet necessary expression." Seeing Chu Mingyu take the spirit stone, Chu Xian suddenly realized, so they are calculating based on time. Half an hour for 21 spirit stones? That would amount to 500 spirit stones a day, which means about 170,000 spirit stones a year. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Chu Xian was actually calculating Chu Mingyu's income. For her behavior, she found nothing wrong. This is the Yin-Yang Sect, which is very tolerant and even promotes matters between the sexes. If it were any other place, Li Chuan and Chu Mingyu would probably have become a disgrace to the sect. At the entrance of the number 1 small world of the Yin-Yang Sect, Li Chuan stretched lazily in the warm sun. So comfortable. He enjoyed moving his muscles and bones. He had spent all the spirit stones he earned yesterday and was now back to work to earn more. After entering the small world, Li Chuan got busy again. Now with his level 8 spirit plant identification, not only did he gain more unfamiliar spirit plant information in his mind, but he also became more skilled at identifying spirit plants. This time he stayed in the small world until dark before leaving, and his harvest was both plentiful and not so plentiful. The reason for this is that he found over 20 spirit grasses alone, plus spirit flowers, vines, trees, and fruits, bringing the total close to 40. However, although the quantity was large, the value significantly decreased. Most of them were newly sprouted spirit plants, and with prices halved. Several were only worth 1 spirit stone. So, adding up all these items, he finally exchanged them for 219 spirit stones and contributions. He was not very satisfied. But Zhou Hanhai and Zhao Mingxian were extremely envious. Is there really that much good stuff in the number 1 small world? How can this old guy have such good luck? Watching Li Chuan's departing figure, Zhou Hanhai's eyes were filled with jealousy. Look at the spirit grasses he brought today. Many have just sprouted. Even if such spirit grasses were placed in front of us, we might not be able to recognize them. It can only be said that Junior Brotherly has a discerning eye, Zhao Mingxian sighed. Although he was envious, he wasn't jealous to the point of madness. Zhou Hanhai, however, said, "This old guy must have some special means. When senior sister Min returns, I'll have her follow this old guy to see what's going on." Hu Min was his partner, and he often used his position to select a few disciples with a lot of spirit plants from those returning from the small world every day, then had Hu Min secretly track them. When the other party found valuable spirit plants, he'd step in and claim them, saying he saw them first. Most disciples with expertise in spirit plants had poor qualifications and often only studied spirit plant techniques after feeling hopeless about breakthroughs, so their strength was weak, and they could only watch helplessly as Hu Min claimed the spirit plants for herself. This kind of thing is not very pleasant. Zhou Hanhai can be said to be savoring the taste of it. After all, Hu Min took the spiritual plant and has to give him 3/10 of it, which means he is just sitting back and collecting money. This time he is also preparing to use the same trick on Li Chuan. Li Chuan, unaware that he has already attracted attention after making just a little bit of spirit stones, is now on his way to find the same senior sister who once told him to know his place. Claiming he was too embarrassed to seek a dual cultivation partner who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, since Chu Mingyu could be won over with spirit stones. He wants to see if this senior sister, who is proud and only 1 level higher than him, will still be so arrogant in the face of spirit stones. He doesn't even know the senior sister's name. He just thought she was beautiful and secretly followed her to her residence. After finding her alone, Li Chuan approached to ask if they could become Dao partners. After all, he considers his strength not weak. His experience in entering small worlds and immortal ruins is rich, and he barely counts as an elite cultivator. However, he didn't expect that he would be humiliated just by asking. He then realized that the way he saw himself and how others saw him was so different. Li Chuan knocked on the door, and when it opened, a beautiful female cultivator in white appeared. "Senior sister, long time no see." Li Chuan showed what he thought was a friendly smile, but in her eyes, he still felt like a creep. "Why are you here again?" The female cultivator crossed her arms, looking down at him. Senior sister, I'm here to ask for your help. Chuan took out 100 spirit stones. Seeing the spirit stones glowing with a faint blue light, the female cultivator's expression finally softened. What do you need help with? She asked. Chapter 14. Using spirit stones to humiliate the senior sister is actually quite pleasant. Chuan gazed at her, noticing that she did not show any anger after he spoke, feeling secretly pleased. It seems, just as he thought. He suddenly felt enlightened and mentioned that the single cultivation method of the Yin-Yang Sect was ineffective, which is why there were so many female disciples without Tao partners. A smile gradually appeared on the female cultivator's face, and along with it, a faint blush. Junior brother, you really shouldn't say such things so directly, she said, slightly shifting her position. The door then closed. 6 hours later, which was the next morning, Chuan walked out of the room with a satisfied expression. He had given 100 spirit stones and did not specify how long he wanted to be connected with her, just waiting for her to mention the duration. This price was only 1/5 of what Chu Mingyu charged, which made Chuan astonished. After all, although Chu Mingyu was one of the top 10 beauties in the Qi refinement stage, this senior sister was not bad-looking either, at least of above-average beauty. No wonder he was able to negotiate the price down by half when he was bargaining with Chu Mingyu. What he thought was a cheap price was actually not cheap in the eyes of others. As long as he could establish a connection with these senior sisters of the Yin-Yang Sect, spending a bit more spirit stones was nothing. Just like this time. He could have enjoyed 12 hours, but Chuan left after 6. This was something he said deliberately. This senior sister had an excellent appearance and figure. Although she was slightly inferior to Chu Mingyu, she was still a stunning beauty in the eyes of mortals and not so unbearable. Humiliating the body with 50 spirit stones and the mind with another 50, regardless of what the senior sister thought, Chuan enjoyed himself. The revenge for those 100 spirit stones was truly worth it. Cultivating immortality is originally about following one's heart, which is also the cultivation principle of the Yin-Yang Sect. So Chuan's actions were not inappropriate. Not leaving regrets in his heart would allow for a quicker breakthrough in his realm. Chuan also began to feel signs of loosening in his internal realm. It might not be long before he could reach the 4th level of Qi refinement and completely escape the nightmare of lifespan, thanks to the little black book. He currently has 2 points of fortune, but upgrading his spirit plant identification from level 8 to level 9 requires 3 points, so he is still 1 point short. For now, he has no thoughts of upgrading other abilities, as spirit plant identification remains the fastest way to make money. He returned to meditate, practicing the Yin-Yang initial enlightenment technique to refine the Yin energy in his body. He originally planned to continue searching for spirit plants after refining it, but unexpected events led to a whole day passing in the process. However, his Yin-Yang initial enlightenment technique also reached the 2nd layer, which was good news for him. The first thing he did after coming out was to find Chu Mingyu and give her 21 spirit stones. Although the senior sister he met yesterday required fewer spirit stones, Chu Mingyu, at the 10th level of Qi refinement and one of the top 10 beauties in the Qi refinement stage, clearly had more attraction for him. With 3 points of fortune filled, he immediately upgraded his spirit plant identification to level 9. Now he can identify 99 of 1st level spirit plants in the world. And for the remaining one, he needs to spend another 5 points of fortune to recognize them. Although the last level costs the most fortune, Chuan knows that this one must contain many incredibly precious spirit plants, possibly even ones that no one in the world recognizes. So that one is extremely valuable. Still in the first small world, a place that has been searched by countless disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect, has a lot of treasures for Chuan, though he might need to fly a bit further. In fact, even the newly emerged spirit plant small worlds yield far less daily profit than Chuan. This is the benefit of solid professional knowledge. After all, everyone looks for spirit plants based on their survival characteristics, and in such a vast forest, no one has the energy to check every bush. If one lacks professional knowledge, they can easily overlook many places. Chuan found many areas with spirit plants that other spirit plant masters might not check because, with their limited knowledge, they wouldn't think those places would have spirit plants. Especially for spirit herbs, which are small and inconspicuous, often hidden among ordinary grass, it can be very hard for someone standing nearby to notice them, let alone some rare herbs that many people do not recognize. These guys are simply wasting resources. Chuan stood on a patch of grass that seemed to have been burned, looking at a red, withered spirit herb beneath his feet, his eyes filled with regret. They actually mistook fire sungrass for fireblaze grass and destroyed it. He doesn't know which fool did this good deed. But at least it ruined spirit herbs worth over 1,000 spirit stones. While cursing, Chuan crouched down and took out a top-quality spiritual hoe to dig up the red, withered spirit herb. The spiritual hoe glimmered with formations, and a force instantly enveloped the spirit herb. At the same time, a scorching aura surged from the spirit herb, but was blocked by the formation created by the spiritual hoe. Although the fire poison of fire sun grass is not too strong, it can still cause some trouble if it comes into contact with the skin, such as igniting one's inner fire, which needs to be vented to alleviate. If it were to enter the body of a cultivator practicing fire techniques, it would be fun. The internal organs would be directly burned, and recovery would be impossible in a short time. This is the wonderful use of the spiritual hoe. It can lock spirit plants within the formation, and no matter what kind of attacks the spirit plants make, they will be blocked. At the same time, it is a non-attribute treasure, which is perfect for excavating in many cases where rare spirit plants cannot be touched. Of course, fire sungrass is not too rare, with a price around 200 spirit stones, and in the Yin-Yang Sect, it is 100 spirit stones. Fire sun grass has a characteristic of growing in clusters. But now there is only one plant here, and the fire yang grass only grows as a single specimen in harsh environments, such as when a pile of them has not survived. This is why Chuan said someone destroyed them. Chapter 15. Finding treasures on the road. The fire yang grass is considered a divine herb by cultivators practicing fire-related techniques. The elixirs made from it have pure fire energy and minimal side effects for cultivation. Moreover, for sects like the Yin-Yang Sect that practice Yin-Yang techniques, female disciples can even use elixirs made from fire yang grass for cultivation without having to find a partner for joint practice. The fire blaze grass that Chuan just mentioned, whether in appearance or growth environment, as well as the various self-protection features that emerge during harvesting, is quite similar to fire yang grass. Not only that, they burn themselves, but also consume the surrounding spiritual energy. At that point, let alone spiritual plants, even ordinary vegetation would struggle to survive. For cultivators, toxic spiritual plants and useless spiritual plants compete for spiritual energy. And the presence of too many such plants naturally reduces the amount of spiritual energy available to cultivators, making their cultivation difficult. Therefore, not to mention harmful spiritual herbs like fireblaze grass, even a pile of useless spiritual herbs would be cleared away. Chuan estimated that there must have been a pile of fireblaze grass and a pile of fire yang grass here. And the cultivator who destroyed the fire yang grass lacked knowledge about spiritual plants, mistaking both types of grass for fireblaze grass and destroying them. Regardless, Chuan had gained a lot. He happily dug up the fire yang grass and placed it into his Chuan bag, then continued searching. Since he felt that a breakthrough was imminent, he didn't plan to spend too much time looking for spiritual plants, prioritizing the breakthrough instead. If it weren't for the fact that most of the spiritual energy in this small world had been absorbed by the spiritual plants in those spiritual fields, he could have sat down and cultivated in the forest without any problem. He gazed down at a ridge intersecting the spiritual fields below. With excitement, Chuan slowly descended. Who would have thought that in this open area with people coming and going, there would be an incredibly precious spiritual herb? Almost every piece of spiritual field had someone guarding it. After all, the spiritual grains in the field had already grown high, and harvest was just around the corner. If someone were to take them at this time, it would be a huge loss. As soon as Chuan landed, several masters of the adjacent spiritual fields immediately stood up. "Brother, may I ask what brings you here?" A middle-aged disciple in black, only a dozen meters away from Chuan, asked with cupped fists. His gaze was filled with vigilance. Although Chuan could not openly rob their spiritual grains, the sudden arrival of a stranger in their spiritual fields made them unable to let their guard down. Chuan shifted his gaze from the pile of weeds on the ridge to the several people around him. Among the weeds, one plant was slightly greener than the others, and if one did not pay close attention, it would be hard to notice. Of course, even if the others noticed it, they probably wouldn't recognize what kind of weed it was. They would only think of it as an ordinary protective spiritual grass. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so brazenly growing there. As for protective spiritual grass, it is actually a general term for weeds that can protect spiritual energy and prevent it from dissipating. The spiritual energy in the spiritual land comes from underground, constantly rising. If there are no obstacles, this spiritual energy will eventually float away into the sky. This kind of protective grass came into being. Its characteristic is to block the spiritual energy in the spiritual land, preventing it from wandering and continuously nourishing the land. In fact, the miscellaneous spiritual grasses growing in undeveloped spiritual lands are all protective grasses, which preserve the spiritual energy in the land. Thus, there are piles of weeds on the ridges of the surrounding spiritual fields. It is not that people are too lazy to clean them, but that they cannot be cleaned. They can be considered as naturally formed formations. Once cleared, the spiritual energy in the fields would be lost, directly affecting the growth of the spiritual grains and indirectly impacting the lifespan of the fields. Facing the vigilant gazes of the several people, Chuan maintained a calm expression and said with a puzzled look, "I see that these first-tier spiritual fields are at least above average in quality. Yet why does it seem that the growth of these spiritual grains is not very good, seemingly only producing low-quality grains?" I was a bit curious, so I came down to take a look. His words made the expressions of the few people turn unpleasant. What he said was the truth. The nearby spiritual fields were not above average, but rather of top quality. Top-quality spiritual fields producing low-quality grains made it uncertain how effective the produced spiritual rice would be, which had been a concern for the local spiritual field masters recently. They had sought spiritual plant masters to examine it, but none had found the reason. Now, Chuan's words undoubtedly poked at their pain points, making it hard for them to feel happy. "There's no need for brother to worry about this," the black-clad middle-aged man said. "If brother is just curious and wants to investigate, it would be better to leave. We have already invited spiritual plant masters to take a look, and they did not find any reason, let alone you." Another gray-clad middle-aged man on Chuan's left spoke. Although these few were only at the first layer of qi refinement, they believed they could not lose to Chuan. So they were not very polite in their words towards him, a passerby who had come specifically to watch the excitement. However, Chuan smiled and said, "I actually have some research on spiritual plants. If I tell you the reason for the poor growth of the spiritual grains in your fields, how will you thank me? If you don't solve the problem with your spiritual fields, even if the spiritual grains mature, it will be difficult to produce complete spiritual rice, even the lowest quality." This statement changed the expressions of the few people again. This was exactly what they were worried about, and some spiritual plant masters had mentioned this possibility. Chapter 16. Is it too much to put on a show for treasures? Cultivators who grow spiritual grains, especially those at the first layer of qi refinement, indeed do not have many spirit stones. After all, if they had any stronger abilities, they would not be here growing spiritual grains. In comparison, growing spiritual herbs, spiritual trees, and spiritual flowers is more profitable, but it requires more knowledge of spiritual plants. If one is not careful, they might kill the plants. And ordinary cultivators usually do not have that capability. Upon hearing this, the few of them quickly apologized. "Brother, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Brother, all our wealth is tied up in this. We asked for your help. However, what should we do? Please be straightforward, brother." The few of them looked at Chuan nervously, fearing he would make a roundabout request for spirit stones. Chuan said, "I need to dig up a protective spiritual grass from your fields. If you agree, I will help you solve the issue of your spiritual grains' poor growth. I cannot guarantee anything else, but after the spiritual rice is produced, I can assure you that its quality will be around average." However, upon hearing that Chuan wanted the protective grass, they felt a slight unease. Protective grass was everywhere, and digging one up was hardly a big deal. Why did Chuan specifically mention it to them? Their gazes even lingered on the slightly green protective grass beside Chuan, yet no one took it seriously. After all, it was perfectly normal for a weed to grow a bit greener. However, soon after, the gray-clad middle-aged man seemed to think of something and whispered, "This brother must be worried about making us uncomfortable, which is why he suggested digging up a protective grass as a trade. In this way, we won't owe him anything." The black-clad middle-aged man immediately cupped his fists to Chuan and said, "Thank you, brother, for your generosity. Don't mention just one protective grass. Even 10 or 100 would be no problem. This is not an exaggeration, with such a wide field. Digging up 100 guardian spirit herbs wouldn't affect the spiritual field. Besides, the guardian spirit herbs grow quickly, as long as one doesn't keep digging them up. They will soon sprout again." "Ah, the spiritual energy has been drained? What drained it?" A few people were confused. "We are here every day and haven't seen anything else." The senior brother means that this particular guardian spirit herb is causing trouble. "But it doesn't seem special," a man in black said with a puzzled expression. Another person said, "That guardian spirit herb is so far from our spiritual field. Can it really affect it?" This statement caused the middle-aged man in gray to change his expression. Just a moment ago, He said that Li Chuan was digging up the guardian spirit herbs to ease their minds. But now he suspects that Li Chuan might have come for this guardian spirit herb from the start. To be honest, he had thought about this the most. And it turned out he was right. However, it was too late. Li Chuan was quick and had already pulled up the guardian spirit herb. The soil surged. And the herb, with its extremely long roots, flew up with Li Chuan. Its roots were as thin as hair, looking like strands of hair, and although sparse, they still made one's scalp tingle. Li Chuan flew more than 10 meters high, and some of the roots were still buried in the ground. Such long roots. What the hell is this thing? A few spiritual field owners were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen roots as thin as hair. Generally speaking, the more bizarre a spiritual plant or spiritual beast looks, the more dangerous it is, and they instinctively began to retreat, fearing that these strange roots would suddenly wrap around them and say, "Give me back my life." Li Chuan, suspended in the air, was also startled by the length of these roots. After all, theory is one thing, but practice is another. This was his first time seeing such a thing. He quickly formed a hand seal and unleashed a technique from his mind to the roots, and soon, the roots began to shrink automatically, rolling into a ball. The roots on the ground kept writhing out of the soil, and in the end, they probably reached nearly 100 meters before finally stopping. Looking at Li Chuan's hand, there was now a root ball the size of a human head beneath the leaves of the guardian spirit herb. "Do you know what this thing is?" The middle-aged man in gray asked the people beside him. They shook their heads in succession. "I don't know. It's my first time seeing this thing. I've never even heard of it. The roots are so thin they look scary. Luckily, it doesn't wrap around people, otherwise we would have been in trouble walking over it every day." Thinking about stepping on such a strange thing regularly made them all shiver. Li Chuan's voice came from the air. "This thing specifically absorbs the spiritual energy of spiritual plants. With it around, no matter what you plant, you won't have a significant harvest. Now that I've dug it out, you won't have trouble growing high-quality spiritual grains anymore. Most importantly, the quality of the surrounding spiritual fields will improve to Tier 2. This made several spiritual field owners overjoyed. Is what the senior brother said true? They rented these spiritual fields for 10 years. If the quality could reach Tier 2, they would make a fortune. Why would I lie to you? At most, it will take a year, and then you'll know the results. All right, since the matter is settled, I'll be leaving now." Li Chuan didn't waste any more words and left directly. The others hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, senior brother, for your help. Please take care." However, although the middle-aged man in gray also expressed gratitude, once Li Chuan left, he couldn't help but say to the others, "What do you think that thing really is? Could it be some valuable spiritual herb? This clearly looks like a harmful spiritual herb. How much could it be worth?" The middle-aged man in black said dismissively, "None of us have even heard of this thing. No matter how valuable it is, how much could it possibly be worth? Now our spiritual grains can not only produce rice smoothly, but the spiritual fields can also improve in quality, making a big profit. Right. I was looking for someone to rent out my spiritual field. Fortunately, no one took it." Chapter 17. Senior brother, is sister your Tao companion? Li Chuan flew in the sky, speeding up to his maximum, fearing that if he slowed down, someone would catch up. He wasn't afraid of those spiritual field owners. After all, they didn't recognize the guardian spirit herb. He was worried that if the news got out, someone who knew would expose him. The guardian spirit herb he just dug up was called the spirit-absorbing herb. The grass and roots can actually be separated. If the spirit hoe hadn't locked onto all the root systems of the herb immediately, Li Chuan would never have been able to dig out those thin roots in his lifetime. The reason many people don't know about this thing is mainly that its roots will detach from the grass and escape as soon as someone tries to dig it up. In other words, its physical state is not fixed. Today it might be an ordinary guardian spirit herb next to the spiritual field. But tomorrow it could be part of a spirit tree in the mountains, at which point it would be called a spirit-absorbing tree. The subtle changes produced by the spirit-absorbing roots when they attach to each type of spiritual plant are all recorded in his mind, which is why he can recognize this thing at a glance. As for the value of the spirit-absorbing roots, it can almost be said to be the ceiling for first-tier non-special spiritual plants. Selling it for a few thousand spirit stones is no problem at all. The pills refined using it will have improved success rates and quality. In the outer sect task hall, a beautiful woman dressed in a dark satin long dress adorned with patterns of demon beasts, wearing exquisite bracelets on her wrists and delicate earrings hanging from her ears, approached the long table where Zhou Hanhe was posting tasks. Zhao Mingxian and others nearby greeted her. This woman was none other than Zhou-Hanha's Tao companion, Hu Min, who was at the 7th level of qi refining. Hu Min nodded. Rest assured, I've completed it. She worked next to Zhou-Hanha, so she inevitably got close to him. Many times, things she didn't want to do were still done under Zhou-Hanha's soft persuasion and the lure of benefits. However, after Zhou-Hanha found out, he still had Zhao Mingxian intercept the task and leave it for Hu Min fortunately, although Hu Min looked a bit strained. She managed to complete it. Since it's done, let me help my sister settle it. Zhao Mingxian returned to his workstation. Hu Min didn't say much and followed him over. Zhao Mingxian took out 30 spirit stones and a transparent jade board from the cabinet, saying to Hu Min, the reward for this task is 30 spirit stones and 30 contributions. He placed the spirit stones on the table, and Hu Min also handed over her contribution token. Zhao Mingxian placed Hu Min's contribution token on the jade board to increase her contributions. This jade board is somewhat like a transmitter from Li Chuan's past life. Any information can be entered into the Yin-Yang Sect's database through it. Not only does the sect have records, but even the main sect can see it. This method of cultivation is truly remarkable. On the table were 30 spirit stones. Hu Min only took 20 of them, and Zhao Mingxian naturally pocketed the remaining 10 into his bag. Although the task reward was only that much, he knew that the task target must have something valuable, so he felt no psychological pressure in taking those 10 spirit stones. Seeing Hu Min called over by Zhou-Hanha, the two were whispering to each other about something. Zhao Mingxian couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He wasn't envious of how good their relationship was. In the Yin-Yang Sect, the feelings between Tao companions only exist while they are still companions. Once they are no longer companions, the feelings fade away. He envied that Zhou-Hanha, at the 6th level of qi refining, could keep Hu Min, who was at the 7th level, by his side. In the Yin-Yang Sect, when one partner's strength cannot keep up with the other, the stronger party will immediately choose a more suitable partner, regardless of whether they are male or female cultivators. Therefore, situations like that of Zhou-Hanha are relatively rare. With one person significantly stronger than the other, it is natural for the weaker one to take advantage during cultivation. However, Zhao Mingxian felt helpless. He knew he wasn't as ruthless as Zhou-Hanha. He was aware of Zhou-Hanha and Hu Min's partnership in seizing spiritual plants from their junior disciples, and he knew he could even have his own partner imitate them. Yet, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Even though he knew that doing so would yield a lot more income, he couldn't get past his own moral barrier. Hu Min followed Zhou-Hanha precisely because of his advantageous status, allowing her to earn much more extra income. Zhao Mingxian noticed that both their gazes suddenly turned towards the entrance of the task hall, where Zhou-Hanha gestured with his chin, and Hu Min nodded, seemingly saying, "Is it that lecherous old man?" He followed their gaze and saw Li Chuan walking over quickly. Zhao Mingxian's heart stirred, and he guessed that the two had set their sights on Li Chuan this time. Every time Li Chuan came, he would sell several hundred spirit stones worth of spiritual plants, and since they were found in the first small world, it was enough to prove his ability to find spiritual plants. If they followed him, they would surely have good returns. Thinking of this made Zhao Mingxian feel a pang of bitterness. Everyone was in the same line of work, so they should have the same income. But Zhou-Hanha's earnings far exceeded his, which made him very uncomfortable. He shifted his gaze with Li Chuan's steps, curious about what Li Chuan had brought back this time. Li Chuan reached Zhou-Hanha's counter and paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Hu Min beside Zhou-Hanha. Hu Min's attire was not as simple as other female cultivators. Instead, she resembled a wealthy young lady, adorned with exquisite jewelry, earrings, bracelets, and necklaces. Her expression was slightly cold and ruthless, making her look like a young lady who had risen to power through her relative's blood. The venomous, merciless, and ruthless aura made Li Chuan wonder what her expression would be if he pinned her down. "Junior brother Li Chuan, I wonder what you have acquired today?" Zhou-Hanha, who was primarily responsible for spiritual plants, hadn't spoken yet when Zhao Mingxian had already leaned over. Li Chuan took out a fire sungrass. "This is fire sungrass." "Only one?" Zhou-Hanha asked. He almost said he would take it to senior sister Imo for testing, but fortunately he reacted in time. This thing shouldn't be consumed casually. There's only one. The others were burned as firegrass. At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. If Li Chuan had pulled out a pile of fire sungrass, he would have gone mad with jealousy. He said, "Then let us settle this first. After taking it to the alchemy room for verification, if it's not fire sungrass, I'll come find you." Just like those hunting tasks. As long as the disciples said the task was completed, they could immediately claim their rewards. 100 spirit stones for 100 contributions. Do you have any? Zhou Hanhe asked. Yes. Li Chuan took out a lump of spirit-absorbing grass. However, Zhou Hanhe didn't recognize it either. Spirit-absorbing grass, Li Chuan said. He didn't call it spirit-absorbing root because it belonged to a very rare category. Many people might not know its properties. And he didn't want to spread that knowledge. He also didn't feel uncomfortable for not knowing what it was. Spirit-absorbing grass is a top-notch alchemy auxiliary material that can enhance the success rate and quality of elixirs. Senior brother can let senior sister Mo take a look. He flipped through the book quickly and soon found it. As Zhou Hanhe read aloud the record from the book, Zhao Mingxian and Hu Min beside him gasped in surprise. Li Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He knew this item was valuable, but he wasn't sure of the exact price. In the Yin-Yang Sect, it could sell for 10,000 spirit stones per pound, and outside, it could sell for at least 20,000 spirit stones per pound. It was indeed a rare item. Zhou Hanhe quickly picked up the spirit-absorbing grass, casually severed the grass stem, and weighed it in his hand. It weighed half a pound, equating to 5,000 spirit stones and 5,000 contributions. He almost gritted his teeth when he stated the weight. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had turned completely red. Hu Min's beautiful chest also rose and fell. This single grass was enough for her to avoid tasks for 10 years and focus on cultivation with resources. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with her. Junior brother Li Chuan, congratulations, Zhao Mingxian said with a bitter smile. Although he said congratulations, it was definitely not heartfelt. He only hated himself for not having such luck. Watching Zhou Hanhe open his mouth, he kept his palm level, his eyes fixed on the spirit-absorbing root in his hand. Li Chuan casually tossed the freshly severed spirit guard grass up and reminded, Senior brother Zhou, if everything checks out, let us settle it. Zhao Mingxian also nudged Zhou Hanhe. Zhou Hanhe snapped back to reality and said to Li Chuan, I don't have that many spirit stones here. I need to go to senior sister Mo's place to get them. Please wait for me. He placed the spirit-absorbing root on the table and left quickly. At this moment, the spirit-absorbing root and the spirit guard grass were reconnected. Although the spirit-absorbing root could change its head at will, it couldn't be without a head. If it lacked a connected part for a long time, the spiritual energy within its roots would also dissipate. So, Li Chuan's seemingly casual action was actually to preserve the spiritual energy. After Zhou Hanhe left, Hu Min looked at Li Chuan, her expression gradually softening. She said to Li Chuan, Junior brother, where did you find this? Li Chuan smiled and said, In the first small world. May I ask how to address you, senior sister? Ever since he had formed a bond with Chu Mingyu and that senior sister who mocked him, whenever Li Chuan saw any beautiful fairy, the first thing that came to his mind was whether he could form a bond with her too, regardless of whether it was possible. It was always good to ask during a lull. Before Hu Min could speak, Zhao Mingxian had already jumped in. This Hu Min senior sister is your Zhou senior brother's partner. Junior brother Li Chuan, your knowledge of spiritual plants has truly opened my eyes. This spirit-absorbing grass. Even if it were placed in front of me, I wouldn't recognize it. You deserve to earn those spirit stones. Hu Min exclaimed in surprise. The first small world actually has such a precious item. If other spiritual plant masters found out, they would surely regret it immensely. I just wonder how many spiritual plant masters actually recognize this. Junior brother seems to have just entered our Yin-Yang Sect not long ago. I wonder where you cultivated before. She began to take the opportunity to chat with Li Chuan. Li Chuan didn't hide anything, as his experiences had already been mentioned when he joined the sect, and there were detailed records in the sect. Moreover, chatting with someone else's partner felt quite nice. He enjoyed the behavior of others' partners intentionally flattering him and trying to extract information from him. The two were laughing and chatting, which made Zhao Mingxian anxious. He felt as if his own wife was about to be abducted. In reality, he was worried that Hu Min would become too close to Li Chuan, and in the future, Hu Min would rely on Li Chuan to earn a fortune. Watching someone he knew prosper while he himself gained nothing was even more uncomfortable. Senior sister Mo. Senior sister Mo. Soon, greetings echoed in the hall as the task hall's managing sister, Mo Xiangling, finally arrived. Zhao Mingxian quickly reminded Li Chuan. Senior sister Mo is here. In fact, he didn't need to remind him. As soon as the greetings rang out, Li Chuan had already turned to look. He saw Zhou Hanhe walking in with a woman with a cold expression. The woman has a standard oval face, with slightly upturned eyes under elegantly arched eyebrows, exuding a hint of charm that is overshadowed by her indifference. Her straight nose and delicate lips resemble small cherries, and her stunning face carries an air of subtle arrogance. She wears a black fitted long robe, simple yet elegant, perfectly accentuating her slender figure. The black belt around her waist is adorned with several striking jade stones, seemingly forming a formation that draws attention. Chapter 19. Senior Sister, give me a chance. Some say that before Su Yaoyue joined the Yin-Yang Sect, the top among the 10 fairies was actually immortal. As for this, Chuan is not very clear. He just doesn't know whether he has already had a chance with Chu Mengyu, or if immortal is indeed more stunning than Chu Mengyu. In any case, if both Chu Mengyu and immortal were placed before him now, he would undoubtedly choose immortal without hesitation. Chu Mengyu's price is 21 spirit stones for half an hour, and he doesn't know if that price could be negotiated for immortal. Although she and Chuan have never met, she knew who was outside last time she was in the inner room. Moreover, she often checks the records in the task hall, where Chuan ranked first in contributions when selling spirit herbs, leaving a deep impression on her. However, this thought only flashed through her mind. Cultivation emphasizes opportunities, talent, and hard work. Although the disciples within the sect may not look kindly upon him due to his appearance, he would eventually become someone that ordinary disciples would look up to. While she spoke, her fingers had already begun to coil around the roots of the spirit herb. By the time she finished speaking, immortal's fingers had wrapped around the roots who knows how many times. Then she brazenly started to eat. Chuan glanced at Zhao Mingxian and Zhou Hanhe beside him, and found that these two guys were almost simultaneously swallowing hard and turning their heads away. What Chuan didn't expect was that after immortal chewed a couple of times, her fingers once again wrapped around the spirit root, and she said earnestly, "I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure. Let me try a bit more." This senior sister is being too bold. Isn't she afraid the sect will cause trouble for her for eating so much of such an expensive item? This made his heart race with a strong desire to discuss a celestial bond with immortal on the spot. Chuan felt that every move immortal made was captivating to him. After finally finishing her tasting, immortal turned and walked into the inner room. She said, "A total of 100 spirit stones, count them." In an instant, all eyes in the hall were drawn to her. Few people in the qi refining stage had seen such a pile of spirit stones together. Chuan quickly stored the spirit stones into his Qingquan bag, not giving his fellow disciples a chance to widen their horizons. After storing them in the bag, he slowly began to count. Actually, there was no need to count. With just a thought, the number appeared. "Thank you, Senior Sister Imo, and I also need to trouble you to add my contribution." Chuan handed over his contribution token. Originally, this matter should have been handled by Zhou Hanhe, but with such a stunning beauty present, who would still want to talk to a man? However, after immortal took Chuan's contribution token, she turned and handed it to Zhou Hanhe. She was in charge and had no interest in handling such trivial matters. "I know you haven't gone through the sect's Spirit Plant Master certification and cannot enter the specialized spirit plant world. I will contact the examiner for you so you can get certified as soon as possible," immortal suddenly said to Chuan. This was an unexpected delight, and Chuan quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Sister Imo. Such a great favor. I really don't know how to repay it." While he spoke polite words, he was thinking about earning more spirit stones in the future to treat immortal for a longer time. Chuan also understood why immortal would help him. It was quite simple. Every time there was a spirit herb of some value, immortal would taste it to gauge its quality. The more precious spirit plants Chuan found, the more she could taste. So helping Chuan was also helping herself. After receiving the contribution token handed over by Zhou Hanhe, Chuan did not leave, but instead stayed in place to chat with immortal and the others. He originally intended to find an opportunity to ask immortal about forming a celestial bond, and now that his spirit stones had exceeded 5,000, even if immortal was expensive, he could still afford this celestial bond. However, immortal had only been standing there for a short time when several disciples from the task hall came to consult her. It was unclear whether they were intentionally seeking to speak with her or if these matters truly required immortal's decision. Seeing that he couldn't find an opportunity for the time being, Chuan had to give up for now. After all, he still had Chu Mengyu, another one of the top 10 beauties, to choose from. He turned to leave, but when he reached the entrance of the main hall, he quickly retreated. This was because he saw one of the spirit field owners who had been present when he was digging for spirit herbs, the middle-aged man in gray. If it had just been the middle-aged man in gray, it would have been fine. A chi refining stage farmer like him could easily defeat the other without using any magical tools. But the middle-aged man in gray was not alone. He was accompanied by a group of people Chuan did not recognize. Among them, he recognized one person from the first small world, who seemed to be the steward of the first small world. Glancing at the back door of the hall, Chuan walked over without hesitation. It wasn't his first time using the back door. As soon as Chuan left, the middle-aged man in gray and his companions entered the task hall. As soon as this group of people entered, many instinctively looked toward them. It was rare to see a group of cultivators appear in the task hall. Seeing the group walking directly toward her, Imo Xiangling looked at one of the middle-aged men with a hoarse face and asked, "Senior Brother Chao, do you have a task to issue?" The horse-faced middle-aged man was the steward of the first small world, named Chao Tianyang. Chao Tianyang's expression was not pleasant. He approached Imo Xiangling and said, "Junior Sister Imo, someone took the spirit herbs I planted in the spirit field. I don't know if he came here to exchange contributions. For those who have been in the Yin-Yang Sect for a long time, contributions are better than spirit stones, but for someone like Chuan, who has yet to taste the sweetness of contributions, spirit stones are more valuable." "Oh, the spirit herbs were planted by you?" Imo Xiangling said in surprise. Chapter 20. Senior Brother, I'm here to find Senior Sister Mengyu again. The most excited in the scene were undoubtedly Zhao Mingxian, Zhou Hanhe, and Hu Min. They had just seen Chuan take over 5,000 spirit stones and contributions, and they felt quite unhappy about it. Imo Xiangling said, "Of course. He came to exchange the spirit herbs for 5,000 spirit stones and contributions. However, when Senior Brother Chao asked me where he was, he asked the wrong person. How would I know where he is, since he and I are not related?" He was saying that Chuan had a problem, but he didn't expect the spirit herbs to be so valuable. He felt a deep regret. Chao Tianyang said angrily, "Then please, Junior Sister Imo, help me check the information on that person. My spirit herbs, which I painstakingly planted, were stolen and exchanged for contributions. This matter cannot just be left as is. Don't worry, Senior Brother, I won't let you help me for nothing. There will definitely be a generous reward later." This hint was quite obvious. Imo Xiangling would not miss out on the benefits. Every disciple's information is confidential. You wouldn't be unaware of this. After all, you are a steward. How can you ask me for such a request? After all, many things are tacitly understood among everyone. Imo Xiangling's face immediately turned cold. "Senior Brother, I don't like to hear that. If you can't handle it yourself and let things be taken away, why come to me? Besides, since Senior Brother is so powerful that he can even cultivate the spirit-absorbing herb, catching a disciple who steals herbs should be a piece of cake, right?" she said with a teasing expression. She even doubted that Chao Tianyang had only seen the introduction of the spirit-absorbing herb in books and had never seen the real thing. Imo Xiangling glanced at him sideways and disdainfully said, "I don't know what attitude Elder Seven has. But if Senior Brother continues to make a fuss here and delays the normal operation of the task hall, as the steward of the task hall, I can only throw you out. At that time, don't say that Junior Sister didn't give you face or that I didn't consider our camaraderie." Although Chao Tianyang was a senior brother, he was actually at the same cultivation level as Imo Xiangling, both being at the 10th layer of chi refining. However, in terms of strength, he couldn't even compare to Imo Xiangling. Over a decade ago, Imo Xiangling was already the top of the outer sect, a true genius with limitless potential for the future. In contrast, Chao Tianyang was a disciple who had exhausted his talent and had almost no hope of foundation establishment in this life. Just like that first small world, it had long lost its potential and could only serve as a place for retirement. Although both were stewards, the difference between them was significant. If he weren't a spirit plant master, he might not even have the chance to be a steward. If Imo Xiangling really took action, he would be beaten badly, especially since there were many people in the task hall, and quite a few had already gathered around. If a fight broke out, Chao Tianyang and the others wouldn't even have the chance to run. Fine, then I can only ask Elder Seven to make a decision for me. In the face of the situation, Chao Tianyang could only leave in disgrace. In fact, Imo Xiangling originally didn't want to get involved in such matters. She didn't have that strong a sense of justice and wasn't interested in bickering with others. But who made Chuan so capable? She had indirectly bound her interests to Chuan, so as long as it didn't affect her own interests, she would naturally side with him. After Chao Tianyang and the others left the task hall, a middle-aged man in gray said with a worried expression, "Steward Chao, are we really going to find Elder Seven?" The spirit-absorbing herb wasn't planted by Chao Tianyang, and he was afraid that going to find Elder Seven would expose him. He hadn't expected that the usually dominating steward Chow would have no credibility in the task hall, and others wouldn't even pay him any mind. Chow Tianyang glared at the middle-aged man and scolded, "Are you out of your mind to suggest going to find Elder Seven for such a trivial matter? Just find any senior brother from Elder Seven's peak to handle it. He's just a small steward of the outer sect. How could Elder Seven meet him? It's just for the sake of saving face. Why should we bring it up?" Li Chuan had seen many interest struggles in the cultivation world. So when he saw Chow Tianyang and the others, he guessed they were there to reclaim the spirit-absorbing herb. He wasn't worried about it at all. After all, he had survived so many life-and-death situations, and this small storm was nothing to mention. Moreover, now he could barely latch onto Elder Seven's smooth leg. Even if he forcibly took the spirit-absorbing herb, so what? The urgent matter was to break through his realm first. Without good support, how could he have the right mood to break through quickly? So, Li Chuan immediately went to Chu Mingyo's residence. He knocked on the door, and it was still Zhao Bingxian who opened it. "Oh, it's junior brother Li Chuan. Come in quickly." This time, Zhao Bingxian was exceptionally enthusiastic. As soon as he saw Li Chuan, he put on a smile and led him into the room at once. "Sister Mingyu isn't here?" Not sensing Chu Mingyo's aura in the room, Li Chuan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Bingxian smiled. Sister Mingyu went to give a lecture to the outer sect disciples. Hearing this, it was clear she had taken on a task. What a diligent fairy. Li Chuan couldn't help but look towards Zhao Bingxian. Every time he came here, Zhao Bingxian was present, which made him wonder if this guy didn't have any tasks to do. He directly asked, "Brother Zhao, aren't you going out to train?" Zhao Bingxian sighed. "To be honest, junior brother, Sister Mingyu has already touched the threshold of foundation establishment. She just needs a foundation establishment pill to succeed. While I'm still confused about it, to avoid falling too far behind Sister Mingyu, I've been meditating and comprehending during this time. Sorry to make you laugh." When Zhao Bingxian suddenly poured out his troubles to him, Li Chuan was taken aback, thinking this guy might have something to say to him. Chapter 21. Still want to find her as a Dao partner, Zhao Bingxian said. "Now I have some idea about foundation establishment. I feel like I'm just missing the most crucial link." He paused here, probably hoping Li Chuan would ask him questions. Seeing that Li Chuan was drinking tea by himself without responding, Zhao Bingxian had no choice but to continue speaking awkwardly. "I feel that I'm currently lacking spiritual energy. If there were a place with abundant spiritual energy to cultivate, I would definitely be able to reach the threshold of foundation establishment much faster." Junior brother Li. Zhao Bingxian suddenly took out 30 spirit stones and placed them on the table, saying to Li Chuan, "I heard that every elder's peak has a dedicated cultivation place where the spiritual energy is several times better than ours in the outer sect. Junior brother knows Sister Chu Xian from Elder Seven's peak. I wonder if you could say a few good words for me in front of her, so that when she recruits disciples at Elder Seven's peak, she might consider me. If this works out, I will definitely reward you greatly, junior brother." Looking at the spirit stones in front of him, Li Chuan couldn't help but smile. He currently had over 5,000 spirit stones in his Chinquan bag, and this mere 30 spirit stones wanted him to help? What a joke. However, he still accepted the spirit stones into his Chinquan bag and said to Zhao Bingxian, "Brother Zhao, don't worry. For Sister Mingyu's sake, I'll definitely help. However, I can't guarantee that Sister Chu Xian will give you this opportunity." Zhao Bingxian couldn't have imagined Li Chuan's thoughts. Upon hearing Li Chuan's words, he was only happy, and the smile on his face couldn't be contained as he repeatedly thanked him. "Then I'll trouble you, junior brother." Once he reached foundation establishment, he would naturally become a regular disciple of Elder Seven's peak. His career plan was quite clear. "Oh, I have some cultivation-related questions I don't understand. I want to find Sister Mingyu to ask about them." Li Chuan smiled at Zhao Bingxian and didn't refuse his goodwill. After all, Zhao Bingxian was at the 10th layer of qi refining and had a certain reputation in the outer sect, being one of the few experts there. It was just right for him to learn some insights from Zhao Bingxian and then verify them with Chu Mingyu. Zhao Bingxian asked, "When did junior brother enter the sect? How come you're only at the 2nd layer? I observe that your foundation is deep and the spiritual energy in your body is well refined. You should progress quickly with the initial cultivation technique. Have you not found a Dao partner yet? You should hurry to find one. It would be best if you could find a Dao partner who is even stronger than you." Zhao Bingxian didn't hold back and told Li Chuan everything, even discussing the cultivation between genders, which greatly benefited Li Chuan. The two stayed together for over an hour. When Li Chuan was leaving, he said to Zhao Bingxian, "Brother Zhao, when Sister Mingyu returns, please ask her to come to my place. I also want to hear her insights on cultivation. After all, mutual verification is the way to progress faster." Sure, when Sister Mingyu comes back, I'll definitely let her go find you. Although Zhao Bingxian agreed verbally, he was secretly cursing. He felt that Li Chuan was too presumptuous, asking someone for cultivation insights, and even asking them to come find him. He really thought too highly of himself. But considering that Li Chuan was now backed by a disciple of Elder Seven, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. If he knew that Li Chuan asking Chu Mingyu to come over wasn't as simple as asking for advice, he wouldn't know how to react. It's a coincidence that not long after Li Chuan left, Chu Mingyu returned. Zhao Bingxian said to Chu Mingyu, "Junior sister Mingyu, just now. Junior brother Li Chuan came looking for you. He wants you to find him after you return." He didn't mention that Li Chuan wanted to consult Chu Mingyu about cultivation insights, fearing that if he did, she wouldn't go. After all, Chu Mingyu usually didn't care much about such relationships, and wouldn't intentionally curry favor just because Li Chuan was close to the disciple of Elder Seven. He didn't know that he was overthinking. Chu Mingyu wouldn't curry favor because of Li Chuan's relationship with Elder Seven's disciple. But she would go because Li Chuan gave her spirit stones. Oh, what does he want me to do? Chu Mingyu pretended to ask. She of course knew what Li Chuan wanted her for, but she still had to put on a show. Zhao Bingxian replied, "I don't know." He didn't say, but he seemed quite anxious. "You should go quickly, lest something important gets delayed." He was even worried that Li Chuan wouldn't be able to wait, and urged her to hurry. Chu Mingyu looked at him curiously and said, "Senior brother, you seem a bit different today. I remember you didn't think much of junior brother Li Chuan." Zhao Bingxian hurriedly smiled and said, "Junior sister, you're talking about before. After your last reminder, I've come to my senses. Since we're all from the same sect, there's no need to target each other without reason. We should help each other as fellow disciples." Chu Mingyu didn't comment, saying, "It shows that senior brother has made progress in his cultivation of character. I wish you a speedy achievement in the foundation establishment path." Zhao Bingxian replied seriously, "Don't worry, junior sister. I will definitely follow you in establishing the foundation, and I won't lag behind. Then I'll wait for you, senior brother." Chu Mingyu turned to leave, leaving a trail of fragrance. Zhao Bingxian seized the opportunity and immediately began to cultivate again. He was extremely eager to establish his foundation. As one of the top 10 beauties in the outer sect, many people wanted to be her Dao partner. Zhao Bingxian wanted to continue being Chu Mingyu's Dao partner. So he had to establish his foundation quickly. Otherwise, when Chu Mingyu established her foundation, his 10th layer of qi refining would seem inadequate. After returning to his residence, Li Chuan had just sat down to organize the cultivation insights he received from Zhao Bingxian when Chu Mingyu arrived. Chapter 22. The senior sister is noble, elegant, and pure. Chu Mingyu stood at the door, with the sunset light shining on her, as if draping her in a layer of golden veil. Li Chuan looked at this enchanting figure and suddenly had a thought. If Chu Mingyu were wearing nothing at all, or just a transparent veil, wouldn't the scene be even more beautiful? Junior brother, I wonder how long you plan to cultivate your immortal fate with senior sister this time? Chu Mingyu's tone was somewhat teasing. Li Chuan pulled Chu Mingyu into his arms, his rough palm caressing her delicate face. He held her face firmly, looking at her repeatedly. After a long time, he praised, "Senior sister, you are truly beautiful." Li Chuan certainly felt it was worth the price, but how could he admit it? After all, what if Chu Mingyu took the opportunity to raise the price? He said meaningfully, "Whether it's worth it depends on senior sister's performance." When he was touching Chu Mingyu's face, he was actually comparing her to Mo Xiangling in his mind. He took out the 30 spirit stones he had just received and placed them in Chu Mingyu's hand. Previously, Li Chuan either asked for 50 spirit stones or 21 spirit stones, which made it easy to calculate the time, at most extending it after finishing. But how do you calculate the time with 30 spirit stones? Did senior brother Zhao give these to you? Chu Mingyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "What did senior brother Zhao give you spirit stones for?" "I thought of giving them to senior sister right away. I treat senior sister well, don't I?" For his words, Chu Mingyu didn't believe a word. She didn't believe that Zhao Bingxian was so good to Li Chuan. Instead of exposing him, she cleverly said, "Then I must go back and thank senior brother Zhao properly for allowing me to earn an extra 30 spirit stones today." Chu Mingyu seemed to be the type who appeared pure and noble, but was secretly flirtatious. Unbeknownst to them, night had already fallen. Li Chuan unexpectedly extended the time by another 20 spirit stones. Chu Mingyu had originally planned to leave, but Li Chuan asked her to come back at midnight. Upon hearing this, she decided not to leave, as going back and forth was too troublesome. She simply stayed at Li Chuan's place, making it convenient for him whenever he wanted. After all, Her only goal recently was to establish her foundation. If she could earn more than 50 spirit stones every day from Chuan, she could establish her foundation in just over a month, which was much faster than she had originally planned. As for Zhao Bingqian, although they were in a Dao partner relationship, since he didn't give her spirit stones, she naturally prioritized Chuan, who did. On the path of cultivating immortality, the worst thing is to be entangled by emotions, for her and Zhao Bingqian. This was also a test of character. One must be able to take and let go, otherwise, they would forever remain low-level cultivators. The next day at noon, Chuan felt relaxed as he headed to Elder 7's peak. He had to say that Zhao Bingqian's cultivation insights and the relationship with his Dao partner had helped him greatly. He had actually advanced the Yin-Yang initial awakening technique from the second layer to the third layer in just one night, matching his current level. This way, as long as he practiced the Yin-Yang initial awakening technique to the fourth layer, he would surely break through to the fourth layer of qi refining. He believed that breaking through within a month would be no problem. For this month, he didn't plan to look for spirit herbs for the time being. Firstly, he had enough spirit stones now, and secondly, he obviously couldn't go to the small world number 1 right now. He had to wait for Mo Xiangling to handle the assessment and then go to other small worlds after the spirit planter certification. Therefore, he prioritized his breakthrough. The reason he didn't cultivate today and went to Elder 7's peak was to see if Fenglin had awakened. Past life and death experiences told him that Fenglin's injury this time was definitely not simple. He couldn't manage other matters. But if someone really intended to make a move against the Yin-Yang Sect, he needed to prepare early. At the very least, he had to plan the escape route and choose a few good senior sisters so that the journey wouldn't be lonely. Fenglin had not yet awakened. But Chuan received astonishing news from Chu Xian that a top-quality spirit stone had been found in Fenglin's Qinquan bag. Top-quality spirit stones are very pure spirit stones, containing no impurities, only the most refined spiritual energy. They were currently using low-quality spirit stones, but even low-quality spirit stones were sufficient for them as qi refining cultivators. One top-quality spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 middle-quality spirit stones or 100 low-quality spirit stones. However, one top-quality spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 top-quality spirit stones, which is equivalent to 10,000 low-quality spirit stones. The reason top-quality spirit stones are so precious, besides the purity of the spiritual energy they contain, is because they have a characteristic, reproduction. You did not read that wrong. Even inanimate spirit stones can reproduce. When a pile of top-quality spirit stones is placed together, after thousands or tens of thousands of years, more spirit stones will emerge around them. A large pile of top-quality spirit stones, placed for tens of thousands of years, could potentially create a spirit stone mine or even a spiritual vein. Those powerful forces always have dedicated places to store top-quality spirit stones to leave themselves an escape route. Although Chu Xian didn't say much, Chuan already understood that Fenglin had discovered a spirit stone mine or even a spiritual vein. So his injury was not due to someone targeting the Minshan branch of the Yin-Yang Sect, but rather because someone didn't want the news to leak out. Upon hearing this, Chuan let out a sigh of relief and felt somewhat invigorated. The Minshan branch was established here because there was a spiritual vein. And now this branch has over 10,000 cultivators, and with the miscellaneous workers included, the number exceeds 50,000. If it were just a spirit stone mine, that would be one thing. He wouldn't care much for the extra benefits. However, if it were a spiritual vein, it would be an opportunity for him. If there is a spiritual vein, they would definitely build another branch, and then the personnel would surely be chosen locally. If he could take the opportunity to rise, he could secure an important position in the branch. He wasn't looking for benefits from high status, but rather considering the future. Since the Little Black Book enhances auxiliary professions, he needed to make good use of it, especially in the area of spiritual planting. If he only planted a few acres or dozens of acres of spiritual fields, the returns would be limited. To plant more spiritual fields without power would only mean doing it for others, so the best option would be to contract a small world. Chapter 23, 500 becomes 1. Chu Mingyu almost goes crazy. Chuan also learned from Chu Xian that the sect master had left the sect with the 7th elder and several other elders. This further confirmed his guess that the sect master and the others were impatient and went to search for Fenglin. This time, Chao Tianyang was not with the gray-clad spiritual field master, but with a disciple from the 7th elder peak. Chuan understood some lip reading, so he stood at a distance and watched for a while. He saw the disciple who brought Chao Tianyang say to El Qingzhou, "Brother El, This is Chao Tianyang, the steward of the first small world and also a first-tier spiritual planter. A few years ago, he discovered a spirit absorption grass, which was originally planted in the spiritual field, but it was picked by someone yesterday. Chao Tianyang hurriedly said, reporting to Brother L. The spirit absorption grass is not an ordinary first-tier spiritual grass. It can enhance the success rate of alchemy and the quality of pills. The person who picked my grass yesterday exchanged it for 5,000 spirit stones and 5,000 contribution points at the mission hall. Li Chuan, even from a distance, could hear El Qingzhou's voice. It's just 5,000 contributions. Is it worth getting so excited about? Li Chuan muttered dismissively. But their consumption was also significant, after all. Wanting to quickly improve one's strength without resources to support, it was absolutely impossible. It was like in Li Chuan's previous life, where those living in big cities with properties worth tens of millions might earn 20,000 a month. Yet their savings might not be more than those in small counties who own properties worth hundreds of thousands and earned 8,000 a month. Li Chuan didn't even wear precious clothes and hadn't spent much contribution points, so he naturally didn't think 5,000 was a lot. He would slowly realize later that, given his earning speed, he might never find out that his contributions were insufficient. El Qingzhou said to Chao Tianyang, continue. What happened in the end? Who was the disciple that took your things? Is someone protecting him? I didn't want to trouble you with this, but I really can't swallow this anger, Chao Tianyang replied. El Qingzhou asked, is the sister Mo you mentioned, Mo Xiangling? She is the steward of the outer sect mission hall chosen by the sect master. It's normal for her to ignore you. When I have time, I'll check this out. I want to see who dares to touch the things of someone from our 7th Elder Peak. As long as the sect master is still around, who would dare to do anything to her? Li Chuan watched from afar for a while, and even when Chao Tianyang looked over at him, he nodded at Chao Tianyang, leaving Chao Tianyang quite flattered, thinking he was a disciple of the 7th Elder Peak. And he quickly smiled back. Through rumors, I said the perverted old man couldn't find me. Li Chuan left too. When Chao Tianyang mentioned the perverted old man, he felt safe, because in his heart, he was a bright and towering figure, an immortal with a celestial demeanor. So how could Chao Tianyang and the others find him based on the standard of a perverted old man? It can only be said that the way Li Chuan saw himself and how others saw him had a huge gap. Upon returning to his residence and seeing Chu Mingyu, Li Chuan suddenly became playful, tossing her a spirit stone and saying this was to help her temper her heart. Turning 500 into 1 nearly made Chu Mingyu go berserk, wanting to hit him. However, Li Chuan claimed to be helping Chu Mingyu improve so that she wouldn't be disturbed by inner demons in the future. Surprisingly, Chu Mingyu fell for this, thinking it was her lack of heart cultivation that made her angry with Li Chuan. Well, for the next few days, whenever Li Chuan felt like it, he would throw a few spirit stones at Chu Mingyu to help her temper her heart. In the following days, Li Chuan began to delve into cultivation methods. Besides consulting Chu Mingyu, he even went to specialized lecture halls to attend cultivation classes. Originally, these classes were just for disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect who had not yet entered or had just entered. Li Chuan had been cultivating for decades. He wouldn't say his foundation was solid, but it wasn't lacking either. However, he knew too little about the Yin-Yang Sect's methods and wanted to hear others' cultivation insights. Although many of the lecturers were not as strong as Chu Mingyu, it was never wrong to learn from others' strengths. In fact, it proved he was right. He finally gained some insights and entered the 4th level of Qi refinement. Fate Master, Li Chuan, lifespan, 49 years 55 years realm, 4th level of Qi refinement, Fate. 11. Spiritual planting technique. First tier level 101 first tier spiritual plant identification, level 10 first level 01 first tier spiritual seed cultivation, level 101 first tier spiritual planting level 101. He increased his lifespan by 5 years. And the shadow of death finally dissipated. The first tier spiritual plant identification also reached the maximum level and could not be leveled up further. As for what to level up next, he had not yet determined. After all, just this spiritual plant identification could make him wealthy. So he saved his fate for later use. As for the first level of the spiritual planting technique, it could not be improved for now. He estimated he would have to wait until all 4 subcategories were maxed out to upgrade. Sister, how many spirit stones do you still need to exchange for a foundation establishment pill? Li Chuan asked Chu Mingyu. Chu Mingyu's mind sank into her Chinquan bag. Then she said, still need over 1,800. Junior brother, you must work hard. Sister's foundation establishment pill depends entirely on you. She thought Li Chuan had run out of spirit stones and was preparing to go out to earn more, so she was urging him on. Unexpectedly, Li Chuan waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones appeared on the bed. Chapter 24. Junior brother, you really know how to save if it were before. Upon seeing Li Chuan take out so many spirit stones, Chu Mingyu might have scolded him for being stingy, always coming with just a few spirit stones. However, after this period of tempering her heart, she had indeed changed a lot, so she was surprised and didn't blame Li Chuan at all. How about we deduct from the 3,000 spirit stones each time? Junior brother, you really know how to save money, even wanting to take advantage of sister. Chu Mingyu said with a mix of amusement and helplessness, Sister, I'm really defeated by you. Then does that mean you agree? Li Chuan had a confident look on his face. Li Chuan said, this counts as an added condition. Sister, do you want to accept the 3,000? Or do we go back to how it was before? But sister must think clearly. In the future, I won't have so much time to look for you every day. Chu Mingyu's pretty little mouth pouted cutely, and she said in a soft voice, Junior brother, are you threatening sister? But sister accepts your threat. Once sister establishes her foundation, you will still be at my mercy. Seeing her like this, Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. She really is a fairy. Chu Mingyu, however, didn't mind at all, and instead asked Li Chuan, so, junior brother, do you like senior sister's flirtatiousness? After her temperament improved, such words had no impact on her, and she could even play along. Chu Mingyu, but senior sister thinks you prefer senior sister's mischievousness. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Senior sister is going to buy foundation establishment pills. Junior brother, protect senior sister. Li Chuan followed her. What is senior sister talking about? I've already said that I won't have so much time to find senior sister in the future. It was just like discussing an ordinary matter. Li Chuan accompanied Chu Mingyu to the pill pavilion of the Yin-Yang Sect, and he found out that purchasing foundation establishment pills at the pill pavilion required contribution rankings. The contribution ranking means that among the Qi refining period disciples, those with higher contributions have priority in purchasing. If the contribution is insufficient, then sorry. You'll have to queue slowly. Moreover, the contributions already consumed do not count towards the ranking, which means there must be unspent contributions in the contribution token. No wonder the task hall is bustling every day. It turns out that without contributions, it's not very convenient in the Yin-Yang Sect. The act of buying foundation establishment pills doesn't require contributions, just spirit stones will do. To Li Chuan's surprise, he currently had enough contributions to rank third. With over 5,000 points of contribution, he was the third among thousands of Qi refining disciples, which he never expected. After asking Chu Mingyu, he learned that she only had over 1,000 points of contribution now, as all the contributions she had earned before were used to exchange for cultivation pills and magical treasures. The pills bought with spirit stones have different effects from those exchanged with contributions. If we have contributions, we generally prioritize using them to exchange for pills, and then use spirit stones to buy. If I hadn't felt that I was about to reach foundation establishment and stored contributions in advance, I would probably only have 100 or 200 now, Chu Mingyu said. Hearing her say this, Li Chuan's interest was piqued, and he immediately went to the magical treasure pavilion of the Yin-Yang Sect. After taking a look, he came out with 319 points of contribution, leaving only 319. He exchanged 1,000 contributions for a high-grade first-level magical sword, 1,000 contributions for a high-grade first-level magical robe, 1,000 contributions for a pair of high-grade first-level magical boots, 1,000 contributions for a high-grade first-level magical rope, 1,000 contributions for a high-grade first-level magical net. The boots are for escaping, while the rope and net are for capturing demon beasts. It's a pity to kill the demon beasts directly, so generally, we try to find ways to capture them alive. Li Chuan was very experienced in this, as before joining the Yin-Yang Sect, his main source of spirit stone income, besides entering small worlds and immortal ruins, was capturing demon beasts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a seasoned demon beast hunter. Seeing Li Chuan being so generous, Chu Mingyu couldn't help but say, Junior brother, if it weren't for senior sister being your partner, senior sister wouldn't mind your low cultivation level. You just need to help senior sister earn spirit stones. Li Chuan replied, as long as senior sister serves me well, I will naturally reward you with plenty of spirit stones. Why bother to learn anything? It's too tiring. Chu Mingyu found this amusing and said, but it's been so long. Junior brother, Yu Haven Tea rewarded senior sister even a little bit of spirit stones. Just as she finished speaking, a spirit stone was tossed towards her. I reward you. Junior brother is really generous, saying he will reward just like that. The two returned to Chu Mingyu's residence, chatting and laughing like normal disciples. Zhao Bingxian hadn't seen Chu Mingyu for over 10 days. But it's quite normal for cultivators to be out for 10 days or half a month, so he didn't think much of it. Moreover, during these 10 days, he had been comprehending in his room, and time passed quickly. He casually asked, Mingyu junior sister, did you and junior brotherly come back after helping senior sister Chuxian? Chu Mingyu didn't answer, but said, Senior brother, I've already exchanged for the foundation establishment pills. I'm preparing to establish my foundation this time. Ah, junior sister. You've saved up 5,000 spirit stones so quickly. Zhao Bingxian was genuinely surprised. How long has it been? He then became envious, thinking that Chu Mingyu must have helped senior sister Chuxian with something to earn so many spirit stones. Please protect me, senior brother. Chu Mingyu suddenly smiled sweetly at Zhao Bingxian. This was a smile Zhao Bingxian had never seen before. Watching Chu Mingyu's stunning figure enter the room, he suddenly became dazed, murmuring to himself, Junior sister, she is going to establish her foundation. Chapter 25. If you don't work hard in cultivation, your partner will become someone else's. Senior sister is going to establish her foundation. Why do you look unhappy, senior brother? Li Chuan asked knowingly. Zhao Bingxian snapped back to reality. With a bitter expression, sighed. I should be happy, but I just can't be. It seems my cultivation of temperament isn't enough. Actually, senior brother doesn't need to care so much. The worst result is just that senior sister parts ways with you and is later ridden by other senior brothers. Right? Oh, it's also possible that junior brothers would ride her. Li Chuan continued. Senior brother is making a fuss. At that time, can't you just find another partner? Although I've just entered the sect, I know that our Yin-Yang Sect advocates strong alliances. If your strength doesn't keep up and you still cling to senior sister, you'll be laughed at. Zhao Bingxian finally sensed something was off. He looked at Li Chuan, his expression puzzled. Why are you saying this to me at this time, junior brother? Are you trying to ruin my resolve? His words made Zhao Bingxian feel familiar. After thinking carefully, Zhao Bingxian remembered that this was what Chu Mingyu said when he reprimanded Li Chuan the first time they met. He suddenly understood why Li Chuan would use words to hurt him at this moment. At that time, senior brother's words were indeed inappropriate. But you should have felt the attitude I had towards you last time, junior brother. I have already shared my cultivation insights with you. Why are you still being so calculating? Do you think junior brother is foolish? If it weren't for your desire to enter the Seven Elders' Peak, you wouldn't be so sincere with me. Senior brother, why are you still so childishly innocent, thinking I would really forget the unpleasantness from back then? Li Chuan, how can you say I'm ruining you? If you can be easily ruined, it only shows that your resolve isn't firm. And you still need to practice. What do you mean? Zhao Bingxian didn't want to ask, but his mouth was quicker than his brain. What else could it mean? From senior brother's expression, it should be obvious. Actually, it's nothing. Just kiss and hug senior sister first, then loosen her belt, take off her clothes. No way. Zhao Bingxian's eyes turned red, shaking his head repeatedly. Even if junior sister has to choose, she wouldn't choose you. Look at you. Which junior sister would choose you? With limited lifespan, and only in the chi refining 3rd or 4th level. Have you reached the 4th level? His words suddenly got stuck. It seemed he just realized that Li Chuan was not only at the 4th level of chi refining, but his entire demeanor was also different. Dressed in a white robe and white boots, he didn't look so lewd anymore. Although he wouldn't be described as having an immortal aura, he did have a certain quality of a cultivator. Of course, the signs of aging still remained. Why do you think senior sister wouldn't choose me? Li Chuan said smugly. Oh, I forgot to tell senior brother, after you spoke ill of me, that very night I was already with senior sister. By the way, it was you who told me about the hunting mission with senior sister. Thanks to you, I was able to find her so quickly. And during these days, you don't really think that senior sister and I went to help senior sister Chuxian, do you? In fact, senior sister has been living with me all along. Do you know why she chose to stay with me? It's for my convenience. What it means to kill someone and break their spirit. Li Chuan is doing just that now. To deal with cultivators, it's not always necessary to harm their bodies. Destroying their Dao heart is even more effective. Injuries will heal over time, but if the Dao heart is destroyed, it's ruined for a lifetime. Speaking of which, Li Chuan and Zhao Bingxian don't have any deep grudges. In fact, he even slept with Zhao Bingxian's Dao companion. He is not a petty person, But he is also not magnanimous. Since he can take the opportunity to settle the score, why not? Fool, you've successfully angered me. Zhao Bingxian suddenly struck towards Li Chuan with a palm. As a 10th layer qi refining cultivator, he shouldn't have to endure the anger of a 4th layer qi refining cultivator like Li Chuan. However, a jade hand suddenly reached out, blocking his strike. Senior sister. Zhao Bingxian looked at Chu Mingyu with a grim expression. You've successfully established your foundation. His expression became even more unsightly. Junior brother Zhao, you should now call me senior sister. Chu Mingyu smiled. That smile was so familiar. Yet at this moment, Zhao Bingxian saw it, but his heart ached faintly, and he suddenly felt a bit scared. Just then, Li Chuan reached out and wrapped his arm around Chu Mingyu's slender waist. Bastard, let go. Zhao Bingxian, furious, struck at Li Chuan again. He had to show some response for embracing his Dao companion in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a qualified Dao partner. However, Chu Mingyu intervened again, blocking him. Junior brother Zhao, if you continue to be unable to control your emotions like this, you are destined to have no hope of establishing your foundation in this life. Zhao Bingxian originally wanted to speak, but he heard Chu Mingyu say, I have now successfully established my foundation, and I thank you for accompanying me on my journey over the years, junior brother Zhao. I think our fated relationship has come to an end. What do you mean? Zhao Bingxian's lips trembled. What do I mean? Li Chuan, watching from the side, was gloating. Senior brother, can't you understand such a clear meaning from senior sister? What she means is that you are no longer Dao partners. She has kicked you to the curb. Chapter 26, Senior brother, don't look, it's about breaking the Dao heart. Zhao Bingxian asked if Chu Mingyu would not wait for him, and she looked at him, her beautiful eyes filled with laughter. Junior brother, I remember the first time I met you. You were already at the 6th layer of qi refining, and your heroic posture when you killed the demon beasts is still fresh in my mind. At that time, I thought, how wonderful it would be to become Dao partners with you. Junior brother, my goal has been achieved. What about you? Senior sister, you must wait for me. I can already feel the threshold of establishing my foundation. Chu Mingyu shook her head. You are cultivating too slowly. You are destined to be just a trivial passerby in my long journey as a cultivator. Chu Mingyu said, when did I say I would choose him? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Bingxian almost spat out blood. Generally speaking, both parties in a fated relationship are called fated friends. Occasionally establishing a fated relationship can be said to be both parties exploring the Dao, but if one establishes a fated relationship solely for spirit stones, they will be labeled as fated slaves, which is not a good term. He suddenly turned to Zhao Bingxian and said, Senior brother Zhao, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but how can a heartless actor and an ungrateful person have feelings for senior sister Mingyu? This is a serious taboo. No wonder senior sister Mingyu dumped you. You deserve to be dumped. Li Chuan smiled. With senior sister's temperament, she should be able to withstand the term slut. Usually, Li Chuan and Chu Mingyu would joke around, so this was just a small matter. Therefore, even though she was humiliated by Li Chuan in front of her former Dao partner, Chu Mingyu wasn't particularly angry. With such a temperament, why worry about not achieving the Dao? You are going too far. Zhao Bingxian called out his sword, seemingly wanting to attack Li Chuan. Of course, with Chu Mingyu there, he wouldn't be successful. Chu Mingyu looked disappointed and said to him, Junior brother Zhao, attacking fellow disciples without reason will result in severe punishment, especially since you acted out of emotions. You must understand that the sect most forbids disciples from being emotional. Although what junior brother Li Chuan said was unpleasant, it was indeed to help you break free from your desires. If today you can control your anger, then the time to establish your foundation will surely not be far away. Otherwise, when the day comes that I transcend tribulations and form my infant, you will still be at the 10th layer of qi refining. Li Chuan nodded repeatedly from the side. Senior sister Mingyu is right. In fact, senior brother Zhao, if you want to continue being Dao partners with senior sister Mingyu, it's not impossible. Zhao Bingxian immediately looked at Li Chuan, his gaze containing some inquiry. Unfortunately, he was destined to be played by Li Chuan. Li Chuan smiled. Senior brother Zhao only needs to spend some spirit stones. Previously, I found senior sister to establish a fated relationship for 21 spirit stones for half an hour. Now that senior sister has established her foundation, the price should be higher. He turned his head to ask Chu Mingyu, by the way, senior sister, what is your price now? Chu Mingyu smiled. Since I have already established my foundation, the spirit stones should at least double, right? Li Chuan nodded. That means 1,000 spirit stones can get you a day as a Dao partner with senior sister. Senior brother Zhao, Work hard to earn spirit stones. Seeing Chu Mingyu calmly stating the price for establishing a fated relationship, Zhao Bingxian felt as if the sky had fallen. Is this still his pure and elegant Dao partner? He has gone mad. You fool, are you crazy? He pointed at Li Chuan and shouted, 1,000 spirit stones for a day. Can I cultivate well with these spirit stones? Too expensive. He felt it was too expensive. Li Chuan, does senior brother think the price of 1,000 spirit stones is high? Zhao Bingxian, isn't it? Li Chuan, where is 1,000 spirit stones high? Senior sister is a foundation establishment fairy. With her looks, you can hardly find many in the entire Yin-Yang Sect. Li Chuan reached out and pinched Chu Mingyu's chin, sighing. If senior brother thinks 1,000 spirit stones is too much, then you should reflect on yourself. Have you worked hard on tasks over the years? And has the amount of spirit stones you earn each year increased? Zhao Bingxian felt aggrieved, but didn't he know how to refute? After all, he really didn't have many spirit stones. However, what was even more frustrating was that Li Chuan actually kissed Chu Mingyu right in front of him. Chu Mingyu, meanwhile, cooperated without any resistance. Even when she was with him, he had never seen her so proactive. He stood there with his sword, looking like a fool, staring blankly as Li Chuan unfastened Chu Mingyu's belt. Suddenly, Chu Mingyu waved her hand in agreement, sending Zhao Bingxian out. At the moment the door closed, Zhao Bingxian seemed to see Chu Mingyu's clothes slipping off. This is my room, Zhao Bingxian muttered. His room, his Dao partner, his bed. His Dao heart shattered and reassembled and shattered, this cycle repeating. He didn't know how long had passed when the door opened. Hey, senior brother, you're still here. Seeing Zhao Bingxian still there, Li Chuan seemed a bit surprised. This is his room. Chu Mingyu walked out from behind Li Chuan, still as pure and beautiful as ever. At least she looked that way. Senior sister, you too. Why didn't you say so earlier, making Zhao senior brother stand outside for so long? Li Chuan chided, then tossed a spirit stone to Zhao Bingxian. The spirit stone hit Zhao Bingxian and bounced to the ground. What do you mean by this? Zhao Bingxian questioned Li Chuan. Occupied the senior brother's room. Of course I have to pay rent. I think senior brother can treat this as a business, charging 1 spirit stone for each room rented out. If he rents it out 100 times, he can then approach Sister Li. Chuan laughed heartily as he embraced Chu Mingyu and soared into the air. I noticed that senior brother remained motionless. Is his Dao heart not yet stable? As for me, my Dao heart is incredibly stable now, and my entire being feels smooth and free. Senior brother might as well learn from me, go with the flow, and walk his own path. Suddenly, Chu Mingyu spoke. Junior brother Zhao, you'd better not listen to junior brother Li Chuan. Junior brother Li Chuan paid over 50,000 spirit stones when he entered the sect, and in just half a month, he has earned over 5,000 spirit stones. He has the ability to do as he pleases. Chapter 27. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. I know it's dirty, but this is the world of cultivation. The cruelty of cultivation is everywhere, but outside it's mostly about killing and seizing treasures, risking lives for cultivation. In fact, the things Li Chuan saw online before were right. Women only affect the speed of cultivation. In the Yin-Yang Sect, it's impossible to leave women behind, but one must not keep them in their hearts. He fell into doubt about his own charm. It felt as if a voice inside him was telling him that he was not good enough. Zhou Hanlin, a disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement, could have Hu Min, a companion at the 7th level of Qi refinement, precisely because of his excellence. This is the reality of the Yin-Yang Sect. Being weak is the original sin. Weakness is wrong. They say that a day as a couple is worth 100 days of kindness. Sister, you don't feel sorry for brother Zhao at all. If a woman like Chu Mingyu were in my past life, I can't imagine how many people would scold her. Fortunately, this is the world of cultivation. It's just how it is. He has come this far, so he can't be an outcast, right? Chu Mingyu smiled. Junior brother is already at the 4th level of Qi refinement. How can you still say such things? Where in the Yin-Yang Sect are there couples? Even if it's you, junior brother Li Chuan. If there comes a day when you can no longer provide spirit stones for sister, she won't let you take advantage of her either. Saying this, she turned around and actively embraced Li Chuan's neck, giving him a kiss. When they parted, Li Chuan couldn't help but say, Sister, you're really bold. Then I wonder if sister knows any other bold sisters like you. Introduce a few to your junior brother. Li Chuan saw in Chu Mingyu what a femme fatale truly is. Isn't this just the image of those beautiful women in stories who bring disaster to the country? They know how to lower their status, be willing to lose face, and understand how to win people's hearts. Li Chuan was truly glad that he could earn spirit stones. Manager Chow, it's him, that old man. A sudden shout caught the attention of Li Chuan and Chu Mingyu, and the two looked in the direction of the sound. Li Chuan remarked that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, and upon looking, he realized it was the middle-aged spirit field owner in gray whom he had encountered while picking spirit herbs in the first small world. Besides him, there was also a middle-aged man in black and other spirit field owners. Of course, there were also the administrators of the first small world, including Chao Tianyang and others. Seeing this situation, Li Chuan almost immediately understood what was happening. These guys had come out in full force to wait for him. This was the only exit for the outer disciples' residences, and all outer disciples had to enter and exit from here. The middle-aged man in black shouted. And Chao Tianyang and others immediately rushed over excitedly. After squatting for so many days, they finally caught someone. However, Chao Tianyang quickly noticed something was off. He found Li Chuan somewhat familiar. Soon, he remembered that this was the old man he had seen chatting and laughing with senior sister Chu Xian at the 7th Elder Peak last time. Although Li Chuan wasn't wearing that flowing white robe last time, he remembered that unique aura very clearly. So this is what the perverted old man looks like. To be honest, whether in the Yin-Yang Sect or other sects, any old cultivator should at least look like they have the demeanor of a celestial being. So although Chao Tianyang knew what perverted meant and what an old man was, he had never seen a perverted old man before. Last time he thought Li Chuan had a unique aura, but he couldn't quite describe what made it unique. It was only now that the words perverted old man took shape in his mind. Suddenly, his heart sank. How could this be? Li Chuan's connection with Chu Xian clearly indicated that he was not an ordinary disciple. And when he saw who Li Chuan was holding, he was stunned again. How could he not recognize Chu Mingyu? Everyone knew that Chu Mingyu's partner was the outer sect's prominent figure, Zhao Bingqian. Although they were both at the 10th level of qi refinement, if Chao Tianyang competed against Zhao Bingqian, he would definitely lose. And when he sensed that Chu Mingyu's aura was extraordinary, Chao Tianyang was even more shocked. This disciple at the 4th level of qi refinement, Li Chuan, was actually holding onto the stunning Chu Mingyu. Before he even flew to Li Chuan's side, Chao Tianyang turned around and slapped the gray-clothed middle-aged man across the face, scolding, "You're so disrespectful. Don't you know to call your senior brother? I see you've been farming so long that you've gone stupid." The gray-clothed middle-aged man, Manager Chow, was stunned by the slap, covering his bleeding mouth and saying in confusion, "It was he who dug up your spirit herbs, Manager Chow." The others also stopped, and those who were quick-witted already sensed that the situation had changed. The originally aggressive group, when faced with Li Chuan's gaze, all revealed friendly smiles. Slap. Chao Tianyang slapped the gray-clothed middle-aged man again and huffed. "I can't understand what nonsense you're talking. You disrespect your senior brother and violate sect rules. You should be punished. Several junior brothers, take him to the discipline hall." Immediately, several people rushed forward, quickly covering the gray-clothed man's mouth and dragging him away. The middle-aged man in black and the other spirit field owners only then realized that the situation had changed. In fact, they were brought here to identify someone, but now with Chao Tianyang's actions, they were left speechless. They were afraid that Chao Tianyang would turn on them next. Fortunately, after slapping the gray-clothed middle-aged man, Chao Tianyang smiled at Chu Mingyu. "Let us show Sister Chu the results. This guy is a tenant of the spirit field I manage in the first small world. Originally brought here to learn about spirit field cultivation. However, I didn't expect him to be so unruly, a mere 1st level qi refinement, daring to disrespect this 4th level brother. As a senior brother, I will definitely discipline him well when I go back. By the way, congratulations to Sister Chu on successfully establishing the foundation. Sister Chu is truly a genius of our outer sect. If I remember correctly, when Sister Chu entered the sect, I was already at the 10th level of qi refinement. The first time I saw Sister Chu, I knew she was extraordinary. But I didn't expect Sister Chu to progress so swiftly in her cultivation. It truly makes us feel ashamed. Junior brother is being polite." Chu Mingyu smiled and responded, then looked at Li Chuan. This group had come for Li Chuan, so naturally, they were watching his attitude. Chao Tianyang had a beaming smile as he looked at Li Chuan. Everyone knew what was going on. Chapter 28 Senior brother recommended a partner to be my guard. Thank you, thank you." Li Chuan had a smile on his face and didn't say much. Only saying, "So it turns out senior brother has already reached the 10th level of qi refinement. I thought you hadn't entered the qi refinement realm yet from the way you just slapped those two." He patted Chu Mingyu. "Let us go, sister." I still need to find Sister Chu Xian at the 7th Elder Peak, so let us not waste time here. Li Chuan's words implied that he thought the slaps were too light. Now that Li Chuan had conveyed his meaning, he was waiting to see how they would choose. In any case, Li Chuan didn't necessarily have to cause trouble for him in the future. Relationships, of course, need to be maintained. Especially since he wanted to know whether the mind Feng Lin encountered was a spirit stone mine or a spirit vein. Originally, I thought it would take action, but Chao Tianyang admitted defeat first, which saved him some trouble. Otherwise, why do you think he exchanged contributions for precious armor and swords? It was all to prepare for a fight. Upon inquiry, I found out that not only the disciples of the 7th Elder, but all elders, elder disciples, and the disciples of the sect leader, as well as most of the inner sect disciples, had been mobilized to eliminate the enemy. The reason was that He Feng Lin was harmed by the Yin-Yang Sect, and they were going to help He Feng Lin regain his honor. Of course, this was the official line for the disciples. Given the scale of the Yin-Yang Sect's mobilization this time, I felt there was a high possibility it was related to the spiritual vein. What I didn't expect was that Imo Xiangling was also absent. Sister Imo was called to account for the first-level items and would probably take some time to return. Zhou Hanhua said to Li Chuan. Although Imo Xiangling was not a spiritual planter, she was in management and was responsible for overseeing people. During this time, he and Hu Min had been anxiously waiting for Li Chuan. They had originally planned to follow behind Li Chuan to pick up any leftovers, but unexpectedly, Li Chuan had gone missing for more than half a month. This left Hu Min in a dilemma, wanting to take on other tasks but afraid Li Chuan would suddenly return. With the delay, Hu Min had been idle in the task hall for more than half a month, occasionally feeling bored. She would take on tasks in the task hall to organize the warehouse. There weren't many spirit stones, and it was tiring. So she almost gave up waiting for Li Chuan. Today, she went to the warehouse again. After Zhou Hanhua left, he did not immediately go to find the assessment personnel for Li Chuan, but first informed her that Li Chuan had appeared. When Hu Min arrived at the task hall, she saw Zhao Mingxian and Li Chuan whispering to each other. She pretended to be nonchalant and walked over to Zhou Hanhua's workstation. Little did she know, Zhao Mingxian had already started bad-mouthing her the moment she appeared. Junior brother Li Chuan, there's something very important I need to tell you, but you mustn't let anyone know, Zhao Mingxian said in a low voice. Please go ahead, senior brother, Li Chuan replied, but his gaze followed Zhao Mingxian's to Hu Min. Hu Min was turned sideways towards them, bending slightly at the waist, with her elbow resting on the table and her hand supporting her face, creating a beautiful arc with half of her body that was quite pleasing to the eye. You need to be cautious of Sister Hu Min. Zhao Mingxian's words made Li Chuan retract his gaze from Hu Min's figure. Cautious of her? What do you mean? Li Chuan asked in surprise. Zhao Mingxian explained. You may not know, but Sister Hu Min often follows behind some less powerful but experienced spiritual planters to snatch the spiritual herbs they just dug up. He quickly recounted the incidents where Zhou Hanhua and Hu Min had previously teamed up to rob spiritual herbs. After listening, Li Chuan was somewhat surprised and praised. That's indeed a good way to make quick money. Senior brother Zhou is quite talented for thinking of this. Zhao Mingxian snorted. Junior brother Zhou and sister Hu Min have indeed made quite a bit of spirit stones using this method. Otherwise, Sister Hu Min might still be at the early stage of Qi refining 6th layer. I suggest you find someone to protect you next time you go looking for spiritual plants. If you don't have suitable personnel, I can recommend someone. Li Chuan thought Zhao Mingxian wouldn't be so kind and surely had ulterior motives. Oh, who do you recommend, senior brother? Li Chuan asked curiously. Zhao Mingxian replied, my partner, Sister Xiling. Although Sister Xiling is only at the Qi refining 6th layer, her brother is an inner sect disciple. With her protecting you, Sister Hu Min wouldn't dare do anything to you. You just need to give Sister Xiling 20% of your earnings, and I'll persuade her for you. She usually doesn't take on such escort tasks, but with my relationship with her, she will definitely agree. Li Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Were spirit stones so easy to earn that they were asking for 20% right off the bat? Let me think about it, junior brother, he said, pretending to hesitate. Naturally, he wouldn't give anyone 20%. He mainly wanted to get to know Zhao Mingxian's partner since he currently had few senior sisters and junior sisters to know. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to approach every senior sister or junior sister he met and ask if they were looking for a romantic relationship, right? It would be like in his previous life, where he would approach a woman and ask if she was interested in a casual fling. Even if the other party was a prostitute, they would still curse him out. While the two were talking, Zhou Hanhua had already returned with 3 old men. These 3 old men were there for Li Chuan's assessment as a spiritual planter. They were much older than Li Chuan, They were genuinely old men, not like Li Chuan, who was merely aging due to the end of his lifespan. Li Chuan followed them to the assessment hall. The assessment was actually quite simple. It involved identifying spiritual plants and answering some questions about spiritual land identification, spiritual seed cultivation, and spiritual plant planting. These were not major issues for Li Chuan. And in the end, he successfully obtained a first-level spiritual planter certification jade token. With the certification in hand, he could go to related spiritual plant small worlds to undertake tasks. There were many types of small worlds, roughly divided into those dominated by demonic beasts, those focused on spiritual plants, and mixed ones with both demonic beasts and spiritual plants, as well as those inhabited by living beings. Other small worlds inhabited by living beings were generally quite large, and places like the Minshan branch sect had little hope of being conquered. But such small worlds were rare and difficult to encounter. As for other types of small worlds, there were many varieties: chaotic, empty, toxic, and lacking spiritual energy, all of which were of no value. Chapter 29. No, senior brother, are you really letting sister come? Li Chuan, with abundant practical experience, naturally had no interest in small worlds mixed with demonic beasts and spiritual plants. After becoming a spiritual planter, he realized that there were quite a few tasks for spiritual planters to earn contributions in small worlds. These spiritual plants, due to being poisonous or not beneficial to cultivators, could not be sold for spirit stones. Another major category was the excavation and development of spiritual land, whether it was spiritual fields or spiritual soil. Many were not naturally formed. Finding where there is water underground is a technical job. Spiritual planters need to identify where there is spiritual energy underground, then draw it up and, based on needs, turn it into spiritual fields or spiritual soil. This is what Li Chuan's spiritual planting technique is used for in identifying spiritual fields. However, because the technique for identifying spiritual fields is too difficult to master, few people take on such tasks. First-level spiritual land identification is at level 8, which is sufficient for him to identify most first-level spiritual lands. These tasks for purchasing spiritual plants, once completed, yield more spirit stones or contributions than simply selling spiritual plants. However, it doesn't matter, after all. The most expensive spirit-absorbing grass is not in demand, so the loss is not significant. Whether it's spiritual plant removal or spiritual land excavation, specialized tools are needed, but fortunately, Li Chuan had saved some spirit stones to establish a romantic relationship with Imo Xiangling. Small World No. 43 is a first-level spiritual planting world that the Yin-Yang Sect just opened this year, filled with numerous spiritual plants, and likewise, many dangers. This is also one of the reasons why a spiritual planter certification is required to enter. These aggressive spiritual plants are very good at disguising themselves. If you don't recognize them, you won't know how you died. Small World number 43 is located about 20 miles away from the Yin-Yang Sect's main gate, which is slightly farther compared to Small World number 1. This is also a characteristic of small worlds. Unopened small worlds are independent entities wandering in the void, but they need spiritual energy for nourishment, so they tend to move towards places with spiritual energy. In other words, there must be small worlds in the void surrounding spirit stone mines and spiritual veins. This is also why over 40 small worlds have now been discovered around the Yin-Yang Sect, because there are spiritual veins here. There is no passage between the small world and this world, but when cultivators discover them, they can forcibly open a passage through special means. The small worlds also have a natural ability to avoid each other. They seem to know that they cannot be close together. Therefore, when a small world can no longer wander around due to the opening of a passage, there generally won't be other small worlds nearby. This is also the reason why the 43rd small world is more than 20 miles away from the Yin-Yang Sect. Due to the distance from the sect, there are more than a dozen disciples stationed in the 43rd small world. However, their strength is not high. They are all in the chi refining stage. It is not easy to destroy the passage of a small world, and the experts within the Yin-Yang Sect will not give others the chance to destroy it. These stationed disciples are mainly there to deal with the occasional wandering beasts. If there are strong enemies, they still need to rely on the seniors within the sect. For those seniors, a distance of more than 20 miles is not considered far. After Li Chuan presented the task token, he smoothly entered the small world. If one does not have a task token to enter here, a spirit planter token can also work. Shortly after Li Chuan entered the small world, Human also entered with a task token. She was not a spirit planter and was alone. so she technically should not have been able to enter unless she found a spirit planter to accompany her under the guise of a guard. However, who could blame her for having a partner like Zhou Hanhai, who is responsible for issuing task tokens? This is what they call having someone in the court makes things easier. The 43rd small world is much quieter than the first small world. In the first small world, one can see many spirit fields as soon as they enter. In contrast, after entering the 43rd small world, Li Chuan was greeted by dark green forests, rolling mountains, and a few insignificant patches of spirit fields. The abundance of spirit plants is also a factor that affects the cultivation of spirit land. This is because spirit plants not only absorb spiritual energy from the air, but also from underground. Spiritual energy underground does not flow in a fixed direction like dark rivers. It is attracted by spirit plants. If there are too many spirit plants, they will scatter everywhere, seemingly not knowing which spirit plant to please. Therefore, when a small world's spirit plants are still very lush, it is difficult to cultivate spirit land. This is also the reason why the cultivated spirit land in the 43rd small world is limited. Li Chuan chose a random direction and began to fly. Hu Min appeared shortly after, but she did not fly high in the air on her sword. Instead, she chose to stay in the forest, naturally to avoid being discovered by Li Chuan. Little did she know, Li Chuan had already noticed that she was following him and even slowed down intentionally, fearing that she might not keep up. Along the way, Li Chuan occasionally dived into the forest to pick spirit plants. Hu Min was somewhat shocked to see that Li Chuan could spot spirit plants in the forest while flying in the sky. In the past, the spirit planters she followed would infer the presence of spirit plants based on their growth characteristics and surrounding environment, and after finding the target location, they would search for a long time before locating the spirit plants. This was the first time she saw someone like Li Chuan who could quickly find spirit plants. She even doubted whether she could snatch the spirit plants from him when he picked them, as his speed was too fast. The thought of waiting for Li Chuan to finish picking and then stealing all his spirit plants flashed through her mind, but was quickly dismissed. The risk of killing a fellow disciple for treasure was too great. If discovered one day, it would be disastrous with no room for retreat. However, following behind and seizing the opportunity to snatch when the other was digging, even if reported to the sect, would not be a big deal. Chapter 30. Sister. This is rash. Li Chuan not only dug up spirit plants quickly, but there was another aspect that Hu Min did not expect. That is, some of the things Li Chuan dug up, she did not recognize at all. This was a classic case of giving her an opportunity, yet she was useless. One time, she saw Li Chuan digging up a first-tier moonflower that could be exchanged for 300 spirit stones and 300 contribution points. She rushed out, but Li Chuan took off. At that moment, she was stunned and thought that Li Chuan had sensed danger behind him and thus gave up digging. In the blink of an eye, Li Chuan had already dug up the half-person-high moonflower. If it weren't for her rationality telling her that the nature of stealing was different, she would have rushed out. Following Li Chuan, Hu Min was tense the whole way. Unconsciously, she discovered a terrifying fact. Aside from the spirit plants she did not recognize, the value of the spirit plants Li Chuan had dug up along the way had already exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. With a blank expression, she looked at the sun hanging in the western sky, and for a moment, she hesitated, unsure whether Li Chuan had already noticed her. Otherwise, why was he always so fast? The sun and moon in the small world reflect the outside world and do not truly exist, but their positions are the same as outside. To be honest, while Hu Min was madly jealous of Li Chuan's speed in making money, she was also somewhat afraid. Oh, it's actually a fully grown first-tier 5 elements grass, worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Another profit. Li Chuan's muttering suddenly reached Hu Min's ears. Hu Min jolted. 1,000 spirit stones. Without any hesitation, she rushed out, determined to get the spirit grass this time. Before Hu Min even saw the thing, the sound had already arrived. Seeing that Li Chuan was already digging with the spirit hoe, Hu Min threw her spirit hoe over. This spirit hoe was not one she bought. It was borrowed from Zhou Hanhai at the task hall, and she would return it after using it for a few days. No one would say anything. The spirit hoe itself was very small and could be held in one hand, and Li Chuan caught it effortlessly. Sister Hu Min, what are you doing here? He pretended to look surprised at Hu Min. At that moment, he was squatting on the ground, and after Hu Min approached and stood in front of him, he could only see her eyes when he looked up. He couldn't help but slightly tilt his head back and then lean forward again. Hu Min didn't have time to pay attention to his strange focus. She squatted down and took her spirit hoe from Li Chuan's hands. then pushed Li Chuan's hoe aside and dug next to the five elements grass that Li Chuan had almost dug out. She recognized the five elements grass and was unable to control her excitement as she looked at the five colors hidden in the leaves before her. This single grass was worth several months of her income. Only then did she have time to address Li Chuan, saying, "Recently, some junior brothers have gone missing in the 43rd small world. I took on an investigation task to see if there are any uncontrollable dangers in the 43rd small world." Li Chuan thought that Zhou Hanhai had arranged a guarding task for Hu Min, but he did not expect it to be a reconnaissance mission. "Junior brother, this five elements grass was seen first by sister. According to the rules, it belongs to me." Hu Min did not stop her hands, and while speaking, she carefully pulled up the five elements grass. However, Li Chuan's spirit hoe pressed down on her hand. "Junior brother, what do you mean? Are you trying to snatch sister's spirit grass?" Hu Min looked at Li Chuan, her expression instantly turning cold. She had the demeanor of someone who felt it was only natural to be annoyed when encountering unreasonable people. "I was almost about to dig it out. Yet sister claims it's yours. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Li Chuan remained smiling. His smile made Hu Min feel he was easy to bully, and she did not take him seriously at all, pushing his hand aside with one shove. "First come, first served. This is a principle junior brother should recognize. If sister digs up junior brother's spirit grass and then turns around to blame him, is that appropriate? If junior brother is so unreasonable and tries to forcibly occupy sister's spirit grass, then I can only teach junior brother a lesson in the name of sister." Hu Min had a cold expression, wanting to intimidate Li Chuan. Her aura surged violently, ready to teach Li Chuan a lesson at any moment. Li Chuan's smile grew wider. "Senior sister, I'm sorry to tell you, you've picked the wrong target." Hu Min frowned slightly, pondering the meaning of Li Chuan's words when she suddenly felt the spiritual energy within Li Chuan surge. How audacious, daring to rebel against her. Seeing Li Chuan actually daring to attack her, Hu Min was furious. She had stolen so many things, and no one had ever dared to lay a hand on her. After all, her strength was well known. Li Chuan's reckless behavior made her feel disrespected. She raised her hand and slapped towards Li Chuan's face. She truly didn't take Li Chuan seriously, prioritizing a slap over incapacitating her opponent in battle. However, it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, the Yin-Yang Sect was a major sect, and even the techniques practiced by ordinary disciples were simplified versions of Earth-level techniques, which were treasures in other sections. In the same realm, the density of spiritual energy within Yin-Yang Sect disciples far exceeded that of other sects outside. Li Chuan's background had been checked by Zhou Hanha, and he was just a loose cultivator. For loose cultivators, even if they were both at the 7th layer of qi refining, Hu Min believed she could easily handle 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, Li Chuan was only at the 4th layer of qi refining, 3 minor realms below her. So how could she take him seriously? However, conventions are meant to be broken. Hu Min suddenly felt a heavy blow to her ribs, and her spiritual energy leaked out in an instant, followed by Li Chuan's withered hand pressing towards her face. "Ah!" With a cry of pain, Hu Min was pinned to the ground by Li Chuan. Her beautiful face was now closely touching the ground. Li Chuan's fingers were like iron hoops, firmly pressing her head. His palm exuding spiritual energy. If he wanted to, Hu Min's head could instantly turn to mush. Hu Min was completely dazed. She hadn't even realized what had happened before Li Chuan subdued her. "Senior sister, don't you think you're being rash?" Li Chuan said softly. Aren't you at the 4th layer of qi refining?" Hu Min's mind was in chaos. Even now, Li Chuan's aura was still only at the 4th layer of qi refining. She found it hard to understand. Chapter 31. Senior sister, here, eat grass. Li Chuan took the 5 elements grass from Hu Min's hands and turned around, sitting down on her back. Although his hands left Hu Min's head, and he was now using her as a stool, Hu Min still dared not fight back. As Li Chuan shook off the dirt from the roots of the spiritual grass, he said, "Senior sister, you still lack experience. Even though I don't have much talent, everything I've achieved today is through risking my life." Li Chuan had also seen the hunting missions that the disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect took on. Most of the missions involved targets with lower cultivation than themselves. But once they encountered opponents with slightly special methods of the same realm, they would be at a loss. That evil cultivator's strength was not strong, but their methods were strange and insidious, hard to guard against. Even Chu Mingyu, who didn't encounter mishaps, deserved praise for her rich combat experience. The combat strength of Yin-Yang Sect disciples might make some say they are overrated. Not everyone can survive hundreds of life and death trials. And Li Chuan was just a loose cultivator. Moreover, There was an undeniable fact: the cultivation speed in the Yin-Yang Sect. Disciples like Chu, although lacking in combat experience and skills compared to Chuan, could crush him directly with absolute strength. Even Min, this senior sister, was only 24 years old. Mo Xiangling was slightly older, at 28. As for why she had remained at the 10th layer of qi refining for 10 years, no one could explain it. Otherwise, how could the Yin-Yang Sect be a top-tier cultivation force, relying solely on handsome men and beautiful women? Junior brother, you can have the 5 elements grass. Just let senior sister get up. How about it? Faced with the situation, Min immediately softened her tone. Give it to me? Li Chuan laughed. Senior sister. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? You actually said to give me my things. Do you really think I don't know why you're here? Min suddenly felt the weight on her back increase and hurriedly said, Junior brother, senior sister was wrong. I didn't recognize the great mountain. I apologize. Please let me go. The cold and elegant senior sister suddenly became gentle, her tone softening. However, her hands were not so honest. Her fingers were constantly changing positions, secretly forming seals. Senior sister. How do you like my long boots? I exchanged them for 1,000 contribution points. Li Chuan took the 5 elements grass and, without warning, stepped on Min's slender hand, instantly interrupting her spellcasting. Originally, he was standing on both feet, but now one foot was already on Min's hand, meaning that most of his weight was being borne by Min's back and hand. Min let out another cry of pain, almost cursing on the spot. But with her ambush discovered, her heart sank. She felt she had no chance to resist. Junior brother, senior sister can't breathe. Please get off me. This is truly a misunderstanding. Let your senior sister get up. Can we talk slowly? The gentleness that even Zhou Hanhe had never received was all directed at Li Chuan. However, Li Chuan only replied, Can't breathe? Then hold it in. He slightly leaned down, pulled a wild grass from the ground, looked at it, then turned his head to look at Min. Seeing him looking over, Min immediately put on a pitiful expression. Her situation was indeed not good. Li Chuan was like a lump of iron, making it hard for her to breathe, and he was still moving around on her back. A piece of wild grass suddenly appeared in front of her soft lips. Looking at Li Chuan handing over the wild grass, Min showed a puzzled expression. Eat. Li Chuan told her. Eat grass. A subtle change appeared on Min's face, as she was trying hard to suppress her anger. He told her to eat grass. It was simply too insulting. Senior sister doesn't like it? Li Chuan seemed a bit confused. Min said, Junior brother, this is grass. How could senior sister possibly like it? Slap. A slap came down from above, hitting Min's face. A bright red fingerprint slowly appeared on her fair face, and Min felt stars in her eyes, followed by a burning pain. Senior sister doesn't like it? The familiar words echoed again, almost making Min think time had turned back to just now. Facing Li Chuan's condescending gaze, she hurriedly opened her mouth and put the grass in her mouth. With her pearly teeth biting down, the grass leaves snapped, and bitterness spread in her mouth. After biting off a section, Li Chuan's hand moved forward, bringing another section to her lips, and she had to open her mouth to bite again. How is it, senior sister? Is it tasty? Li Chuan asked. Min was momentarily at a loss for words, hesitating for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. It's a bit bitter. So, does senior sister think it's not tasty anymore? I see it's because senior sister hasn't eaten enough. If you eat a few more, you'll get used to the taste and find it delicious. Li Chuan stuffed the grass into Min's mouth and went to pick more. Min was suffering. Not only was her mouth bitter, but her heart was also bitter. If she had known, she would have said it was tasty. Eat quickly. Li Chuan brought the second piece of grass to Min's lips, urging her to speed up her chewing. To be honest, Min looked quite beautiful while chewing on a piece of grass. Before Min finished the first piece of grass, Li Chuan had already stuffed the second piece into her mouth, keeping her busy. Only those who have been sat on and fed grass by others know how uncomfortable it is to eat grass in that position. Is it tasty? When Li Chuan asked this question again, Min blurted out without thinking. Yes, it's tasty. If it's tasty, then eat more. Looking at the grass that Li Chuan handed over again, Min felt as if the sky had fallen. So it turns out that whether it's tasty or not, she still has to eat it, making her think she had answered wrongly just now. Junior brother, After Li Chuan slapped Min's face again, he asked, What about your senior sister? And no, nothing. Min opened her mouth, feeling wronged as she put the grass in her mouth. But a stream of clear tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. In her heart, there was only endless regret. If she had known Li Chuan was so powerful, she wouldn't have come. Chapter 32. Senior sister is very obedient. Hu Min didn't know how many pieces of grass she had eaten. Just when she felt she was about to faint, her whole body relaxed, as if a mountain had been moved away. Li Chuan stood up and said, "Senior sister, you said that eating something almost made you faint. Your body is too weak. You need to exercise more." "Is she the one who gets faint from eating?" Li Chuan walked to the side and squatted down again. Hu Min got scared and thought Li Chuan was going to feed her grass again. But she heard Li Chuan say, "This newly discovered little world is great. There are spirit grasses and spirit stones everywhere." Seeing Li Chuan with his back to her, she was stunned for a moment, then quickly climbed up. A speed talisman shattered in her hand, and she confidently thought that with the speed boost from the talisman, Li Chuan couldn't possibly catch up with her. However, just as she used the talisman, Li Chuan's voice rang out, "Senior sister, who told you to leave?" Hu Min was extremely flustered and hurriedly looked at her feet, only to see that a rope was wrapped around them. However, the rope still tightly bound her and restricted most of her spiritual energy. Hu Min crashed into the trees and fell in the dense forest. "You mustn't misunderstand, junior brother." Li Chuan came to Hu Min's side, his gaze falling on a small stream not far from Hu Min, looking bewildered. "I guess senior sister is thirsty." Hu Min also realized there was a stream nearby. After hearing Li Chuan's words, she hurriedly nodded. "Yes, junior brother is right. Senior sister is thirsty." She quickly crawled over and started drinking. Afraid, she hurriedly continued drinking. After a while, she finally stopped and weakly said to Li Chuan, "Junior brother, senior sister has finished drinking. I'm not thirsty anymore." However, Li Chuan just said, "Drink." Oh. Hu Min dared not disobey and quickly continued drinking. How could she drink so much water? She felt uncomfortable and her stomach hurt more and more. "Junior brother, senior sister was wrong. Senior sister won't dare again next time." Hu Min finally couldn't help but plead with Li Chuan. Her expression was pitiful, her eyes full of regret and pleading, clearly realizing her mistake. In contrast, Li Chuan had a beaming smile, looking at her with great interest, but his words were somewhat ruthless. "Keep drinking." Oh. With tears in her eyes, Hu Min drank again, perfectly embodying the act of enduring humiliation to survive. As the sun began to set, Hu Min didn't know how long she had crawled by the stream. Anyway, she felt dazed, and her tongue felt as if it didn't belong to her anymore. "Have you finished drinking?" Li Chuan's voice sounded. At this moment, his voice in Hu Min's ears was simply celestial music. MMM, MMM, MMM. She was already numb, and Hu Min's voice had long since changed. As she made vague sounds while frantically nodding her head, those red-rimmed eyes, moist with tears, revealed her current desire for life. "Since you're done, then don't drink anymore," Li Chuan said. "Thank you, junior brother," Hu Min said with immense gratitude. "Senior sister, I think we should talk," Li Chuan said, looking at Hu Min with a smile. MMM, 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 Hu Min hurriedly nodded. On her exquisite and cold, beautiful face, there was nothing but obedience, as if it was written with the words, "I am obedient." The warm sunlight shone on the deep pool, where a fair figure swam like a fish. Soon, an exquisite, beautiful face emerged from the water. It was Hu Min. At this moment, she had a fish in her mouth as she swam towards the shore. There stood a slightly older figure, Li Chuan. Hu Min came out of the water, knelt in front of Li Chuan, raised her exquisite face, and looked at him with a flattering expression. Li Chuan reached out, as if rewarding her, and rubbed her head, then took the fish from her mouth. "Senior sister's fish-catching skills are getting better and better," Li Chuan praised. Chapter 33. Attribute-enhanced spiritual field, returning with a full load. Changes in the sect during this time. Li Chuan accumulated 17 points of fortune, bringing him one step closer to maxing out the full classification of spiritual planting technique. Spiritual planting technique. Level 1, Level 1, 01. Level 1 spiritual field identification, Level 10. Level 1 spiritual planting, Level 1, 01. Of course, the fortune gained was just one aspect. There was also Hu Min, who came to him as a benefit, providing great convenience for Li Chuan, so he didn't have to go out all the time. Moreover, she could earn dozens of spirit stones here every day, which was much better than doing sect missions herself. Of course, she was very obedient. After Li Chuan took the fish from her mouth, she immediately obediently crawled behind him, kneeling there. After all, sitting on Hu Min as if she were a stool was not the first time for him. Since she wasn't his partner, he didn't feel bad sitting on her. Just like when he made Hu Min catch fish, forbidding her to use her hands, he didn't feel bad about that either. After the fish was cooked, he tasted it and found it quite good. After all, it was a fish infused with spiritual energy. And even eating it raw would be delicious. Her politeness of over 20 years was all used on Li Chuan in this half-month. Usually, even when encountering seniors from the sect, she wasn't as respectful as she was in front of Li Chuan. Mainly because he hadn't anticipated that this little world would have so many good things. His bag was almost full. In fact, it was mainly because his max-level spiritual plant identification allowed him to quickly find spiritual plants. In one place, he could even infer what spiritual plants were growing there just by looking at the terrain, let alone other level 1 spiritual planters. Even if a level 2 one came, getting a fraction of his harvest would be quite impressive. I listened to Junior Brother. Whatever Junior Brother says, Senior Sister will do, Hu Min flattered. Li Chuan's methods were a combination of kindness and severity. He didn't just scare her, but also let her taste a lot of sweetness. For example, the occasional spiritual fruits he fed her were worth several months of her cultivation. And the spirit stones he provided daily also allowed her to focus on cultivation for several months. Speaking of which, she had followed Li Chuan for nearly half a year, gaining about that much cultivation, just needing a little time to digest it. So her feelings towards Li Chuan were not merely fear. Amidst the fear, there was also desire. After all, strength is the foundation of everything. What does it matter if she serves as a beast of burden for Li Chuan? Once her strength increased, she would still be above others in front of others. After eating, Li Chuan and Hu Min left. The two rode a sword, with Hu Min controlling it. After all the dirty and tiring work was done by Hu Min's stop. After flying for more than half an hour, Li Chuan suddenly spoke, and Hu Min quickly stopped. Turning back, she saw Li Chuan looking towards the west. Without waiting for Li Chuan to give orders, she immediately flew over on her sword. Having followed Li Chuan for so long, Hu Min was still able to read his expressions. It turned out to be a top-notch level 1 fire attribute spiritual field. Li Chuan's gaze swept over the mountains and forests below, his face filled with joy. Ah, a spirit land with attributes. Hu Min exclaimed. Doesn't that mean my junior brother is going to make a big profit again? Generally, spirit lands do not come with attributes. Those that do are extremely rare. As far as Hu Min knew, in the Yin-Yang Sect's Minshan branch, only a third-tier spirit planter could discover a first-tier spirit land with attributes. Among first-tier spirit planters, the chance of finding a spirit land with attributes is 1 in 10,000. She knew Li Chuan could survey spirit lands, and over the past half-month, he had found 2, 1 low-grade and 1 lower-middle grade. However, she did not expect Li Chuan to be able to detect a spirit land with attributes. A high-grade fire attribute spirit land is worth 3,000 contribution points per acre, and compared to Li Chuan's speed of making money, her meager daily income felt like the gap between a farmer and a wealthy merchant. Don't worry, Senior Sister, I will reward you more when the time comes, Li Chuan said. Hu Min hurriedly replied, Thank you, Junior Brother. Although the reward Li Chuan offered was far less than what he earned, Hu Min couldn't find another opportunity to earn so many spirit stones. After landing, Li Chuan took out the special tools to draw out the underground spirit energy and handed Hu Min a recording stone to document the process. Generally, after cultivating a spirit land in a small world, one only needs to report the approximate location back to the sect to receive a reward. However, to avoid unnecessary disputes, it is best to use the recording stone to document the cultivation process. The same goes for clearing spirit plants. Some spirit plants are large and take up too much space in the Chuan bag, so the clearing process also needs to be recorded with a recording stone. As for harmful spirit herbs, they can be placed in the Chuan bag and brought back to directly exchange with the sect for contributions. Soon, a scorching aura erupted from where Li Chuan stood. The weeds on the ground gradually withered, and the trees began to smoke. Then, the trees around Li Chuan caught fire. After the spirit land was cultivated, the vegetation that originally grew there was cleared, and now everything was burning, saving the Yin-Yang Sect a step. Seeing the flames rising over a wide area, Hu Min looked around and said, Junior Brother, it's a total of 4 acres and 4 cents. 4 acres and 4 cents means over 10,000 contribution points. Even a golden core elder would be tempted. Once the spirit energy was drawn out from underground, Li Chuan flew up high and asked Hu Min, Is it recorded well? Yes, it's recorded, she replied. Then let's go back. If it were an ordinary spirit land, once the spirit energy was drawn out, it would continue to nourish the land unless someone destroyed it, and protective spirit grass would grow on the land. However, this fire attribute spirit land requires fire attribute protective spirit grass, which Li Chuan did not have. He still needed to return to notify the sect to send someone to plant it. On the way back, Chuan encountered several valuable spirit plants and delayed quite a bit of time. The originally planned direct return took him 3 days to reach. Chapter 34. The sect's unforced benefits. Every disciple of the Yin-Yang Sect had smiles on their faces, and it was clear that their spirits were high. Is there some good news in the sect? Humin wondered aloud. Yes, junior brother is right, Zhou Hanha replied. He is probably still waiting for her to bring back the spirit plants. Junior brother, you go to the task hall first, and I will follow shortly, okay? Humin cautiously asked Chuan. But if Chuan disagreed with her leaving, she wouldn't dare to go. After all, he didn't want Humin to be his partner, so there was no need to let her relationship with Zhou Hanha become awkward. He said, as you wish. The two then parted ways, with Chuan flying toward the task hall, while Humin found a place to rest. So everyone is in a good mood and taking a few days off? Zhou Shixiao. Today why are there so few people in the task hall? Chuan asked as he arrived at Zhou Hanha's counter. Seeing Chuan, Zhou Hanha's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. So it's junior brother Chuan. I wonder how your harvest was in the small world this time. He then stepped closer and asked first, junior brother Chuan. Did you encounter any dangers in the 43rd small world? I heard it's not very peaceful there. He had been harboring concerns about Chuan not bringing his partner as a guard, but also didn't he want Humin to benefit from Chuan, creating a conflicting situation. He then asked, it seems the sect has changed. What happened? He guessed it was probably related to the matter concerning Hefenglan. As expected, Zhao Mingxian excitedly said, junior brother may not know, but the sect has discovered a spirit vein and successfully occupied it. Just a few days ago, the sect leader announced that all disciples' monthly salaries would be increased by 20, and a one-time reward of spirit stones was also given to all disciples. During the Qi refining period, according to their cultivation level and contributions, they can receive between 200 to 2,000 spirit stones. Even those who have yet to enter the Qi refining stage will also receive a reward of 10 to 50 spirit stones. I received 700 spirit stones. You should hurry and claim yours, it's over there. Zhao Mingxian pointed eagerly to the center of the hall. The sect is powerful, and as disciples, they feel honored. Especially for newcomers like Chuan, experiencing the sect's generosity made him feel very proud. However, Chuan was not very happy, so they occupied the spirit vein. But why distribute spirit stones? And a 20 increase in monthly salary. More spirit stones just means more expenses. Those who had yet to encounter any sister disciples would surely raise prices. His venture into forming a partnership was just beginning, and he was already facing the first wave of price hikes. Fortunately, his ability to earn spirit stones was decent. Otherwise, he would be quite frustrated. The only one likely to be at a loss now was Chu Mingyu. Chuan had pre-deposited 3,000 spirit stones with her, and now that she had established her foundation, she could probably claim 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones. Logically, her prices should go up, but with Chuan, she couldn't raise them. She would have to wait until his deposited spirit stones were spent. Truly, life is unpredictable. However, as Chuan regained his composure, he felt a bit fortunate. If the spirit vein had been discovered a month earlier, Chu Mingyu wouldn't have needed to seek him out for forming a partnership to gather enough spirit stones to buy foundation establishment pills. He had no idea how long it would take before he could find a sister disciple in the sect to form a partnership. In fact, he might never know. Therefore, life is indeed unpredictable. Oh, right, look at my memory. Senior sister Mo is looking for you. I don't know what it's about, but you should go find her immediately. Zhao Mingxian suddenly slapped his head. He looked around and turned to Zhou Hanha, asking, junior brother Zhou, have you seen senior sister Mo? I've been busy tallying last month's tasks and didn't pay attention. Zhou Hanha shook his head, looking at Chuan, wanting to say something but hesitating. He actually wanted to ask Chuan if he had encountered Humin, but was afraid that asking would seem too deliberate. Logically, if Humin had snatched spirit plants from Chuan, the first thing he should do after coming to him would be to complain. This had been the case with other spirit planters who had been robbed by Humin. But Chuan not only didn't complain, but also appeared completely unfazed, making Zhou Hanha uncertain whether he had not encountered Humin or was simply playing it cool. Junior brother Chuan, wait a moment, I'll ask about her. Zhao Mingxian was quite enthusiastic, leaving a sentence before going to help Chuan inquire about Mo Xiangling's whereabouts. Only Zhou Hanha and Chuan were left in the hall. Seeing Chuan standing there without any intention of settling the task, he couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to settle your task, junior brother? If you're not, then I'll get back to my work. Chuan smiled and said, let's not settle for now. I'm waiting for Sister Mo, Brother Zhou. You're busy, so don't mind me. Zhou Hanhe opened his mouth, feeling a breath stuck in his chest, extremely uncomfortable. He didn't expect that Li Chuan would really not settle the task. He still wanted to see what gains Li Chuan had. Reluctantly lowering his head, Zhou Hanhe became a bit restless. He was thinking about things in his heart, feeling uneasy. After a while, Zhao Mingxian returned and said to Li Chuan, I asked them. Sister Mo went to the inner door early this morning. She is probably reporting the situation of the outer door task hall to the steward. I, Zhao Mingxian, originally wanted to say I would take you there, but as soon as I looked up, I saw Hu Min gracefully walking in from the door. His words suddenly stopped and turned into, I'll guide you, junior brother. His curiosity burned brightly, wanting to know how many spirit plants Hu Min had taken from Li Chuan this time. So he decided not to lead Li Chuan anymore. Li Chuan, upon hearing Zhao Mingxian's words, felt both amused and angry. In the sect, what road needed to be guided? Moreover, the inner door was so far. How could he guide it? No need, Brother Zhao. I can just ask myself, he said to Zhao Mingxian. The steward's office was located in the inner door task hall. He just needed to ask to go there. All right, junior brother, go quickly, Zhao Mingxian urged. He feared that if Li Chuan stayed here, Hu Min wouldn't come over. Sure enough, Hu Min walked directly to the center of the hall, where the spirit stones were distributed. After Li Chuan left, both Zhao Mingxian and Zhou Hanhe looked at Hu Min eagerly, wishing they could pull her over. If it weren't for maintaining their image, Zhou Hanhe even wanted to urge the fellow disciples distributing the spirit stones to hurry up. Hu Min also learned about the sex occupation of the spiritual veins from a passing junior sister. Hearing that there were several hundred spirit stones to collect, she was overjoyed. Coupled with the spirit stones she earned from Li Chuan, she suddenly had over 1,000 spirit stones saved up. And with her monthly salary increased by 20%, she could reach the next level even faster. The monthly salary of the Yin-Yang Sect not only included spirit stones, but also elixirs and talismans. It could be said that more than half of the resources for disciples' cultivation came from the monthly salary. Even if one did nothing, just relying on the monthly salary could allow disciples to break through, though it might take a bit longer. This is the benefit of a large sect. Seeing Hu Min walk over with a smile on her face, looking quite pleased, Zhou Hanhe quickly asked, Sister, how did it go this time? Zhao Mingxian was right beside him and did not avoid the topic. After all, he had never hidden such matters from Zhao Mingxian before. The two knew many secrets about each other, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Chapter 35. The Sect Master Summons. What a Sect Master! In front of Zhou Hanhe, Hu Min did not behave as obediently and flatteringly as she did in front of Li Chuan. Her expression was somewhat cold, and she said lightly, I didn't succeed. I couldn't beat him. Ah! Zhao Mingxian and Zhou Hanhe exclaimed in unison. Isn't he only at the 4th level of qi refining? Sister, you couldn't beat him. Zhou Hanhe clearly found it hard to accept this outcome. Li Chuan, is he really that powerful? Zhao Mingxian took a deep breath and then thoughtfully said, That's right. His appearance clearly doesn't fit the requirements of our Yin-Yang Sect, but the sect still accepted him, so he must have something special about him. It's not surprising that he could defeat Sister at 3 minor realms. No wonder Li Chuan didn't want his partner's protection. It turns out he was confident in his own strength. But isn't he a loose cultivator? How can a loose cultivator be so powerful? Zhou Hanhe suddenly thought of how Hu Min and Li Chuan returned one after the other and couldn't help but ask Hu Min, By the way, sister, why did you come back so late? Hu Min replied, It's because Li Chuan blocked the exit and wouldn't let me leave. So I could only wait for him to leave before returning. He could never have imagined that Hu Min was actually lying to him. During this time, Hu Min had devoted herself entirely to Li Chuan, wholeheartedly accepting his teachings. However, when Li Chuan saved He Feng Lin last time, the disciples guarding the inner and outer door exits recognized Li Chuan. Having saved the direct disciple of Elder 7, he naturally couldn't be treated as an ordinary outer disciple. So when Li Chuan later entered the inner door, no one questioned him about what he was going to do. He was simply let through. Those of them who were in charge needed to queue up and register their reasons before they could enter. Qi refining stage disciples were at most just a bit more than foundation establishment disciples. The reason for this is that the cultivation speed of Yin-Yang Sect disciples is too fast, and the proportion of those entering the foundation establishment stage is relatively high, while the lifespan of foundation establishment disciples is longer than that of Qi refining disciples. It's similar to the venues in Li Chuan's previous life that hosted events. Vast and spacious. It must be said that the professionalism of Yin-Yang Sect disciples is quite good, even if the other party is a foundation establishment disciple. Even if they might look down on Li Chuan's appearance in their hearts, they must still do their best in their positions. Of course, they are also quite skilled at engaging in some under-the-table dealings. Under the guidance of that disciple, Li Chuan arrived in front of an ancient-looking door. After reporting, that disciple let Li Chuan in and then left. Once inside, Li Chuan was somewhat surprised by the scene. He saw about 10 people seated on both sides. One person sitting at the head, and various spirit fruits placed on the tables beside them, with strands of spiritual energy floating in their teacups. The ground was littered with fruit peels. Are they having a tea party? Mo Xiangling sat at the leftmost position, and as soon as Li Chuan arrived, he bowed to her, Sister Mo. Then he bowed to the other people present and to the person at the head, outer disciple Li Chuan. Greetings to the steward brother and all the steward brothers and sisters. The others in the room were all handsome men and beautiful women, all of whom were good-looking, except for the steward at the head, who looked ordinary. In the Yin-Yang Sect, where appearance is quite important, he could be considered an anomaly. Li Chuan knew who he was, Zhao Deshang. This name is quite common, but he is the sect master's disciple. This makes it easy to understand why he is the most powerful person under the elders. After the greetings, Li Chuan looked at Mo Xiangling again and asked, I wonder what matters Sister Mo has for me. He originally thought Mo Xiangling would meet him alone, but now she called him in. So it seemed it wasn't Mo Xiangling looking for him. Sure enough, Mo Xiangling said to him, It's not that I want to find you. It's the sect master who wants to see you. Oh, what does the sect master want with the disciple? Li Chuan asked, as he could roughly guess some things. Steward Zhao Deshang said, Junior brother Li Chuan, you saved Junior brother He from Elder Seven's peak this time, which is a great merit. If it weren't for you, Junior brother He might have died, and we wouldn't have been able to find the spiritual vein. Such a great merit naturally deserves a reward from the master. You should come with me to see the master. As he spoke, he stood up, truly decisive. Yes, steward brother. Li Chuan was taken aback for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly followed. As Zhao Deshang was leaving, he said to everyone in the room, Remember to clean up the trash after you finish eating. His words made Li Chuan unable to help but think. Are these guys openly eating the sect's spiritual food under the guise of holding a meeting? It must be said that managing in the Yin-Yang Sect is quite enjoyable. When Zhao Deshang brought Li Chuan into the sect master's great hall, Li Chuan was once again shaken. The spiritual energy in the great hall was simply too rich. What shocked Li Chuan even more was that there was actually a gathering spirit formation in the central position of the great hall. The spiritual energy within the formation had already formed a mist, and the spiritual energy in the hall was emanating from inside. Are they working while cultivating? How hard working? Or is it that they set up a gathering spirit formation under the guise of work, using public resources for private gain? In the mist, there were faint shadows of people, seemingly more than one. One of them was undoubtedly the sect leader, but who was the other? Was it just one more person or several? Li Chuan widened his eyes, trying hard to see clearly through the spiritual mist, wanting to observe how the leader was cultivating. Chapter 36. Role. Unfortunately, Li Chuan did not possess the ability to pierce through the mist. No matter how hard he looked, he could not see clearly what was inside. As the saying goes, what cannot be seen is always in turmoil, which made Li Chuan anxious. He really wanted to smash some spirit stones to ask the leader to clear the mist. He wanted to learn from the leader's cultivation experience. What you see in front of you is a top-tier 4th grade gathering array. The 4th grade corresponds to the nascent soul stage. Although the Minshan branch has hundreds of core formation cultivators, both the sect leader and the elders are at the core formation stage because those at the nascent soul stage can go to branches with better spiritual veins or even the main sect. Therefore, this top-tier 4th grade gathering array is practically a divine artifact in the Minshan branch. Li Chuan really wanted to tell him, why not ask your master to let you in for a bit? After all, there isn't just one person inside. Master, I bring my outer sect junior brother Li Chuan to pay my respects. Zhao Deshang stood in the hall and saluted the gathering array. Li Chuan imitated him. Outer sect disciple Li Chuan pays respects to the sect leader. A deep voice came from the gathering array. Li Chuan, the sect was able to discover the spiritual vein this time, and you contributed significantly. My Yin-Yang Sect has always been clear about rewards and punishments. While listening, Li Chuan silently calculated in his heart. Each type of pill, 100 pieces, seemed not much, but with the quantity, it added up to at least several thousand spirit stones. After all, the pills for cultivation are not necessarily better when of higher quality, but should be chosen according to one's realm. From the quantity of these pills, one can also see how terrifying the resources consumed by cultivators are. Although some pills can be skipped, such as bone-strengthening pills, vision-enhancing pills, body-strengthening pills, and lightening pills, there are also considerations. If one does not have bone-strengthening, body-strengthening, moistening meridians, and refining organs when breaking through to the nascent soul and facing the thunder tribulation, they might not withstand the force of the tribulation. As for that spiritual tool, it would probably be worth 6,000 spirit stones outside, which is quite valuable. The reward given to Chuan by the Yin-Yang Sect can be said to be very luxurious. But compared to the spiritual vein, it is nothing. I see that your yang energy is currently weak, and there is too much yin energy. If this continues, problems will surely arise. You should go and get a copy of the fiery sun burning body technique and practice it together with the initial yin-yang technique. They both come from the same earth grade technique and will not slow down your cultivation speed. After hearing this, Chuan quickly thanked him. Thank you for the reward. Sect leader. He himself did not know that there was too much yin energy in his body, but after the sect leader Chuan mentioned it, he probably guessed the reason. You are aware of your situation. If you can successfully establish your foundation, I will take you as my disciple. Chuan was taken aback, not expecting such good news. He said, rest assured, sect leader, I will definitely be able to establish my foundation. Becoming the sect leader's disciple would mean he could walk sideways within the sect in the future. He understood Chuan's concerns, thinking that his aptitude was poor and fearing that he could not establish his foundation. After all, he had cultivated for over 30 years and was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. In the Yin-Yang Sect, if he participated in the rankings, he could be considered the undisputed last place. But Chuan was confident that he could establish his foundation. Firstly, the techniques he practiced before were not good, and he could not exchange for good cultivation resources, which led to a slow cultivation speed. Secondly, besides the rewards just mentioned, his ability to earn spirit stones was also strong. Even if his aptitude was poor, he could still stack up his realm with pills. Well, your confidence is quite sufficient. Go with Deshang to collect your rewards. Seeing that the sect leader fell silent after finishing, Chuan felt a bit disappointed. He did not particularly want to see the sect leader. He was curious about who was in the gathering array. Look at his damned curiosity. After leaving the sect leader's main hall with Zhao Deshang, Chuan could not help but ask Zhao Deshang, senior brother in charge, is it not restricted to only the sect leader using the gathering array in the main hall? Look at how tactfully he asked. Zhao Deshang smiled and said, of course it is not restricted. The array is controlled by the sect leader, and he can let whoever he wants in. However, the more people go in, the worse the effect of the array. Oh, so that means the sect leader and his partner are cultivating inside? Not necessarily. Sometimes there are elders and other core formation senior uncles cultivating in the array as well. Chuan's eyes immediately lit up. Senior brother in charge. How do the sect leader and the others cultivate in the gathering array? Is it dual cultivation? To be honest, I have never experienced a gathering array. Zhao Deshang laughed. I see you have not experienced the gathering array. You are more curious about how the sect leader and the others cultivate inside, right? Just by looking at the yin energy in your body, I can tell what you are thinking. Don't blame your senior brother for not reminding you. Be careful that you do not let desires breed, making it hard to control your Tao heart, and from then on, fall into the path of demons, entering the wrong way of cultivation. Got it. I've been educated. But Chuan was still not disheartened. So, senior brother, how do the sect leader and the others cultivate in the gathering array? Zhao Deshang smirked. How would I know? I have never been in there. Every time I see the sect leader, the gathering array is shrouded in spiritual mist, and I cannot see what is happening inside at all. Even if the scene inside is as you imagined, what does it matter? Once one reaches the level of the sect leader and the elders, their hearts are already focused solely on cultivation, unlike you, who still views things with a mundane perspective. Junior brother, this is the Yin-Yang Sect. Since you have come in, you must change your previous thoughts. Look at the rich cultivation resources provided by our Yin-Yang Sect. Yet there are still many junior brothers and sisters in the outer sect who cannot establish their foundations. Everything is because they are still troubled by mundane thoughts. When they finally see through and let go, that will be when they break through. After hearing Zhao Deshang's words, Chuan could not help but ask. Then junior brother dares to ask, senior brother in charge, have you seen through it? Of course. If my mind were not stable, the sect leader would not have let me be in charge. That's great. Senior brother, you don't know, but I have recently been keen on forming a celestial bond. Yet I am troubled by not being able to find a partner. I wonder who your partner is, senior brother? Please introduce her to me. I want to get to know her. Chapter 37. What task hall manager? Aren't I becoming a bond slave? Since Li Chuan mentioned forming a celestial bond to Zhao Deshang. The smile on Zhao Deshang's face instantly fell. Li Chuan acted as if he did not see it and continued chattering. Senior brother, I am not refusing to give spirit stones. Zhao Deshang's face turned red with anger. You want to act tough? Your Dao heart is stable. Well, let us see how stable it really is. Li Chuan feigned a confused expression. Why did senior brother suddenly get angry? Did I offend you? It's a misunderstanding, senior brother. How can you think that way? I am not that kind of person. Oh, I understand. Junior brother definitely won't be caught by you, senior brother. He pointed at Li Chuan and snorted. You brat, you are really bold. Although he had a stable Dao heart, it was not stable to that extent. Even knowing that such things would inevitably happen in the Yin-Yang Sect, as a partner, how could he not have some thoughts in his heart? In fact, junior brother was helping senior brother train his Dao heart, Li Chuan shamelessly said. Li Chuan chuckled. He did not mention that he did not plan to find a partner. If a solid Dao heart came from this, then he would rather not have it. After going with Zhao Deshang to collect the rewards, as they were leaving, Li Chuan was kicked in the butt by the still brooding Zhao Deshang. But this kick made Li Chuan think of Zhao Deshang's Dao companion. And when he later established his foundation, he would definitely want to give it a try. The sect leader, Yi Xiuwen, said he had too much yin energy in his body, but he didn't care if he had a bit more. Sister Imo, I want to talk to you alone about something, Li Chuan said eagerly as soon as he arrived in front of Imo Xiangling. Imo Xiangling was currently arranging tasks for the next month. She glanced at Li Chuan and waved her hand to a few subordinates nearby, saying, You all go do your work first. If there are any problems, come find me. Come with me, she said, leading Li Chuan to the back hall. The back hall had quite a few rooms, most of which were interconnected, and compared to the inner sect's back hall, it was naturally a bit inferior. Imo Xiangling casually took Li Chuan into one of the rooms, which had a round table and square chairs, presumably a place for dining. What do you want to talk to me about? Imo Xiangling stood facing Li Chuan, her stunningly beautiful face just half a meter away from him. Looking at her smooth and flawless face, Li Chuan couldn't help but swallow hard. He hadn't noticed before, but just on the way here, he found that Imo Xiangling's belt had changed. The previous belt should have been a defensive magical treasure, and since it was replaced, the current one must be an even more powerful defensive magical treasure. If Li Chuan guessed correctly, this belt was probably something she casually took when she was counting the property at Yin-Yang Sect. Li Chuan boldly reached out and touched Imo Xiangling's belt, which was essentially her waist. Sister, this belt looks really nice. Did you get it from Yin-Yang Sect? Li Chuan said with a grin. Imo Xiangling looked down at his hand on her waist, and then at Li Chuan, seemingly surprised that he dared to touch her waist. She stared at him for a while, and, seeing that he had no intention of withdrawing, said, Junior brother, your courage is indeed growing. I wonder where you got your confidence from. But your brain is quite clever. You actually guessed that the belt is from Yin-Yang Sect. Why didn't you say it was a reward from the sect for your sister? Li Chuan laughed and replied, Intuition. My intuition tells me that sister is just that kind of person. It turns out, my intuition was right. Imo Xiangling smiled and said, My intuition tells me that junior brother wants to untie this belt. I wonder how accurate my intuition is. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Chuan's hand already moved, proving that sister's intuition wasn't wrong. However, his hand was pressed down by Imo Xiangling, and didn't he succeed? Imo Xiangling narrowed her beautiful Danfeng eyes and said lightly, Junior brother should know that offending the superior can lead to death, and even if I kill you, it would be in vain. Li Chuan replied, I just want to have a fateful encounter with you. How could that be considered offending the superior? A fateful encounter? Imo Xiangling laughed scornfully. Junior brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you are only at the 4th level of qi refining, while I am at the 10th level and can establish my foundation at any time. Why would I want to have a fateful encounter with you? This sounded familiar. The last sister who spoke to Li Chuan like this had already been humiliated by him with spirit stones. However, Imo Xiangling, with a smile in her eyes, had no intention of letting Li Chuan off. Someone like junior brother, in the mortal world, wouldn't he even be able to get a wife, let alone a beauty like sister. Her words carried a sense of pride. Junior brother may not know, but before I took on this managerial role, among the thousands of qi refining sisters in the Yin-Yang Sect, I ranked first in beauty. Even if people overlook us managers, my appearance still surpasses those in the outer sect. Many want to have a fateful encounter with me, but it's not your turn, junior brother. The words of the fairy from the Yin-Yang Sect were quite heart-wrenching, but Li Chuan felt incredibly excited. Right now, You put me down into the mud, and later, I'll push you into the ground. He waved his hand, and all the gains from the past 10 days were taken out from his Chinquan bag. Suddenly, a pile of spiritual herbs, flowers, seedlings, and trees appeared beside him. Emo Xiangling raised her eyebrows, her face showing surprise. These are the spiritual plants you found in the 43rd small world, junior brother? I initially thought I had already looked at you with new eyes, but I didn't expect to have underestimated you. Li Chuan's hand unceremoniously touched Emo Xiangling's face, speaking in a condescending tone. Sister, can it be my turn now? Cutting in line should be fine, right? This was the confidence that wealth brought. Emo Xiangling allowed Li Chuan's rough hand to touch her face, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she joked. Are these spiritual plants for me, junior brother? Li Chuan's hand paused for a moment, almost pulling at Emo Xiangling's face to say, You have such thick skin. He replied, These are for sister to look at. Emo Xiangling gave Li Chuan a sidelong glance and said leisurely, Then junior brother, you'd better not cut in line. Li Chuan said, Sister, you can't raise the price. These spiritual plants are worth at least 10,000 spirit stones and contributions. Having a fateful encounter with you is just that. It's not like I'm buying you. So there's no need for so much unless sister is willing to sell herself to me. Just a moment ago, Emo Xiangling had been quite harsh. And now Li Chuan was returning the favor. Emo Xiangling laughed. Junior brother, you really know how to dream. Li Chuan said, I've already settled all these spiritual plants in the outer sect. This is my condition. Emo Xiangling asked curiously, What kind of condition is this? You want sister to have a fateful encounter with you just because you settled it in the outer sect? If every disciple did this, would sister even have time to work? She and T expected that these spiritual plants were truly just for her to see. Li Chuan had a confident expression as he said, Sister also knows that I saved senior elder He Feng Lin from the 7th peak. What do you think if I take these spiritual plants to the inner sect's task hall for settlement? Emo Xiangling was taken aback. She really hadn't thought of this. Junior brother really knows how to take advantage of opportunities, she said to Li Chuan. If Li Chuan took them to the inner sect's task hall for settlement, then she wouldn't get any of them. It had to be said that he had really grasped her weakness. Li Chuan continued, Sister, I can refuse all the tasks in the outer sect's task hall that purchase spiritual plants. I can sell all these spiritual plants to the sect. He had thought this through very well. For those tasks that required purchasing spiritual plants, Emo Xiangling couldn't possibly take a share, as those who issued the tasks would definitely not want the spiritual plants they received to be incomplete. With Li Chuan saying this, it meant that no matter how precious the spiritual plants he found in the future, Emo Xiangling would be able to get a piece of them. Chapter 38. The Sister with the Ice Spirit Root, Harmful. Li Chuan walked out of the back hall corridor with somewhat stiff movements. His expression was strange, with satisfaction in his eyes, but his face was stiff. Hey, junior brother Li Chuan, what is wrong with you? However, as soon as his hand touched Li Chuan, he felt a chill emanating from Li Chuan's body. Why is your body so cold? Zhao Mingxian exclaimed. Seeing that Li Chuan spoke with a chill, Zhao Mingxian suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened in shock. Zhou Hanhe was talking with Hu Min when he heard this and turned back in confusion. What? Zhao Mingxuan's voice trembled, filled with anger, and even his fists clenched tightly. Then junior brother Li Chuan and sister Emo, Zhou Hanhe's eyes widened in disbelief. Where? In the back hall. Did you see it with your own eyes? Not to mention Emo Xiangling's unparalleled talent, just her stunning beauty. How many male cultivators could resist that? Now, she was actually matched with a scrawny old man. Zhou Hanhe was unwilling to believe it. She was only wondering how Li Chuan managed to win over Emo Xiangling. And this time, it seemed like Emo Xiangling had made a big profit. Li Chuan had not yet left the task hall when Zhao Mingxian, looking heartbroken, pointed and said, Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I just bumped into junior brother Li Chuan coming out of the back hall. He was icy cold all over, clearly filled with intense cold energy. Isn't this a sign that he practiced dual cultivation with Sister Emo? Zhou Hanhe gasped in surprise. This kid really took advantage of Sister Emo, but with that cold energy invading his body, he won't have it easy. Her expression turned strange. During her time in the number 43 small world, she had already noticed that Li Chuan had an excess of Yin energy in his body, but she didn't dare to tell him. Emo Xiangling was stronger than her and had stayed at the 10th level of Qi refinement for so many years. She must have much more Yin energy in her body, coupled with the characteristics of the ice spiritual root. She felt that Li Chuan was risking his life for the chance at immortality. Li Chuan had no idea about any of this. He thought that having a little more Yin energy after taking the burning sun body technique was no big deal. After all, Chu Mingyu had already established her foundation, so his chance at immortality wouldn't be affected. Little did he know he had fallen into Mo Xiangling's trap. He entered the sect late and didn't know that Mo Xiangling had an ice spiritual root. He only heard that she had great talent. He had already read the burning sun body technique on the way and hadn't had time to learn it, so he could only learn it on the spot. He naively thought he could use the burning sun body technique to counteract Mo Xiangling's cold energy, which was clearly overly optimistic. This newly learned technique couldn't be that powerful. This time, Li Chuan suffered a minor setback. Fortunately, he had a strong will and managed to endure through the extreme cold. When he left, he walked out with the posture of a victor. The spiritual plants, shadow stones, and contribution tokens had all been left with Mo Xiangling, and he didn't have time to sort things out slowly. He would just wait for her to finish and hand them over. Outside, the sun shone brightly, but Li Chuan felt no warmth. This burning sun body technique isn't very effective, he muttered angrily. It was clearly his own fault. Yet he had to blame it on someone else's technique. After taking a spirit sun pill, Li Chuan finally took to the skies on his sword, flying toward his residence. The spirit sun pill was a special medicine to increase the yang energy in the body, but generally, male cultivators wouldn't take it, as it's rare for them to lack yang energy. Yi Shouwen probably noticed that Li Chuan's yang energy was lacking, which is why he specially gave him the spirit sun pill. Li Chuan had actually taken it when he was just in the room with Mo Xiangling, but the effect wasn't very noticeable. Mo Xiangling was deliberately messing with him, knowing that his strength was lacking and activating her ice spiritual root with full force, nearly freezing Li Chuan into an ice stick. Taking too many pills at once isn't a good idea, so after returning to his residence, Li Chuan didn't continue taking any other pills. Instead, he practiced the burning sun body technique. As he operated the technique, his body gradually improved. Although he couldn't clear the cold energy for the time being, he could at least refine it. The burning sun body technique was indeed a good thing, and Li Chuan could feel warmth spreading through his body. This was probably the first time Li Chuan had focused so intently on cultivation in the Yin-Yang Sect. The grudge of being frozen was etched in his heart, and he vowed to take revenge. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. The sun shone through the window, bringing another clear and beautiful day. Li Chuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a night of practicing the burning sun body technique, his body finally stopped feeling stiff, and he could move normally. He couldn't go looking for Sister Mo today. If he did, he would definitely be frozen to death by her. He also couldn't look for Sister Mingyu. Her Yin energy was too heavy and would be detrimental to him. Now, he shouldn't seek out senior sisters who were stronger than him. It would be better to look for that little junior sister who had just joined the sect not long ago. Li Chuan mumbled to himself and finally decided to go find the little junior sister who had rejected him when he initially wanted to be more accommodating. She doesn't even have chi refinement and still acts so arrogant. Let's see how I deal with you today. Li Chuan rose up vigorously, vowing to take revenge for the initial rejection. However, just as he took 2 steps, there was a knock on the door. Strange, someone is looking for me. Li Chuan was somewhat surprised. He had no friends in the Yin-Yang Sect and had never had anyone come looking for him before. But when he opened the door and saw that stunningly beautiful face, he wanted to close the door. Sister Mo, what are you doing here? Chapter 39. Sister's Revenge, Reverse Heaven and Earth version. The junior brother seemed not very happy to see his senior sister. Mo Xiangling walked into Li Chuan's room without a care, especially after the senior sister took off her clothes. The look in the junior brother's eyes seemed as if he wanted to devour her. Her breath was not cold, but warm against Li Chuan's face. However, Li Chuan took 2 steps back with a serious expression and said, Sister, let's talk about business. Or rather, that ice is too cold, and that fire is too weak to withstand it. You should have said so earlier, junior brother. If you think your sister is dressed, then your sister will undress. As she spoke, she really began to loosen her clothes. He looked at her in exasperation. Sister, in broad daylight, how can you be so shameless? I'm embarrassed for you. I'm not embarrassed, junior brother, you're lying. She concluded. With a flirtatious glare, she was utterly captivating, but at this moment, Li Chuan felt like he was facing a viper. He knew Mo Xiangling was deliberately trying to mess with him, and he was furious. I say you're shameless. Mo Xiangling's seductive eyes widened, filled with curiosity. Shameless? What is that? Is it this? Li Chuan was still struggling. Sister, I'm not in a good situation today. Let's talk another day. It's fine, junior brother. It won't take much time. It's fine, junior brother. Your sister has a way. It's fine, junior brother. Just leave it open. We're not doing anything bad. Sister, Junior brother, don't talk. Kiss me. Mo Xiangling looked down at Li Chuan, who was wrapped in thick blankets, with frost on his eyebrows and hair, shivering. She had a smile on her face, her expression teasing. Li Chuan trembled and glanced at her, not saying a word. What can he say? Threatening words? Just wait. I'll deal with you tomorrow. Forget it. Who could tell who would deal with whom? Now this was bad. He had been stuck with her. Mo Xiangling took out a Qianquan bag and tossed it on the table, saying, a total of 14, 252 spirit stones and 35, 771 contribution points. According to your request. Junior brother, I exchanged 10,000 spirit stones for a very large Qianquan bag. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan's face darkened, so she was here to deliver things. If she was just delivering items, why drag it out? This was infuriating. After tossing down the Qianquan bag, Mo Xiangling walked towards the door. Seeing her leave, Li Chuan let out a huge sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Mo Xiangling would linger. But unexpectedly, when Mo Xiangling reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Her face blooming with a smile as she said, Junior brother, keep up the good work. Your sister will come again tomorrow. Clang. Li Chuan stumbled and fell to the ground. As he watched Mo Xiangling soar into the sky against the brilliant sun, he shouted, You might as well freeze me into an ice stick. Li Chuan felt even colder today than yesterday. Fortunately, he had barely managed to grasp the burning sun body technique. And by evening, he finally melted the frost on his body and returned to normal. However, the cold and yin energy within him were even heavier than before. This life was unbearable. He needed to go out and hide for a while. As soon as he was able to move, Li Chuan immediately left the house and flew towards the number 43 small world. Upon entering the number 43 small world, Li Chuan did not continue searching for spiritual plants, but instead found a place to continue his cultivation. After all, he currently lacks neither spirit stones nor contributions. The elixirs rewarded by the sect would last him for years, so there's no need to work so hard to make money. If it weren't for that fire spirit land being too far away, his current state would actually be quite suitable for cultivating there. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. As night fell, Li Chuan left the small world number 43. He was planning to find his little junior sister, who had yet to enter the sect. Back then, the little junior sister had ignored him, but now he wanted to make her feel unworthy of him. Li Chuan thought fiercely, flying towards the area where the unrefined Qi disciples were located under the moonlight. The disciples accepted by the Yin-Yang Sect all had good talents. As long as they were taken into the sect, there would almost never be a case of them being unable to refine Qi. It was just a matter of time. Even the lower-ranked disciples with poor spiritual roots could often find their way to the cultivation path and enter the Qi refining stage. Since only 100 or 200 disciples were accepted each year, the area where these unrefined Qi disciples lived was right next to the largest residential area of the Yin-Yang Sect, the servant disciple area. It wasn't far from the residences of disciples in the Qi refining stage like Li Chuan. However, before Li Chuan could reach there, he felt something was off. His keen senses made him feel as though someone was watching him. Staring and spying were different. He was used to being looked at by many people wherever he went due to his outstanding appearance. But now it was night. Who would be staring at him for no reason? He looked around but didn't spot anyone suspicious. Only a few scattered disciples passed by. However, not long after, he faintly heard the sound of something slicing through the air rapidly, seemingly coming towards him. His expression changed, and he looked into the distance, where he saw a stunning fairy flying towards him on a sword, her belt adorned with brilliant gems shining exceptionally bright under the moonlight. Chapter 40. Senior sister, kneel down. Junior brother has something to ask you. Li Chuan could only lament that his parents didn't give him 2 more swords. If his speed was like riding a bicycle, then Mo Xiangling was riding a high-end bicycle. After all, she was once the number 1 genius of the outer sect, a Qi refining level 10, while Hu Min, at level 7, was like 2 different characters. Li Chuan regretted it. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have wasted any rapidity talismans. Oh, junior brother Li Chuan. Can't keep up already? As soon as Mo Xiangling arrived, she started with the teasing. Under the hazy moonlight, she seemed ethereal, more beautiful than immortal. What could he say in retort? If he provoked Mo Xiangling, she might insist on serving him all night. Did he want to live like that? Speaking of which, he was also a wealthy patron. But this wealthy patron was a bit too self-disciplined. Mo Xiangling lightly pursed her lips and giggled. Junior brother is still too young. Forgetting my identity. I merely issued a small task for 1 spirit stone fragment, and those junior brothers and sisters who saw you all rushed to inform me. 1 spirit stone could generally be divided into 10 fragments. So his whereabouts were worth so little? I'm young. Li Chuan pointed at his slightly aging face and huffed. Senior sister, how old are you to say I'm young? So even though he called her senior sister, by age, he could well be her father. Mo Xiangling looked at Li Chuan in surprise and scolded. Junior brother doesn't know how old I am? So you haven't paid attention these past few days? She raised her eyes to look at him. Junior brother, remember this well. Li Chuan felt a bit numb. Could she not take things out of context? Wait, senior sister. Come here, Li Chuan said with a stern face. Okay, junior brother, I'm coming, Mo Xiangling replied, but she didn't stop. She casually placed her belt into Li Chuan's hands. Li Chuan's mouth twitched, and with a dark face, he said to her, Senior sister, kneel down. I have something to discuss with you. What a tough act to put on. Mo Xiangling laughed upon hearing this. Her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Li Chuan. Junior brother is really audacious, daring to ask senior sister to kneel. Senior sister needs to teach you a lesson. Saying that, she began to undress. Seeing the familiar scene about to unfold, Li Chuan waved his hand, and 500 spirit stones appeared on the ground. Mo Xiangling's beautiful eyes flicked over, and she said softly, a man's knees have gold beneath them. Li Chuan waved his hand again, and another 500 spirit stones appeared. Although senior sister isn't a man, Li Chuan waved his hand again, and another 500 spirit stones appeared. Mo Xiangling seemed to be momentarily stunned. Li Chuan raised his hand, throwing out 100 spirit stones that landed on the previous pile, making a crisp sound. Under the moonlight, these blue spirit stones looked exceptionally beautiful. One by one, the spirit stones slid off the pile, like gems flowing in a stream. The crisp sound of spirit stones clinking continued, and every time Li Chuan raised his hand, another 100 spirit stones were thrown out. He stared at Mo Xiangling, determined. He didn't believe he couldn't wear her down today. Humph, Mo Xiangling suddenly huffed. Seeing her brow furrowed and her pretty face stern, Li Chuan stopped, looking at her suspiciously. Why did her expression suddenly change? If just now Mo Xiangling's expression hinted that he didn't have enough spirit stones, now her expression seemed to say, you dare to insult me with spirit stones? Suddenly, Mo Xiangling moved her hand, and Li Chuan's heart tightened instinctively. Was he destined to be served today? Li Chuan stared intently at Mo Xiangling's hand, but he saw her bend down, her hand touching her knee with a puzzled look. Strange, why is my knee suddenly feeling a bit weak? She bent her knees and plopped down. Phew, Li Chuan let out a sigh of relief. She really acted it out, and so convincingly that he almost thought he was going to be a popsicle again today. However, earning money felt really good. The spirit stones on the ground were all collected into her bag the moment Mo Xiangling knelt down. In this showdown of spirit stones and knees, Li Chuan won. Now, the roles were reversed. Ordinarily, he could start lecturing Mo Xiangling at this point. But Li Chuan didn't speak. Instead, he raised his hand and threw another 100 spirit stones on the ground. The sudden appearance of the glow made Mo Xiangling pause, lifting her bright eyes to look at Li Chuan, unceremoniously collecting the 100 spirit stones into her bag. However, as soon as she finished collecting the 100 spirit stones, Li Chuan threw another 100 spirit stones on the ground. Mo Xiangling certainly wouldn't be polite, and Li Chuan threw another 100 spirit stones. As she collected, he threw. He looked down at Mo Xiangling from above, feeling immensely satisfied. Originally, when there were 2,100 spirit stones, Mo Xiangling had already knelt, but in the end, Li Chuan insisted on throwing another 900 spirit stones, rounding it up to a total of 3,000 spirit stones before stopping. As for why, it was simple. It felt great to throw them. Especially when Mo Xiangling knelt down looking puzzled and slightly pleased, it made him feel even better throwing them. A poor person's money feels like one tail can be used as two. As for the rich, they have money, as long as it feels good. They don't care if one tail is worth two or if 10 tails can only count as one. Right now, Li Chuan had enough elixirs rewarded by the sect to last him for several years. Even if he lay dormant in the sect for a few years, the resources he used would still be better than others. Moreover, he had a terrifying ability to make money. Earning spirit stones was as easy as riding a sword. Flying a few miles. Oh, spirit stones. Fly a few miles. Spirit stones. Last time in the 43rd small world. He didn't even bother to bend down and dig for spirit plants worth less than 10 spirit stones. Among the first-tier spirit plants, 99 of them are worth less than 10 spirit stones. If he were to dig up every spirit plant he encountered, his gains would be at least a few 100,000 spirit stones. Chapter 41. Having spirit stones makes one arrogant. Little Mo Xiangling, kneel down. Throwing one spirit stone at a time, throwing 10 spirit stones at a time. To be honest, there was no cost to forming a connection with Mo Xiangling. He only agreed to settle at the outer gate task hall. No need to spend spirit coins, primarily focusing on freeloading. It turns out that freeloading doesn't suit his character either. Mo Xiangling subconsciously reached out to grab the spirit stones and then cast a puzzled glance at Li Chuan, seemingly wondering why spirit stones weren't falling from the sky. In a good mood, he threw down 100 spirit stones. There was no other meaning, just pure happiness. Do you submit? Li Chuan walked in front of Mo Xiangling, stroking her smooth hair as he spoke. Li Chuan asked her, "Where do you submit?" She replied, "Everywhere." Not to mention anything else, she was at least the top of the outer gate, and she was definitely the fastest, longest, and most beautiful at kneeling. Li Chuan's hand slid through her soft hair and grabbed her stunningly beautiful face. "Ah!" Mo Xiangling cried out in pain, looking pitifully at Li Chuan. "Will you still chase me next time?" Li Chuan asked fiercely. "Look, how refreshing it is to say that I am always available. Humph. I make you an ice spirit root. Make you an ice spirit root." Li Chuan didn't hold back at all when grabbing Mo Xiangling's face. Mo Xiangling let him do it, letting him exclaim that the spirit stones were well spent. He had promised to discuss matters, but he hadn't discussed anything with Mo Xiangling at all, because the spirit stones had already spoken for him, telling Mo Xiangling everything that needed to be said. He just needed to enjoy the results. Get lost. Li Chuan kicked Mo Xiangling's butt, speaking without courtesy. Having spirit stones makes one this arrogant. Mo Xiangling's beautiful eyes were playfully angry, but she accepted Li Chuan's impolite words calmly, showing no sign of displeasure. Whatever the outer gate task hall manager was, whatever the top genius of the outer gate was, even now if Li Chuan asked her to call, she would call out a few times nicely. The fairy of the Yin-Yang Sect is so good at evaluating the situation and can lower herself, without any ties in her heart. You can say how firm her Tao heart is and whether their breakthroughs will go smoothly. The Tao heart needs to be tempered, so in the Yin-Yang Sect, female cultivators often surpass male cultivators in strength, because their methods of tempering the Tao heart are simple if it were male cultivators. Even if they knelt down and acted like dogs, how many people would pay attention to them? Li Chuan left happily on his sword. For Li Chuan, as long as he always had spirit stones, his Tao heart could remain stable. There was no possibility of it being broken. Of course, the premise is not to find a Tao partner. Otherwise, Zhao Bingxian would be a cautionary tale. Even if Zhao Deshang and other foundation-building cultivators said their Tao hearts were stable, the moment you mentioned forming a connection with a Tao partner, they would explode. In reality, their Tao hearts sometimes were as fragile as paper. Poking at their Tao partners would break their Tao hearts. Cultivating immortality is difficult, and Li Chuan truly felt sorry for other male cultivators. Arriving at the residential area of the junior sisters, Li Chuan was stopped by the managing junior sister. However, he was no longer the same as before. He threw 10 spirit stones to that managing junior sister. This managing junior sister was also very beautiful. And if Li Chuan guessed correctly, it was this managing junior sister who spoke ill of him behind his back, leading the junior sister to have a poor impression of him. He remembered this grudge and planned to get even tomorrow. Today, his goal had already been set. Changing again and again was not what he wanted. After receiving the spirit stones, the managing junior sister not only let him pass, but also personally led Li Chuan to the junior sister's door. In fact, Li Chuan came so late that the managing junior sister was also afraid he would use force. After all, Li Chuan was just a disciple at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining, and it was laughable that he couldn't find a Tao partner and ended up in the newcomer area. Chapter 42. The Outer Gate's number 1 beauty, Su Yaoyue. Li Chuan stayed in the newcomer area for a few days, and seeing that his spirit stones were running low, he realized how quickly he was consuming them. Indeed, when spirit stones are needed, one regrets not having enough. Unlike other cultivators, who would wish to use one spirit stone as if it were 10, fearing they hadn't absorbed all the spirit energy within. This time, he brought along a few new junior sisters. Although the new junior sisters had not yet reached qi refining and were not very old, they were at the level of martial arts experts in the mortal world. The dangerous first-tier spirit plants were almost all immobile, and ordinary wild beasts posed little danger to them. He provided them with some spirit talismans as protective measures in case of accidents. For these junior sisters, Being able to enter the 43rd small world was an early opportunity to gain experience. Their future paths in cultivation would be smoother. After spending nearly half a month, Chuan finally leveled up all 4 categories of spirit planting technique to level 10. Spirit planting technique. First tier, level 101. First tier spirit land identification, level 10. First tier spirit planting, level 10. After reaching level 10, he could finally start leveling up the spirit planting technique. Once the spirit planting technique reached the second tier, he could learn talisman making. The level of the spirit planting technique was not just for leveling up. It could enhance Chuan's ability to identify spirit plants and spirit lands. For a maxed out Chuan, it could further improve his identification success rate and speed. Additionally, it provided bonuses for cultivating spirit seeds and planting spirit plants. There was a chance for the quality of the spirit seeds he cultivated to improve, which could directly increase the yield of the spirit plants he planted, shorten the time required, and even lead to mutations. Chuan also inquired about planting spirit plants. The Yin-Yang Sect currently had many spirit fields and spirit soil for rent, but he calculated that even if he contracted all the first-tier spirit fields available now, he would only earn a few thousand spirit stones in a year. To be honest, he looked down on it and simply didn't care. With his current abilities, planting spirit herbs, spirit flowers, and spirit trees was naturally no problem, and he could earn even more. However, the growth cycles of these spirit plants were long. The shortest spirit herbs took 1 to 2 years, and even if he contracted all the spirit lands that the Yin-Yang Sect could offer now, it would only amount to around 10 to 20,000 spirit stones a year. He still looked down on it. The main issue was the lack of spirit land. Generally, spirit land is rented out for 20 or 50 years, and he couldn't wait for other spirit lands to expire before renting them. Therefore, his current plan was still to focus on the spirit planting small world. Once the newly occupied spirit veins were in use and new small worlds were opened, he would slowly start working on planting spirit plants. So now he wasn't in a hurry. It was just right to level up the first-tier spirit planting technique to level 10. He had also asked Mo Xiangling about the new spirit veins a couple of days ago. Mo Xiangling was too beautiful, and crucially, she wasn't like Chu Mingyu, who could often go out to play, so he couldn't help but seek her out again. Digressing, talking about the new spirit veins. According to Mo Xiangling, the seniors of the Qingzhou branch were mining for premium spirit stones in the spirit veins, and once the premium spirit stones were mined out, the spirit veins would be available for use. Speaking of which, the Qingzhou branch is considered a superior branch to the Minshan branch, as all branches in Qingzhou are under their jurisdiction, and they are also the strongest branch of the Yin-Yang Sect in Qingzhou. Mining premium spirit stones is a normal operation for major sects because premium spirit stones have the ability to form spirit stone mines and spirit veins, making them extremely precious. A top-grade spirit stone within a spiritual vein cannot possibly be protected by a sect with the strength of the Minshan branch, so excavating it is a must. Once the spiritual vein has formed, even if the top-grade spirit stones are taken away, they will simply cease to increase in quality, which will have no impact on anything else. Those top-grade spirit stones will continue to shine and radiate energy elsewhere. Therefore, Chuan's desire to develop in the branch sect cannot be rushed for now. Moreover, his strength is not strong. He needs at least to reach the foundation establishment stage and have a background after befriending the sect leader to qualify for privileges. Otherwise, even if the Yin-Yang sect's rules are strict and do not allow disciples to kill each other, there is no guarantee that someone won't harbor malicious thoughts out of jealousy over how much spirit stone he earns. Just as Chuan's gaze left the small black book, a group of people flew past them from the sky not far away. Working so diligently in the middle of the night, Chuan couldn't help but mutter. It was already midnight. He and a group of junior sisters hadn't found a cave to rest in every night. They were all sleeping in the open. He enjoyed this feeling of being close to nature, unrestrained and free, as if he had merged with the natural world. Suddenly, Chuan's eyes lit up. Among the crowd flying in the distance, a graceful figure was exceptionally dazzling. She wore a fiery red armor and held a fiery red spear. Although her appearance was not clear, the slender figure wrapped in that armor was eye-catching from afar. It was Su Yaoue, the currently acknowledged first beauty of the Qi refining stage in the outer door, Su Yaoue. Although she was somewhat isolated from the others due to Mo Xiangling managing affairs, it must be said that Su Yaoyue's position at the top was definitely well-deserved. Su Yaoue was incredibly mysterious. Although Chuan had never met her, he learned from Chu Mingyu that before joining the Yin-Yang Sect, She was a general from a small kingdom of cultivators, persecuted and hunted down, and ultimately sought refuge in the Yin-Yang Sect when there was nowhere else to turn. Chuan could recognize her at a glance, of course, because of that fiery red armor. Generally, cultivators do not wear armor, especially low-level ones, who usually wear magical garments. This is because magical armor is too expensive. Every part of the armor has formations and can serve as a defensive magical item. When connected, the protective power far exceeds that of magical garments by several times. Most low-level cultivators can barely afford their own cultivation resources. Who would buy magical armor without a reason? If they have spirit stones, wouldn't it be better to buy more elixirs to raise their realms? Are the demon beasts too strong? Then why not find weaker ones to fight? Chapter 43. What everyone in the outer door knows. But Chuan does not, however. It's different in the world of cultivation, especially for someone like Su Yaoyue. A general, when going into battle, the enemy won't let you off just because you can't afford magical armor. In fact, the worse your equipment, the more they will target you. Surviving on the battlefield is the most important thing. If you lose your life, how can you cultivate? The fiery red armor is her trademark. This was something Chuan overheard from some senior sisters in the outer door. Those senior sisters were gossiping that Su Yaoyue was a big fool for not using her contributions to exchange for resources to quickly establish her foundation instead of for magical armor. At the time, Chuan thought these senior sisters were simply jealous of Su Yaoyue's beauty. But now, Chuan was thinking more deeply. As soon as he had the thought, he immediately got up, dressed, and said to the junior sisters, "You all sleep by yourselves. I have something to do." The junior sisters were very understanding. If their senior brother was tired, he could find a place to rest first. There was no need to push himself so hard. They thought Chuan was going to dig for spirit herbs again. What little jade, or whatever, Chuan had already forgotten who it was. That is a joke. During this time, he had shared plenty of spirit fruits he had picked with these junior sisters. Unless these junior sisters surpassed him in realm first, that would be different. To be honest, there was indeed a possibility of that happening. Among these junior sisters, there were many with excellent qualifications. If nothing unexpected happened, they would indeed surpass Chuan in their future cultivation. After Chuan took off on his sword, he chased after Su Yaoyue and the others. There were quite a few of them, at least 7 or 8. Chuan knew that Su Yaoyue's combat strength was not weak, and he didn't understand why she was with so many people. Moreover, this was a small world of spirit plants, and there was no need to form a team to hunt demon beasts. Could she be a guard? This thought made Chuan pause. Although Su Yaoyue's beauty was well known, there was no rule that stated that a beautiful person couldn't be a guard. This possibility was quite high because the group was flying at a relatively slow speed, indicating that their strength was not strong. Su Yaoyue was at the 10th level of Qi refinement. No matter how slow, she shouldn't be this slow. As soon as Chuan took off, he was already noticed by Su Yaoyue. However, she only took a glance and didn't show any reaction. Encountering fellow sect members in the small world of spirit plants was relatively safe, as the strength of spirit plant masters was generally not strong. So their desire to attack was low. Before Chuan could get closer, he saw that they had already stopped. He saw Su Yaoyue attacking the ground with her long spear. Flames flickered around her. Fire's spiritual root. Chuan couldn't help but smacking his lips. Another one with a property-associated spiritual root. Such people, without a doubt, wouldn't be too weak. As he flew closer, he also assessed the strength of the few who remained suspended in the air. Several were at the 1st or 2nd level of Qi refinement, and the strongest one was at the same level as him, the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, when it came to practical combat ability, he could easily defeat this group of spirit plant masters. After all, real combat is not a game. As soon as someone dies, the remaining people will become timid, and their combat strength will greatly diminish. This group may seem numerous, but they were like a scattered sand. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" The old man at the 4th level of Qi refinement asked as he spotted Chuan. He was truly old, over 100 years old. If he didn't break through soon, he wouldn't have many years left to live. Chuan looked down and said, "I have heard of senior sister Su Yaoyue's name for a long time, but have never seen her. I didn't expect to encounter her here, so I came to pay my respects." Below, Su Yaoyue was engaged in a fierce battle with a demon tree. The branches of the demon tree were agile. Although they appeared tender, each strike carried the power to shatter stones. Su Yaoyue wielded her long spear, severing several branches in quick succession. In her dodging and maneuvering, her stunning figure was revealed. Upon hearing Chuan's words, The old man showed a look of understanding and smiled at Li Chuan. Senior Sister Su's name is known to everyone in the outer door, but she rarely appears in the outer door, so very few have seen her true form. We understand your intentions, junior brother. Li Chuan's gaze returned from the battle below to the old man, and he curiously asked, "Does Senior Sister often work with you?" The old man smiled wryly. "Senior Sister Su's fees are not low. Where do we have the financial means to frequently invite her?" Li Chuan nodded, thinking that as the first beauty of the outer door, Su Yaiyue's fees would certainly not be low. However, he suddenly realized that what he said was not about the price for a romantic encounter. But it's true that it wouldn't be cheap. No matter what the price was, it definitely wouldn't be low. "Are you inviting her as a guard?" Li Chuan asked. The group immediately looked at Li Chuan in surprise, sizing him up from head to toe. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what I said?" Li Chuan asked in confusion. He also looked himself over. He was dressed quite stylishly, obviously not a poor person. What was the problem? The old man looked at Li Chuan, deep in thought, and said, "If it weren't for the fact that this is our Yin-Yang Sect's small world, I would suspect that you are not one of us. Disciples who frequently take on tasks all know that Senior Sister Su Yaiyue specifically handles the killing tasks that everyone else finds difficult. Junior brother, you are new, right?" He looked at Li Chuan's robe but hesitated. Just as Li Chuan felt, the robe he wore and the boots he had on were clearly not ordinary. A newly admitted disciple, only at the 4th level of Qi refining, shouldn't be able to acquire such attire. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan replied with a sudden realization, "Senior brother, I don't do tasks much, so I don't know about Senior Sister Su Yaiyue. I thought you guys just happened to run into this creature." He pointed at the demon tree below. Demon trees are different from spirit trees, tree demons, and tree spirits. They possess offensive capabilities and some mobility, but lack intelligence, or rather, have very low intelligence. In contrast, spirit trees simply absorb spiritual energy to grow, most of which have no offensive power and even less intelligence. The biggest difference between demon trees and spirit trees is that spirit trees can potentially develop spiritual intelligence and become wise tree demons. And tree demons may eventually transform into human forms. As for tree spirits, they have an inexplicable relationship with the world and possess both wisdom and exceptional strength, often able to manipulate the 5 elemental attributes or possess special abilities. Demon beasts are similar to demon trees, also lacking intelligence, which is why they are frequently killed. The old man said to Li Chuan, "We specifically asked Senior Sister Su to help us clear out these formidable creatures. This demon tree is already close to the foundation establishment stage, and there are not many people in the outer sect who can deal with it." Li Chuan nodded thoughtfully and said, "So, you usually ask Senior Sister Su to deal with demon trees that you can't handle? However, if she arrives and the target has already been eliminated, she does not refund the spirit stones." He really didn't expect this to be a business transaction. Previously, he had seen people selling spirit plant locations in the task hall. After all, the small world is not small, and it's not close to the exit. So there's not much chance of being preempted by others. Of course, there are also risks. If the person he hires is not capable, he might end up in trouble himself. "How does Senior Sister Su charge?" Li Chuan asked. "Oh, it seems you guys have had good harvests," Li Chuan said. "Even if the demon trees and spirit plants that others ask Su Yaiyue to clear are not as formidable, the contribution for clearing should still exceed 100. Su Yaiyue's fee is 30 spirit stones, which means they are definitely making a profit. After all, there are 7 of them. And even if each person only needed her help once, that would be 210 spirit stones. Of course, all of this is based on Su Yaiyue's absolute strength." While they were talking, Su Yaiyue had already killed the demon tree and flew back up. A junior brother at the 1st level of Qi refining, who was recording with a recording stone, also put away the stone. Li Chuan finally saw Su Yaiyue's appearance, and she was indeed stunningly beautiful. Her exquisite features seemed to have been meticulously crafted by the heavens, complemented by the fiery afterglow she had just left behind, making her utterly captivating. Beneath her slender, beautiful eyes were cold, sharp glints. Her fire's spiritual root did not exude warmth, but rather an aura of authority and decisiveness. Her gaze carried a murderous intent, and those who met her eyes appeared as if they were already dead. Her long black hair was tied up high, making her look exceptionally capable. Yet, this only highlighted her perfectly shaped face. She was beautiful from every angle and in every hairstyle. She did not wear full armor. Only key areas were protected by armor for her chest, arms, and knees. Her slim waist peeked out between the armor, making one want to find out just how thin it was. Unlike the friendly, calm, indifferent, cold, charming, or ruthless demeanor of most female cultivators, her beautiful face was filled with an aura of decisiveness. No wonder she was called the #1 in the outer sect. It was indeed rare to find a female cultivator with such a strong, murderous aura in the Yin-Yang Sect. This unique temperament gave her a significant advantage. In terms of appearance alone, she might not necessarily surpass immortal, but she was so unique that most junior brothers and sisters with lower strength would likely feel intimidated upon seeing her. "It's over next," Su Yaiwe said lightly after flying up. Even her tone conveyed a sense of killing intent, and one couldn't help but wonder how many people she had killed. Seeing the several people nodding eagerly, even trembling slightly, Chuan didn't mock them. Su Yaiwe's murderous aura was too heavy. Had he not also experienced countless life and death situations, he wouldn't be much better off than these fellow disciples. "I've met Senior Sister Su," Chuan said, noticing that Su Yaiwe was not paying attention to him. So he took the initiative to speak. "Damn, these senior sisters are always so cold at first. Humph, are you here to have me clear your spirit plants?" Su Yaiwe looked at Chuan, her voice cold yet crisp. Chuan was about to speak when he heard Su Yaiwe say, 60 spirit stones per time, behind them. Huh. Chuan's brows immediately furrowed in dissatisfaction. "Senior Sister Su, they are 30 per time. Why am I 60? Is it because he looked too wealthy in his attire that Su Yaiwe was deliberately overcharging him? He could toss his money around and give it away, but he absolutely would not agree to be scammed." Su Yaiwe replied, "If you find me halfway, I naturally have to raise the price. Moreover, they don't just have one order. Although I charge them 30 spirit stones for each task, I can earn 200 to 300 spirit stones from them for one task. If you can find a few people and gather enough for me to handle 5 tasks, I will also charge you 30 spirit stones each time." What she said did make some sense. After all, lower prices for group purchases and higher prices for individual purchases was something Chuan knew from his previous life. He could accept this explanation and said, "Then I won't ask Senior Sister to take action for now." What does for now mean? He wasn't here to ask Su Yaiwe to take action. He was here to form a connection with her. But since Su Yaiwe misunderstood, why should he come up with some excuse? Looking at Su Yaiwe now, it was clear she had no time to pay attention to him. After all, she still had her normal work to do. A normal job could raise her value. The better the job, the higher her value. Those young ladies from Chuan's past life were like this. Standing on the street had one price, being online had another, studying had another, and being on TV had yet another price. Chuan was still planning to wait until Su Yaiwe finished her work before approaching her again. Since he had encountered her, it would be a shame not to seek her out. He now had a bit of a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water attitude. Those who don't practice cultivation might think that Su Yaiwe, being a fire spiritual root, belongs to the yang attribute. Anyone with this thought is not cut out for cultivation. Even if Su Yaiwe is a fire spiritual root, the fire within her is Yin fire, which is also of the Yin attribute. And it is not any less harmful than Mo Xiangling's ice spiritual root. Su Yaiwe worked decisively, not saying much to Chuan, and directly had the other disciples continue leading the way. Chuan followed them nonchalantly to watch the excitement, and no one drove him away. This time, the target was a demon flower at the 8th level of Qi refining, which posed a challenge for everyone present, but for Su Yaiwe, it was much easier than the previous task. At this moment, the power of the treasure armor was also revealed. The poisonous spikes hit the protective formation made by her treasure armor, and there was not even a ripple. The power of the treasure armor is so strong. It was Chuan's first time witnessing the might of the treasure armor, and he was somewhat surprised. As a loose cultivator, how much experience could he have? If it were another sect, it might be different. After all, those sects would equip their outstanding disciples with treasure armor. But the Yin-Yang Sect is notoriously stingy with rewards. Let alone giving out treasure armor, they don't even have a single piece of good treasure clothing. Although the income of Yin-Yang Sect disciples is not low, there are simply too many good cultivation resources available for exchange within the sect. So they all prioritize exchanging for cultivation resources, and only then for magical treasures and clothing. One of his fellow disciples said to Chuan, "Many people in the sect say that Senior Sister Su wasted a lot of money buying this set of treasure armor. But they don't know the power of this armor, truly short-sighted." "Just right. I have some extra money recently, and was planning to buy a set of treasure armor." Seeing his proud expression, as if he were the one wearing the treasure armor, Chuan couldn't help but disdain him. "If you have no money, why show off? It's not that he looked down on this fellow disciple, but a decent first-tier treasure armor would cost at least tens of thousands of contribution points. How many in the chi refining stage could afford that? The spiritual light coiling around the sword made his heart race, and he quickly said, "No need, senior brother. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. You can go by yourself." Seriously, he was just casually boasting. There was no need to pull out treasures directly. Others were also surprised. "Dare I ask, senior brother, is this a spiritual weapon? Senior brother is truly hidden and has such a magical treasure. Surely he is a well-known figure in the outer sect, and we did not even ask for senior brother's name. We truly lack manners. Senior brother, we have been disrespectful." The value of this spiritual weapon that Li Chuan displayed was not inferior to Su Yaoyu's treasure armor. Once he revealed it, no one doubted his ability to buy treasure armor, and they all began to curry favor with him. Not to mention them, even Su Yaoyu looked over. The corners of Li Chuan's mouth curled up. Indeed, when he was riding a flying sword worth 30 contribution points, no one even asked. But when he took out a spiritual weapon worth over 10,000, the weapon itself spoke for him. "You can just call me senior brother Li Chuan." Li Chuan retracted the spiritual weapon sword, as if he had never shown off at all. The group began to move again, but this time, someone would occasionally strike up a conversation with Li Chuan. Before long, the old man from the fourth layer of chi refining pointed to a tree about 100 meters away, about 10 meters high, and said, "Senior Sister Su, that is the copper-skinned demon tree. I saw it drag a brother from the 8th layer of chi refining into the ground, so be careful." This old man was quite interesting. He initially called Li Chuan a junior brother, but when Li Chuan took out that spiritual weapon sword, he changed to calling Li Chuan his senior brother. No worries. Su Yaoyu didn't even look at him and flew directly toward the demon tree. "Wait." Li Chuan suddenly spoke up. Su Yaoyu, for the first time, stopped and looked at Li Chuan. Under everyone's gaze, Li Chuan suddenly performed a surprising maneuver. He controlled the flying sword to retreat. The old man and the others were confused, not knowing what he was doing. A hint of doubt flashed in Su Yaoyu's beautiful eyes. After retreating several hundred meters, Li Chuan stopped, waved to Su Yaoyu, and said, "Senior Sister Su, come over here. This is not an ordinary copper-skinned demon tree. There are several other trees of the same strength nearby, disguised as ordinary trees." Upon hearing this, the old man and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly flew toward Li Chuan. However, Su Yaoyu remained where she was, not moving. "Senior brother, is what you said true? Why haven't we seen any other demon trees?" the old man asked, filled with suspicion, after flying to Li Chuan's side. Li Chuan smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can just fly back." The old man dared not fly back. The scene of the brother from the 8th layer of chi refining being dragged underground by the demon tree was still fresh in his mind. However, he pondered why he, who considered himself knowledgeable in spiritual botany, had not discovered the other demon trees that Li Chuan mentioned, and why a bunch of demon trees would gather together. Normally, demon trees, due to their low intelligence, should not coexist. But at the same time, he felt that with Li Chuan's background, especially with senior sister Su Yaoyu present, he wouldn't be making a crude joke. Look, who said money isn't important? Just showing a spiritual weapon, and they blindly trusted Li Chuan without knowing him. As if someone with a spiritual weapon wouldn't lie. "Senior brother Li Chuan, why didn't you say anything when you were over there?" The old man couldn't help but ask Li Chuan, "Wouldn't it be better if we all ran together?" Li Chuan smiled and said, "Oh, because there was a demon tree nearby. I was afraid that if I spoke, it would attack, so I first found a safe place." His words darkened the faces of the old man and others. No wonder the senior brother with a spiritual weapon acts decisively among fellow disciples. Selling and raising prices is just like that. Su Yaoyu, however, suddenly said, "Raise the price." "No problem, senior sister Su." The old man immediately agreed but hesitated again. However, he paused and respectfully asked Li Chuan, "Senior brother Li Chuan, how many copper-skinned demon trees are there in total?" Li Chuan held out one hand, all 5 fingers spread wide. 5 trees. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Why so many? Dare I ask, senior brother Li Chuan, are all 5 copper-skinned demon trees at the 10th layer of chi refining?" Li Chuan said, "I already said they are of the same strength. If they aren't at the 10th layer, then what layers are they?" The old man hurriedly said to Su Yaoyu, "Senior sister Su, this number is too much. Why don't we plan for the long term? 300 spirit stones." Su Yaoyu directly interrupted him and raised the price. This is not just about spirit stones, senior sister Su. We, as junior brothers, are worried about your safety." Agree or not agree? Under Su Yaoyu's cold gaze, the old man was so frightened that he quickly nodded, agreeing. He felt that if he said he wouldn't agree, Su Yaoyu might just twist his head off on the spot. After saying this, he bowed to Li Chuan. Please point out the locations of the other 4 copper-skinned demon trees for us, senior brother Li Chuan. Copper-skinned demon trees are actually a large category because generally, any slightly stronger demon tree has bark resembling copper, hence the name. However, that previous demon tree has its own special name, the 4-pointed demon tree. The 4-pointed demon tree is centered around one demon tree, with the other trees hidden in 4 directions, but it doesn't mean that there must be exactly 4 trees around. This time it just happens to be coincidental. Before Li Chuan could speak, Su Yaoyu's voice came through. No need. They will come out by themselves. As she spoke, she charged toward the demon tree. Goodness. This senior sister is fierce and impressive. Chapter 46. Su Yaoyu is struck. Among those of the same realm, challenging 5 at once. Very few in the Yin-Yang Sect would dare to say this, let alone challenging 5 elite figures of the same realm. Initially, the demon tree that Su Yaoyu killed was at the 10th layer of Qi refining. However, now she actually chose to take on 5 at once. To be honest, Li Chuan was somewhat worried for her. After all, the copper-skinned demon tree is almost at the peak of first-tier demon trees, not to mention 5 of them. The most important point that Li Chuan did not mention is that these demon trees can form formations. 1. Su Yaoyu does not want him to speak, and 2. He does not like to give lectures. Such important knowledge, he does not want to pass on so easily. He enjoys keeping secrets. The counterattack of the 4-pointed demon tree is very simple, sweeping roots. Li Chuan did help Su Yaoyu, as the number of demon trees he called out was the greatest assistance to her. Therefore, this seemingly simple strike from Su Yaoyu used up 80% of her strength. She had to kill all 4 demon trees in one go. Otherwise, with 5 surrounding her, would she really be considered invincible? The demon trees sensed a threat from Su Yaoyu, so what appeared to be a simple sweep was actually executed with full force. Boom! Flames suddenly erupted from the spear, violently colliding with the roots of the 4 demon trees. Trees fear fire. This is common knowledge. Her decisiveness was correct, as the other demon trees indeed launched a sneak attack, with 4 roots suddenly striking towards her from all directions. However, the 4 roots intersected in the air, while she had already flown up into the sky ahead of time. Su Yaoyu's gaze swept across the area, looking at the 4 demon trees that had revealed their positions. Even though they had shown themselves, she still couldn't discern any characteristics of spiritual trees on them. They looked just like ordinary trees. Generally, monks encountering them would have little chance of escaping. No wonder no one had ever mentioned these creatures before. She tightened her grip on the spear. Now it was 4 against 1, and she still had a chance of winning. 5 demon trees at the 10th level of Qi refining gathered together. Even the so-called top 10 elite disciples from the outer sect would rarely escape if they came. Moreover, these demon trees were the most formidable copper-skinned demon trees, and the chances of others escaping were almost 0. Recently, many fellow disciples had gone missing in the small world number 43. It should be the work of these creatures. Su Yaoyu's mind raced, and she quickly pieced together the recent rumors about the small world number 43. It was widely said in the outer sect that someone was killing fellow disciples and stealing treasures in the small world number 43. And some even insinuated that the culprit was Su Yaoyu. Naturally, Su Yaoyu couldn't care less about this. Upon seeing these demon trees, she thought of the most likely truth behind her fellow disciples' deaths. Locking her gaze on the rightmost demon tree, Su Yaoyu felt it was the weakest among the 4, and she prepared to target its weakness first. As long as she destroyed one more, it would become 3 against 1, and her chances of winning would increase to 100%. As for the demon tree surrounded by her flames, it no longer needed her attention. Demon trees also had a sense of pain. Being engulfed in flames, it had no strength left to attack. She needed to be cautious of the demon tree at the top, as her perception told her that it was stronger. However, just as Su Yaoyu moved, a mist suddenly enveloped the demon tree engulfed in flames. The mist quickly turned into water, extinguishing all the flames on the demon tree in an instant. What? Who is casting spells? Everyone exclaimed in surprise, and Su Yaoyu also stopped, uncertain. Li Chuan was equally surprised, and the answer slipped out. The demon tree at the top is a water attribute demon tree. After the 4 directions demon trees increase in rank, they will possess attributes. But that only happens after the 4th or 5th rank. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, they can all be gathered. But this is only first rank, which can only mean it's another freak of nature. Ah, water attribute demon tree. The old man and the others exclaimed. Demon beasts possessing attributes is akin to monks possessing spiritual roots. In other words, this water attribute demon tree and Su Yaoyue with her fire spiritual root are both elites among their kind. Sister Su, stop attacking. That demon tree has a fire spiritual root. I will give you the 300 spirit stones without hesitation. The old man suddenly shouted. It wasn't that he had a sudden change of heart, but powerful demon trees often have a certain degree of mobility, and he feared that if Su Yaoyue died, they wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, with so many demon trees here now, he could sell the information to the sect. Although it wouldn't bring as much contribution as defeating these demon trees, he would certainly not lose out. This must be praised about the Yin-Yang Sect's task system. Su Yaoyue accepted the task in the task hall, and the general location of this demon tree was also registered there. Therefore, even though the other 4 demon trees were seen by everyone, he had priority among them. If it weren't for this, Su Yaoyue wouldn't have asked for 300 spirit stones, but would have counted the contribution of clearing the other 4 trees directly as her own. However, the old man didn't understand Su Yaoyue. Upon hearing this, she charged directly towards the water attribute demon tree. Just right, water counters fire. Let's deal with it first. Isn't water supposed to counter fire? That's what our senior brothers and sisters taught us. The old man's wise gaze looked around at his fellow disciples, finally settling on Chuan. Chuan was the authority in his mind at that moment. Facing his eager gaze for new knowledge, Chuan asked him, which is stronger? Those senior brothers and sisters who taught you, or Sister Su? Of course it's Sister Su. How many in the outer sect can compare to Sister Su? Then that's settled. They are giving wrong teachings. Ah, does that mean fire counters water? The old man was bewildered. It turned out that for decades, he had been studying from toxic textbooks. His gaze returned to the battlefield, but he couldn't help but worry. But there are 5 copper-skinned demon trees on the opposite side. Chuan reassured him, don't worry, Sister Su is powerful and wearing a full set of precious armor. Those mere demon trees are no match. Boom. Su Yaoyue was knocked away by 2 roots. Chuan paused, thinking, those mere demon trees are just spinning Su Yaoyue like a top. The old man and others suddenly felt that Chuan's voice was growing distant. Chapter 47, Senior Brother, hit the brakes. In fact, when Su Yaoyue charged towards the water attribute 4 directions demon tree, Chuan had already guessed her intention. If the water attribute demon tree wasn't eliminated, she wouldn't be able to overcome the 5 demon trees. He fully agreed with Su Yaoyue's decision. What a stubborn one. If you can't win, just retreat. He was almost deceived by that face filled with murderous intent. Senior brother, are we just going to run away and not care about Sister Su? After catching up with Chuan, the old man glanced back anxiously. The old man and others were affected by his emotions and immediately took out their magic treasures. Rushing back, looking back, they saw Chuan still standing in place with his spiritual weapon. Senior brother, why aren't you coming? The old man was dumbfounded. Everyone's faces twitched, and the few first-level chi refining disciples hurriedly retreated. We can't win either. The old man awkwardly withdrew. What do we do now, senior brother? Everyone flew to Chuan's side, treating him as their backbone. Others also lined up beside him, looking at the battlefield. If it were a precious armor, she might have been knocked out long ago. As they watched, everyone felt something was off. It seemed there was one less person beside them. Turning around, they saw Chuan watching the battle between Su Yaoyue and the demon trees with a serious expression, while the flying sword beneath his feet was continuously retreating. What the heck? Every time he runs away, he doesn't call us. Wouldn't it be livelier with more people? They immediately followed suit, slipping away on their swords. This time, they had learned from previous experiences and retreated behind Chuan, observing his movements at all times. In the distance, Su Yaoyue had become a small dot, when suddenly she let out a loud shout, and the spear in her hand transformed into a dragon in midair, becoming a fire dragon over 10 meters long. As the fire dragon danced, it carried immense fire energy, turning the night sky around her into a fiery red. The flames enveloped her delicate figure, making Su Yaoyue look like a person made of fire. She was unleashing her ultimate move. Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly rushed out. Quick, go save Sister Su. If not now, then when? The old man and others didn't move. Humph, trying to trick them again. Wait, that's not right. Watching Chuan speed up, even the flying swords contributing 30 points were almost smoking from being stepped on. The old man and others were a bit dumbfounded. No way, are you really going? Sister, don't be afraid. Junior brother is here to help you. Junior brother has already spotted their weaknesses. Just watch how I use the spiritual weapon to cut them down. The term spiritual weapon seemed unavoidable to mention. Li Chuan's sword flew out, instantly transforming into a giant golden sword. The giant golden sword swept down, cutting through emptiness. Why do I say it cut through emptiness? Very simply. By the time Li Chuan's giant sword came down, the 5 square demon trees had already exploded under Su Yaoyu's powerful attack. As someone who had escaped death dozens of times, Li Chuan had rich combat experience, even Su Yaoyu. A cultivator whose murderous aura felt substantial and who didn't know how many people she had killed was no match for him, because Su Yaoyu's battles mostly relied on overwhelming strength. So as soon as he saw Su Yaoyu unleash a big move, he knew the battle was coming to an end. If Su Yaoyu's big move couldn't deal with the square demon trees, he could come in with a follow-up attack. If that also didn't work, he could take Su Yaoyu and run. And if Su Yaoyu could deal with the square demon trees, then he wouldn't need to intervene. Thank you, junior brother. The spear fell to the ground, and Su Yaoyu's face was as pale as paper. But when she looked at Li Chuan, she rarely said a thank you. Her tone was no longer as cold as before. She was extremely proud and never liked owing anyone favors. But Li Chuan daring to rush in to protect her under such perilous circumstances, that courage made her see him in a different light. After all, if her attack had been ineffective, then Li Chuan would have perished too. She only knew Li Chuan was at the 4th level of qi refining and did not know his combat power was fierce. Cultivators often valued selfishness. Her gaze turned to the old man and others who arrived late. Just like those fellow disciples, they only came after it was over. This is reality. Sister, you don't need to be polite. My spiritual weapon didn't help much. Li Chuan retracted his sword, suddenly becoming humble again. This was the result he wanted. He didn't need Su Yaoyu to be overly grateful. Just a slight difference was enough. She was just a general. Don't think she had a big heart. If she were truly clever, she wouldn't have been trapped in the Yin-Yang Sect. In fact, most cultivators revered strength above all. Seeing Su Yaoyu swaying unsteadily, Li Chuan hurriedly flew over to support her. Sister, are you okay? His hand naturally wrapped around Su Yaoyu's slender waist. Everything felt so natural. Su Yaoyu showed no signs of resistance and shook her head. I'm fine, junior brother. No need for this. Female cultivators of the Yin-Yang Sect, once familiar, wouldn't be as concerned about formalities as those from other sections. Simply put, once they were acquainted, things became much easier. After Su Yaoyu summoned her spear back, she broke free from Li Chuan's grasp and flew towards the old man and others. Sister Su, are you all right? The old man asked with concern. This revealed the difference in Su Yaoyu's attitude towards the 2 old men. She didn't answer, but directly extended her hand and said indifferently, the demon trees have been eradicated, let's settle up. The rewards for the tasks received from the task hall had already been taken, and she wanted the rewards for the 4 extra demon trees. The old man hurriedly took out spirit stones, but it became a bit awkward as he couldn't gather enough 300 spirit stones. He quickly borrowed some from the surrounding fellow disciples and handed them to Su Yaoyu. Sister Su, thank you for your hard work. This is the situation for most spirit plant masters. They earn spirit stones relatively quickly, but because most spirit plant masters are unable to break through and feel they don't have many years left, they often switch careers. So generally, when they receive spirit stones, they immediately go buy pills. There's no helping it. That damned sense of urgency is too strong. They are too eager to break through and escape the shackles of lifespan. If it weren't for the excessive consumption of pills, they could casually save over 1,000 spirit stones in a year. After so many years, they would have some savings. In fact, it's somewhat similar to Li Chuan. Having spirit stones makes it hard to resist spending. Li Chuan's gaze followed Su Yaoyu's slender waist while reminiscing about the feeling from just now. After Su Yaoyu received the spirit stones, she looked at Li Chuan and said, Junior brother, my task is complete. We part ways here. If it weren't for Li Chuan rushing over at the last moment, she wouldn't have even bothered to greet him before leaving. That was her style. Sister, let us go together. No need, your speed is too slow. And she rejected him very coldly. The delighted Li Chuan's face twitched. He hadn't expected Su Yaoyu would refuse such a simple request. Why is she playing hard to get again? Li Chuan smirked. Isn't it slow like this? His expression stiffened, and he suddenly remembered that he had been too extravagant lately, spending all his remaining spirit stones on the little junior sister. While the spirit plants in his Chincoin bag hadn't been exchanged for spirit stones yet. After Su Yaoyu finished speaking, she directly flew away. not noticing Li Chuan's little actions. "Sister, wait, I have something to discuss with you," he shouted directly. Su Yaoyu turned her head, but didn't slow down, her beautiful eyes showing confusion. Then she heard Li Chuan's voice transmission. "Sister, I want to have a destined relationship with you." However, a look of astonishment appeared on Su Yaoyu's pale face, but she didn't show anger. Truly worthy of being a sister from the Yin-Yang Sect. It was as if Li Chuan didn't hear her response, saying, "I hope sister can spare a day. I'm willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones as a gift to help sister cut through the thorns on the path of cultivation." But without giving her time to react, Li Chuan continued, 1,500 spirit stones. I'm willing to offer 1,500 spirit stones to help sister clear the path to immortality. Visibly, Su Yaoyu's expression began to soften, and her gaze toward Li Chuan no longer carried that murderous aura. It was as if someone was bidding. Li Chuan didn't give himself a break. Shouting after finishing the price, 2,000 spirit stones, I'm willing to offer 2,000 spirit stones to help sister take another step on the path of immortality. Li Chuan's determination to assist her surprised Su Yaoyu. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Those who are generals typically prefer straightforward people, and Li Chuan's decisive approach was enough to impress her. She turned her head. However, before turning, she left a sentence for Li Chuan. To have junior brother's assistance is sister's fortune. I will be staying at my residence for the next few days. If it weren't for her injuries, just for the admiration of Li Chuan, she would definitely be willing to stay. Li Chuan's mouth stretched into a grin. Unable to contain his joy, looking at the 23 spirit stones in his hand, he casually threw them away. With so little, they weren't worthy of following him. Li Chuan then flew away on his sword, and the old man and others hurriedly ran to pick up the spirit stones he threw. They even nearly started fighting over a few spirit stones. Sigh, how can the gap be so big in the same cultivation world? After returning, the little junior sisters were all sound asleep. After dawn, one by one, the little junior sisters, sporting 2 adorable eye bags, followed Li Chuan back. With the burden of the junior sisters who couldn't fly, the return journey took more than half a day, and the sun was almost setting by the time they returned to the sect. After bidding farewell to the little junior sisters, Li Chuan went to the task hall. He had already made a deal with Mo Xiangling, so he didn't need to go settle with Zhou Hanhe, but headed directly to the place where Mo Xiangling usually worked. Unless she was on patrol or busy with other matters, Mo Xiangling would spend most of her time here. Li Chuan was in luck when he arrived. Mo Xiangling was already there. Not only was Mo Xiangling present, but Hu Min was also there for some reason, not knowing what she was looking for. The 2 beauties in the room, although Hu Min was slightly inferior, were still top choices, truly refreshing to the heart. "Junior brother Li Chuan, you're here." Mo Xiangling smiled brightly upon seeing him and instinctively reached to untie her belt. Hu Min, watching from the side, could only click her tongue in disbelief. "Wait, senior sister. I'm still here." Li Chuan's face instantly darkened as he scolded, "Be serious, it's work time." He had to put on a stern face. If he showed even a little leniency to Mo Xiangling, she would come over to serve him. Ugh, so annoying. Mo Xiangling covered her mouth and giggled. She just loved to tease Li Chuan. He was wealthy, but his abilities were lacking. Most importantly, he had money. Of course, her teasing was genuine, not some ambiguous flirtation, but rather tangible actions. "Junior brother Li Chuan." Upon seeing him approach, Hu Min hurriedly saluted. It was a bizarre sight for a senior sister to salute her junior brother. But it only happened with Li Chuan. Li Chuan responded, sitting down at Mo Xiangling's designated spot and then looking at Hu Min. Hu Min felt uneasy under his gaze, unsure of what he meant. Did he want to do something to her? But Mo Xiangling was here. Well, judging by Mo Xiangling's earlier actions, it seemed she wouldn't advocate for her. After a while, Hu Min finally reacted, quickly kneeling beside Li Chuan's thigh and began to massage it. Only then did Li Chuan nod in satisfaction, reaching out to pat her head. "Good girl." Just as he was about to reward Hu Min with a few spirit stones, he remembered that the only 23 spirit stones he had were already thrown away. Why did he always feel rich? It was truly strange. Shaking his head, Li Chuan took out a spirit herb worth 10 spirit stones and held it to Hu Min's mouth. This familiar scene reminded Hu Min of some unmentionable past. However, last time Li Chuan fed her an ordinary herb. This time, it was a spirit herb. She quickly opened her mouth and took the spirit herb in. In truth, eating spirit herbs this way was a significant waste, as the spiritual energy within couldn't be fully utilized. At best, she could absorb the value of 2 spirit stones from a 10 spirit stone herb. Chapter 49. Su Yaoyue was once priced at 1,000 spirit stones a month. Junior brother, you can't be biased. Mo Xiangling's voice suddenly rang out, and Li Chuan turned to see that she had knelt down as well. Watching Mo Xiangling reach out to massage him like Humin, he smiled and took out another spirit herb to feed her. Oh, not eating? Li Chuan teased. The herb he had was the same kind he just fed Humin, worth 10 spirit stones. Given Mo Xiangling's status, it would be strange for her to eat it. Li Chuan was doing it on purpose. After all, Mo Xiangling was always trying to serve him. Humin was dying inside. Should she be moved or not? Li Chuan took out another spirit herb, and Mo Xiangling turned to glance at it, then immediately turned her head away, huffing. The reason was simple. This time the spirit herb Li Chuan took out was worth 100 spirit stones. Really, can't tell the priority. Mo Xiangling puffed her cheeks, chewing while looking at Li Chuan with a flirtatious gaze. From Li Chuan's perspective, the scene was simply too beautiful. No, today he belonged to Su Yaoyue. Li Chuan resolutely pushed Mo Xiangling's face away. Go away. If you glare at me, I'll hit you. Before Mo Xiangling could respond, Li Chuan had already pulled out his trump card. Mo Xiangling's face instantly broke into a smile, her voice turning sweet. Ah, junior brother is still so amazing. How long has it been? And you found so many spirit plants. If Li Chuan made money, she made money too. Conservatively estimating, she could absorb 1/5 of it. Imagine how happy she was. Humin looked on with envy, wishing she had even 1/10 of Li Chuan's ability. She wouldn't have just eaten a spirit herb worth 10 spirit stones. She should be able to eat one worth 100 spirit stones like Mo Xiangling. Enough talk. Hurry up and settle the account, Li Chuan urged. His impatience was sparked by Mo Xiangling, wanting to find Su Yaoyue sooner. Yes, junior brother's order. How could senior sister be negligent? Mo Xiangling stood up, eating the spirit herb while taking notes. For others, eating spirit plants would be wasteful, as they couldn't absorb the spiritual energy, but she was different. She could absorb all the energy within. Actually, it wasn't exactly accurate to say absorb. It was more like utilizing. Otherwise, she wouldn't be seizing every opportunity to eat and still not break through after so many years. As she began her work, Mo Xiangling became incredibly serious, her serious demeanor making Li Chuan feel a bit unable to contain himself. This was probably the allure of profession. Just thinking about it, when she was high and mighty, stepping her into the mud brought an unparalleled sense of achievement. The agonizing weight was also a form of training for Li Chuan, especially with such great temptation present. Junior brother, done. Much more than last time. 762 spirit stones. Contribution 38, 811 points. When Mo Xiangling's words rang out, it was like hearing the sound of immortals to Li Chuan. Humin felt the same way. She truly feared that someone familiar would enter during this time and see her kneeling in front of Li Chuan. She was still Zhou Hanhua's partner, and everyone in the task hall recognized her. The Yin-Yang Sect had disciples hone their Tao hearts, but honing the Tao heart wasn't that easy. She had to save face. Junior brother, do you want a match? Mo Xiangling asked Li Chuan. Enough, I trust senior sister. Li Chuan waved his hand. He didn't have time to go through it slowly. Although Mo Xiangling had no bottom line in front of spirit stones, Li Chuan believed she could maintain her bottom line in such matters. After all, such things could easily be exposed, and those with a solid Tao heart would disdain deceiving others. To earn spirit stones, she would earn them upright. Even if the sect leader came, she wouldn't hesitate to sell spirit plants to the sect's disciples. It was all about being free-spirited and open. Moreover, to be honest, he had a rough idea of the prices of beneficial spirit plants, but he had no idea how much contribution the useless spirit plants would yield. If he really compared them one by one, he wouldn't be able to leave for the entire day. After taking the spirit stones, he gave Humin the leftover 62 as a reward and quickly left. As for why he didn't reward Mo Xiangling, to be honest, even if he gave her 100 or 200, she might not even be happy. Although Li Chuan was generous, he wasn't a fool. He currently had no intention of using spirit stones to humiliate Mo Xiangling, so of course, he didn't reward her. However, as he left, Mo Xiangling's resentful gaze truly broke his heart, almost making him stay. Damn spirit stones, why were they so charming? A high-ranking manager, the pride of the outer sect. How did she become so good at seducing? Ugh, spirit stones really weren't good things, so Li Chuan wanted to use them up quickly. Su Yaoyue was granted special permission to enter the sect due to her powerful abilities, beauty, and being ranked first in contributions in the outer sect. So her residence was separate. Oh, I almost forgot. The first position in outer sect contributions has long been taken by Li Chuan. However, this does not affect Su Yaoyue's living position, which is slightly better than other outer disciples. Most disciples in the Qi refining stage have unstable Dao hearts. They are actually like mortals, often gathering together to discuss beauties and wealth. Did you hear that? That old guy just inquired about Sister Su's residence. Could it be that he lacks self-awareness and wants to find Sister Su as a Dao partner? In an open space, several disciples sat cross-legged, watching Li Chuan inquire about Su Yaoyue's residence not far away, and couldn't help but discuss. Haha. This reminds me of the last time when that senior brother in the 10th layer of Qi refining was beaten by Sister Su until he couldn't find his teeth. He didn't even look at himself, an old guy on the verge of death. Does Sister Su even look at him? Yes, with Sister Su's stunning beauty, even I, who ranks in the top 50 among the outer disciples, wouldn't dare to disturb her. TCH, you're only in the 9th layer of Qi refining. What qualifications do you have to seek Sister Su as a Dao partner? Hey, that old guy is actually only in the 4th layer of Qi refining. He is a junior brother. He shouldn't be foolish enough to seek Sister Su as a Dao partner. With her fire spiritual root, she'd burn him to death. It really is the 4th layer of Qi refining, but look at the expression on his face, filled with desire. Seeking Sister Su is definitely not a serious matter. He might be daydreaming about luck. Didn't someone last time come with 1,000 spirit stones wanting to be Sister Su's Dao partner for a month? He got beaten so badly by Sister Su. Humph, someone like that old guy wouldn't even meet Sister Su. The sect should expel these people who cannot break through the small realms of Qi refining. Only people like us, who are graceful and outstanding, deserve to stay in the sect. While they were talking, Li Chuan had already arrived at Su Yaoyue's door. Chapter 50. How can this not make people jealous? A woman's beauty is always a topic that men cannot avoid. In the Yin-Yang Sect, very few men can ignore a woman's appearance, especially not during the Qi refining stage. Even those male cultivators who rank high among the outer disciples often act indifferent to beautiful female cultivators, pretending to be unaffected by beauty. A group of male cultivators was watching the excitement not far from Su Yaoyue's residence, wanting to see how Li Chuan would be kicked out. They actually had no enmity with Li Chuan, but naturally disliked him for being associated with Su Yaoyue, especially one junior brother, who was already old at the 4th layer of Qi refining. Such an unqualified guy. Even thinking about their goddess, they considered it a desecration. However, when the door opened and Su Yaoyue's unparalleled beauty appeared, not only did nothing happen that they would enjoy, but rather something they least wanted to see occurred. What is going on? Why does Sister Su look different today? The killing intent emanating from Su Yaoyue was palpable. Only those who had stood in front of her before knew how terrifying it was. The people present had encountered Su Yaoyue more than once. Sometimes, when deliberately passing by her side, they would be frightened, all because of her killing intent. If it weren't for Su Yaoyue's heavy killing intent, her door would surely be crowded every day, with cultivators lining up at the sect gate wanting to seek her as a Dao partner. Suddenly, the group of watching disciples stood up. I saw it too. Although it was just a faint smile, she indeed smiled. What is going on? After so many years, Sister Su has smiled only a handful of times. Why is she smiling at this junior brother? It's over. When Sister Su smiled, I felt my Dao heart was about to burst out. They all widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Li Chuan was holding Su Yaoyue's hand and entered the room with her. This, what is going on? The speaker rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he had just seen was real. That was their sacred and noble Sister Su in their eyes. Even the top male cultivator in the outer sect was not worthy of her. Only the sect leader, a power holder, would be worthy. Even the elders were not worthy. Of course, this was their personal opinion, but it also illustrated Su Yaoyue's status in their hearts. Where did this junior brother come from? I've never seen him before. Someone asked indignantly. He is only in the 4th layer of Qi refining, with thousands of outer disciples. It's normal not to have seen him. The speaker was the young disciple in the 9th layer of Qi refining. His expression was unpredictable. He didn't know what he was thinking, and his eyes gradually turned red, filled with unwillingness and jealousy. No, I can't let Sister Su be deceived. We must stop her, he suddenly said. The thought that others could take advantage of what he couldn't have made him feel 1,000 times uncomfortable. How to stop her? The others looked at him strangely. Although they were also extremely jealous, they hadn't thought about stopping anything. After all, such matters could easily lead to enmity and sounded unpleasant to say. Let us go find Sister Su. The young man clearly hadn't considered much. Saying this, he walked towards Su Yaoyue's house. After taking a few steps, he realized no one was following. "Why aren't you going?" he asked with dissatisfaction. But the others just smiled awkwardly, looking elsewhere, which made the young man very angry. The goddess isn't just his. She belongs to everyone. At this time, they should be united. He snorted coldly, ignoring the others, and turned to leave. In fact, there was another reason he couldn't sit still. He had previously gone to find Su Yaoyue with spirit stones. He had prepared 2,000 spirit stones. 2,000 spirit stones for a month as a Dao partner with Su Yaoyue was already very extravagant. After all, a foundation establishment pill only costs 5,000 spirit stones. And 2,000 spirit stones for a month means 24,000 spirit stones a year, which is a huge income, not only allowing for worry-free cultivation but also having excess. However, when he stood in front of Su Yaoyue, under her calm, yet killing intent-filled gaze, he merely respectfully called out Sister Su, and didn't he dare to bring it up. Yes, he didn't he dare to bring it up. At that time, he was so frightened that he felt breathless. How could he dare to mention it? And seeing Su Yaoyue's attitude towards Chuan just now, her killing intent receding, and even showing a slight smile, he couldn't help but think that if Su Yaoyue had that attitude towards him back then, he would have brought it up long ago. This matter would have been settled. So he hated it. Why could Chuan, a junior brother who was only in the 4th layer of qi refining and close to dying, receive such preferential treatment from Su Yaoyue? He wasn't without spirit stones. Why couldn't he? Of course, now he had long used up that 2,000 spirit stones, but it didn't stop him from unwillingly letting Chuan succeed. If Chuan knew what the young man was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud and send him 2 words, penny pincher. 2,000 spirit stones are something someone like Min, who is in the 7th layer of qi refining and not among the top 10 stunning fairies, couldn't afford. Just daydreaming. As soon as Chuan sat down in Su Yaoyue's room, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" he said unhappily, but after speaking, he realized this wasn't his room. He had just taken Su Yaoyue's hand. She probably wasn't used to such intimacy, so she broke free. But this made Chuan even more excited about what was to come. Just as he was about to take the next step and hold Su Yaoyue in his arms, before he could even warm the seat, someone came to interrupt him. You can imagine how frustrated he was. Su Yaoyue said nothing and turned to open the door. The door opened, revealing the young man's handsome face. Chuan looked at the young man with some curiosity, secretly wondering if he was Su Yaoyue's Dao partner, as there seemed to be no rumors about her having one in the outside world. He then heard the young man say, "Sister Su, recently the demon sect has been rampant, and it seems that a demonic cultivator has infiltrated our sect." As the young man's gaze turned towards him, Chuan was slightly taken aback. What did that mean? Was he saying he was a demonic cultivator? Chapter 51. Taking down Su Yaoyue. Chuan used his old tricks again. "Who are you?" Su Yaoyue's cold voice caused the smile on the young man's face to freeze. Seeing him go from a condescending expression to one that looked as if he were constipated, Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't there no killing intent just now? Why is it surfacing again? He forced himself to remain calm. "Sister Su, we've met before." "I am." "Haha, Sister Su. This senior brother is probably here to deliver a message." Chuan interrupted the young man, who was still sitting in his place without standing up, but tossed a spirit stone over. "Senior brother specifically came to notify us. This spirit stone is to be considered as your hard work fee." He didn't know where he had offended the other party, but it didn't matter. Over the decades, he had seen plenty of people with issues. The reason was simply that he had his back turned to that person. The reason was also quite ridiculous, saying that the smell of his chicken leg was too foul. So he didn't hold back with this senior brother who implied he was a demonic cultivator. The outside world was not as harmonious as it was within the Yin-Yang Sect. He had not once held back from incapacitating those who looked at him with ill intentions. With a high-grade spiritual weapon in hand and his rich combat experience, what was a disciple at the 9th level of qi refinement? It was the Yin-Yang Sect that saved the other party. The young man looked at the spirit stone on the ground, his face darkening with disbelief. For a moment, he even forgot his anger. Su Yaoyue also looked at the spirit stone on the ground, her expression somewhat surprised. She glanced at Chuan, and unexpectedly, there was a smile in her eyes. Then, with a flick of her delicate hand, the spirit stone flew into her hand, and she coldly said to the young man, "Junior brother, take your reward and leave." The spirit stone spun in her palm, and then shot towards the young man with force. The young man's face changed. "Sister Su," he shouted, but had already been sent flying by the spirit stone. The door of Su Yaoyu's room closed behind him, not giving him any time to talk back. He flew a dozen meters before stopping, clutching the spirit stone in his chest, his face ashen. It was one thing for Su Yaoyu to ignore him, but this Qi refinement 4th-level cultivator, who didn't he know where he came from, dared to humiliate him. It was simply outrageous. "Senior brother, what happened?" A voice rang in his ear. The young man turned his head to see several senior brothers staring at him with wide eyes. He forced a smile on his face, walked over, and held the spirit stone in his hand, saying proudly, "Sister Su said as long as I could take one of her strikes, she would give me a chance. Unfortunately, my strength is still too far from Sister Su. However, in the past, Sister Su would always ignore me. And this time she actually gave me a chance. I am also content." He looked satisfied. "What? Sister Su actually gave you a chance?" They exclaimed. "My God. What did you say to Sister Su just now? Why did she suddenly change her attitude towards you?" Everyone was filled with suspicion and envy. "All right, I'm going back to cultivate. Otherwise, if Sister Su gives me another chance next time and I'm still this useless, she will be disappointed." The young man turned and left with a smug expression, but as soon as he turned around, his face darkened. What an utter humiliation. In the room, Su Yaoyu slowly walked towards Li Chuan. Dressed in her precious armor, paired with a faint smile on her face, she looked exceptionally graceful. Li Chuan said, "Sister, it's already this time. Why are you still wearing this precious armor? Isn't it a hindrance?" Su Yaoyu replied, "Sister's precious armor never leaves her side. But since junior brother requested, Sister naturally complies." The precious armor disappeared, revealing her red, form-fitting martial attire. She was tall, and the tight clothing showcased her perfect figure. Li Chuan patted a nearby stool and said, "Sister, come and sit." Su Yaoyu complied and walked over, but just as she was about to sit down, Li Chuan suddenly reached out and hugged her. As the sun set, the last rays of sunlight shone into Su Yaoyu's room. The door of the room slowly opened in the afterglow. "They are coming out." The few people who were pretending to meditate from a distance immediately became excited. This master and junior brother came out in less than an hour. What were they doing inside? Did they have less than an hour? What can they do? Of course, he must have something to discuss with Sister Su. Do you really need to start by holding hands? Junior brother, you are too naive. Do you think anyone can enter Sister Su's boudoir? Besides, look at this master and junior brother. He went in with a smile, but now he looks serious, with an abnormal dark red on his face. Hissing, this is clearly a sign of being afflicted by Yin fire. The disciple who originally rebutted, being a rebuttal personality type, liked to argue against anything said, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. But this time, after his instinctive rebuttal, he realized that his argument seemed very reasonable, which made him look at Li Chuan with an extremely uncomfortable feeling. And the Yin-Yang Sect disciple he rebutted remained unconvinced. "I think the senior brother is overthinking it. Everyone knows Sister Su has a fire spirit root. It must be that this master and junior brother upset Sister Su and was taught a lesson. Otherwise, why didn't Sister Su come out to see him off?" Even when the junior brother came out, the door closed immediately. Isn't that attitude obvious? They don't look like people who have a close relationship at all. The few of them began to discuss heatedly, unaware that inside the room, Su Yaoyu was looking at the 2,000 spirit stones on the bed with an odd expression. Li Chuan indeed gave her 2,000 spirit stones, and she initially didn't think Li Chuan would default. After all, someone who had a spiritual weapon sword wouldn't be unable to take out 2,000 spirit stones. But what she never expected was that when Li Chuan left, he said that today as time would be deducted from the 2,000 spirit stones, and he would give her more once it was used up. To be honest, when Li Chuan said this, Su Yaoyu was stunned. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. Chapter 52. Scaring oneself with oneself. Not long after Li Chuan left, Su Yaoyu heard voices outside. She frowned slightly and reached for a nearby martial outfit. Soon a loud male voice sounded. "Sister Su, I am Sun Huaijin from the Outer Sect Law Hall." The door opened, and it was quite lively outside. Besides the young man who had just been sent flying by her spirit stone, there were also a few disciples wearing Law Hall uniforms. Su Yaoyu recognized Sun Huaijin. He was not only a member of the Law Hall, but also ranked 4th in strength among the male cultivators in the Outer Sect. "What is it?" Su Yaoyu asked coldly. A killing intent surged in her eyes, causing those in front of her to shiver. Sun Huaijin looked at Su Yaoyu's beautiful yet deadly face, and thinking of what the young man had just said to him, he cursed Su Yaoyu in his heart, while also feeling deep sorrow and desire. Su Yaoyu's gaze remained fixed on Meng Yan, making him sweat profusely. Sun Huaijin stood in front of Meng Yin to shield him from Su Yaoyu's palpable killing intent. To be honest, even though Sun Huaijin was powerful, he found it hard to withstand Su Yaoyu's stare. Sister, I don't know, but is what he said true? Su Yaoyu lightly nodded. It wasn't entirely wrong. Su Yaoyu said, could it be that it is a new disciple who just joined? Su Yaoyu glanced towards the screen beside her and said lightly, he is taking a shower. The rooms of the outer disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect are relatively large, although there is only one single room. It is enough to separate a small bathroom. What? He is taking a shower at senior sister's place? Upon hearing this, Sun Huaijin and the others became agitated. Although Meng Yin had already said a lot of bad things about Su Yaoyue and Li Chuan on the way here based on his imagination, Sun Huaijin still held onto a sliver of hope in his heart. He could tolerate Su Yaoyue not choosing him. He could also tolerate Su Yaoyue choosing another senior brother. But he could not tolerate Su Yaoyue choosing a junior brother. This was simply an insult to him. What does this mean? Is he really inferior to a junior brother? Poor talent, low cultivation, weak strength, ugly appearance. How could any of these compare to him? Su Yaoyue turned around and walked towards the screen. Sun Huaijin, who was in a state of jealousy, didn't think twice and immediately followed her when he saw Su Yaoyue take the lead. The group of law enforcement disciples who came with him quickly followed suit. With everyone leaving, Meng Yin also followed. The few Yin-Yang Sect disciples who had just arrived and were watching from a distance outside Su Yaoyue's room had strange expressions. They had clearly seen Li Chuan leave just now. How could he still be in the room? But they opened their mouths and ultimately didn't shout out any reminders. After all, the person inside was Su Yaoyue, and no one in the outer sect could defeat her. It was said that only the manager, immortal, could possibly hold her back. As they were thinking about what Su Yaoyue meant by saying Li Chuan was in the room, a scream suddenly echoed. Startled, they immediately ran away without thinking. Meng Yin and the other disciples flew out of the room one after another, and Sun Huaijin, after being hit by a spear from Su Yaoyue, was also sent flying out. Su Yaoyue's cold voice came. As disciples of the law enforcement hall, you dare to barge into my bathroom without my permission? Do you think there are no rules in the Yin-Yang Sect? Just as Sun Huaijin steadied himself, he heard Su Yaoyue's slanderous words, and the blood that surged up from being hit by her almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Senior sister Su, don't slander me. Sun Huaijin shouted angrily. You are framing people, and you dare to frame us from the law enforcement hall. You are too bold. They were law enforcement hall members, specifically tasked with capturing outer disciples who violated sect rules, and now they were being slandered. They had never felt so aggrieved. Slander? Su Yaoyue said. Then let's go find the sect master and see what the sect master has to say. Sun Huaijin's expression changed instantly. Everyone knew that Su Yaoyue had been specially approved by the sect master to enter the sect. Originally, her belongings were too few and did not meet the entry requirements. But she had a fire spirit root, which made her a genius no matter where she was, causing such a small matter to escalate to the sect master. It was clear who the sect master would favor. After all, although he had decent strength in the outer sect, he was still not qualified to meet the sect master. Su Yaoyue, on the other hand, enjoyed privileges. The few law enforcement team members who came with Sun Huaijin turned pale with fright upon hearing Su Yaoyue's words and quickly apologized. Senior sister Su, we were wrong. Please forgive us. Sun Huaijin's expression shifted, and in the end, he could only apologize with a sense of grievance. I'm sorry, senior sister Su. It was our mistake today. Get lost, Su Yaoyue scolded. Thank you, senior sister. Sun Huaijin said, feeling aggrieved. Being slandered and still having to express thanks. One could imagine the resentment in his heart. After leaving with everyone, he gritted his teeth and said to Meng Yin, today, I swear to find that demonic cultivator. Meng Yin, meeting his fierce gaze, quickly responded, yes. Yes, senior brother's son, I will go find out right away. Meng Yin knew that if they couldn't find Li Chuan tonight, Sun Huaijin's anger would turn towards him. After leaving Su Yaoyue's room, Li Chuan returned to his own residence. He was now full of expectations for the future, so his heart for cultivation burned. And he sat cross-legged on the bed to practice diligently. However, he felt that he had barely practiced for a while when there was a knock on the door. Who is it, so late at night? He looked cautiously at the outside, and the first thing that came to his mind was Mo Xiangling's delicate figure. He thought, it can't be that this automatic pathfinder is here again. But then he was taken aback. Mo Xiangling had been subdued by him using spirit stones. So she shouldn't be coming. Really, I scare myself. Chapter 53. There are two types of worlds, one mixed breed, one purebred. The door opened, and seeing the tall figure standing quietly under the moonlight, Li Chuan's mouth twitched. Good news, it's not emotionally. So, the top beauty of the outer sect also has the ability to automatically find her way here? Seeing that Su Yaoyue was about to enter without saying a word, Li Chuan quickly said, Senior sister, today I am not convenient. Let us change the date. Damn it. Who would have thought that not convenient would become an excuse for him one day? Hey, this excuse sounds quite heartwarming. He said, Senior sister, I am a person of integrity, never in the wrong. How could the law enforcement hall capture me? You must be mistaken. Su Yaoyue looked him up and down and said lightly, I didn't see where you have integrity. She recounted the incident where Sun Huijin and the others had gone to her residence. Look at how your junior brother is thinking about the senior sister. He felt embarrassed and said, Senior sister is righteous. After saying that, she even added, and I won't deduct your spirit stones. What heartwarming words. What a good senior sister. Senior sister, you are so righteous. Li Chuan couldn't help but feel moved. Li Chuan then took out a pile of spirit stones. Looking at the spirit stones on the ground, Su Yaoyue's emotions rarely fluctuated. She shot Li Chuan a dark look and then accepted the spirit stones. Keeping 2,000 spirit stones with her, does this count as a gesture? She was somewhat unsure, but she indeed had 2,000 more spirit stones. After Su Yaoyue entered the room, Li Chuan closed the door and sat down with Su Yaoyue at the round table in the room. To be honest, if it weren't for his low strength right now, he and Su Yaoyue shouldn't be sitting on stools, but rather on the bed. Su Yaoyue was the type who was quiet and reserved. After sitting down, she stopped talking. After lightly scanning around Li Chuan's room, her gaze settled on Li Chuan's face, and she just stared at him in silence. Although there was no killing intent in her eyes, it made Li Chuan feel uneasy. He actually preferred it if Su Yaoyue looked at him with killing intent. It would make him feel better. Senior sister, can you look somewhere else? Li Chuan reached out and directly pushed Su Yaoyue's face to the side, casually pinching it as well. You could say he was being shameless, clearly needing restraint. He insisted on playing with fire. There is only you alive here. Where else do you want me to look? Su Yaoyue turned her face back, glanced at Li Chuan, and said, Actually, I wouldn't have looked at you like this before. Simple words often have great impact, and Li Chuan's face instantly darkened. What is wrong with the senior sisters of the Yin-Yang Sect? Why are their mouths so poisonous one after another? Then don't look now. Li Chuan angrily pushed Su Yaoyue's face away again. How precious. Su Yaoyue's tone was always indifferent. Li Chuan was furious. You turn your face back. He turned Su Yaoyue's face back again. You expect me to turn just because you say so? Not only did Su Yaoyue not turn her face, but she even turned her body away, leaving her charming back to Li Chuan. She was already much stronger than Li Chuan. If she wanted to be stubborn, Li Chuan simply couldn't turn her around. Turn around. Li Chuan slammed the table, and 100 spirit stones appeared on it. Just say he's cheap. When others look at him, he's disdainful, and when they don't, he gets angry. With spirit stones, he truly throws money around. Su Yaoyue glanced at the spirit stones on the table, but didn't move. Clap. Another 100 spirit stones. Clap. Another 100 spirit stones. Clap. Clap. A total of 500 spirit stones, yet Su Yaoyue remained unmoved. When Li Chuan raised his hand again, he directly slapped the back of Su Yaoyue's head. Su Yaoyue cried out in pain, suddenly turning around, her beautiful big eyes wide in disbelief at Li Chuan. She couldn't believe he hit her on the head. I said, Senior sister, you're not turning around. Li Chuan said fiercely, Damn it, 500 spirit stones wasted. If I had known it was this easy, I would have done it earlier. You really are something. After holding it in for a long time, Su Yaoyue managed to squeeze out a few words. Mainly, she lacked experience in dealing with this kind of situation and didn't know how to retaliate against Li Chuan. Should she beat Li Chuan up? She was afraid she might kill him. Should she leave in anger? But she didn't really feel angry. Should she scold Li Chuan? She could hit people. She was familiar with killing, but how do you curse at someone? You little bum. She tried to curse once. After cursing, she frowned. Why did it feel so out of place? Li Chuan stared at Su Yaoyue in confusion. No way did she get dumb? How did such a bland phrase come out of her mouth? It didn't fit Su Yaoyue's general demeanor at all. Suddenly, Su Yaoyue's eyes brightened. She remembered the soldiers' insults from when she was in the barracks. You bastard. What? Li Chuan doubted his ears. How did those words slip out of Su Yaoyue's mouth? Who put them in her mouth? Seeing the incredulous expression on Li Chuan's face, Su Yaoyue felt she had found the right words, and a rare smile appeared on her face. You bastard. She cursed again. This feeling. How should I put it? Isn't bad at all. You're the bastard. Li Chuan couldn't help but reply. Who cares who it is? If there's a curse, there's a comeback. You bastard. You're the bastard. You bastard. You're purebred. You bastard. You're a mixed breed. After cursing a few times, Li Chuan suddenly realized something was wrong. Damn, how did Su Yaiwa lower his IQ? How old is she? Still learning to insult back, preparing to curse all night, and not cultivate. Just as Su Yaiwa opened her mouth to continue cursing, Li Chuan suddenly reached out, grabbed her hair, and pulled her towards him, kissing her mouth. I'll let you curse. Now everything was quiet. The room was left with only bastards and purebreds. It was unclear how long had passed when the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. The force of the kick was so strong that the two doors swung open like a V, almost about to fall. Meng Yan, who kicked the door, stood at the entrance with a fierce expression, and just as he was about to say, I see where you're running, he swallowed the words back. He stared blankly at the scene in the room. Not wanting to panic, Meng Yan looked back at Sun Huijin, pointing at the room with a confused and chaotic expression. Chapter 54. Not really. There are demon cultivators. Looking at Su Yaiwa and Li Chuan in the room, the onlookers at the door were dumbfounded. What beasts? Are they really that thirsty? It was clearly a windless night, yet everyone felt a chilling wind piercing to the bone. Fortunately, these guys provided a forced interruption. Seeing the killing intent begin to rise in Su Yaiwa's eyes, he couldn't help but smile. Under Su Yaiwa's gaze, Meng Yan tremblingly reached out and pulled the wobbling door back. Now, with one half of the door open, all the pressure fell onto Sun Huijin. Sun Huijin's face twitched, wishing he could kill Meng Yan. He forced a smile at Su Yaiwa. Senior sister, you continue. Unfortunately, the door was already wobbling. As he reached out, it suddenly crashed to the ground with a clang. A fiery red spear suddenly appeared in Su Yaiwa's hand as she charged out. Along with her, the 500 spirit stones on the table also rushed into her Chinquan bag. Su Yaiwa's emotions were usually very stable, but this was the first time he heard her curse. One can only imagine how angry Su Yaiwa was at that moment. Watching Su Yaiwa chase after Sun Huijin and the others in a frenzy, Li Chuan couldn't help but cover his face. Just don't know if his value has collapsed. As Su Yaiwa chased everyone away, Li Chuan hurriedly left as well. Having too many spirit stones also had its downsides. Now, whatever he wanted to do with Su Yaiwa, she wouldn't refuse. But his realm was too low to act freely. He was afraid Su Yaiwa would come looking for him again. At that time, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Let me cultivate the fiery sun-burning body technique for a while first. Li Chuan suddenly reminisced about the days when he worked hard and barely saw daylight. There used to be so many fewer problems. His only worry back then was surviving. But now, his worry was that he earned too many spirit stones and couldn't control his high spending. Just say he is cheap. After leaving, Li Chuan went to the residential area of the new little junior sister and found a place to cultivate. As soon as he had spirit stones, he immediately threw himself into endless cultivation, truly a hard-working cultivator. After 3 days, his spirit plant technique also reached level 3. Spirit plant technique, level 1, level 3. 03, he discovered that this spirit plant technique seemed to require one more point of fortune for each level up compared to the previous one. If level 10 is the max level, then it would need a total of 45 points of fortune. That is, 45 days. This time isn't too long, especially for cultivators. His current spirit stones were enough for a while, so he planned to make a big push, cultivating while waiting for the spirit plant technique to reach level 2. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Li Chuan looked at the little junior sister beside him. He was a very warm-hearted senior brother who had been teaching the little junior sister cultivation techniques during this time. For example, this little junior sister next to him was very eager to learn and very proactive. Li Chuan, being helpful, naturally liked these little junior sisters who actively came to him for guidance, so he taught them carefully. Who is it? The little junior sister asked immediately, understanding the situation. Outside, a young voice said, Outer Sect Law Enforcement Hall. Upon hearing this, the little junior sister hurriedly got up to open the door, instantly forgetting about Li Chuan, who had taken good care of her. After all, that was the law enforcement hall. Not to mention disciples who hadn't even entered chi refining, even those who had. The law enforcement hall held the power of life and death. How could this little junior sister afford to be negligent? Hearing it was the law enforcement hall, Li Chuan frowned. These guys just want to quit, right? Because he couldn't handle the senior sister himself, so they came to mess with him? A bunch of useless people. The door opened, and a young disciple dressed in law enforcement hall attire stood outside, holding a strange round disc in his hand. The junior sister quickly bowed and said, "Senior brother." The disciple nodded, glanced at the magic disc in his hand, and said to the junior sister, "Recently, there have been demonic cultivators infiltrating our Yin-Yang Sect. Every disciple must go through the examination of this magic absorption disc, which specifically absorbs demonic energy. As long as there is demonic energy on a person, it will activate. Is the junior sister living alone?" The junior sister instinctively turned her head to look at Chuan. The disciple said, "If there is someone else, call them over." Without needing to be told, Chuan had already walked over. When he saw Chuan, the disciple was clearly taken aback, and his gaze involuntarily turned to the junior sister. Looking at her delicate little face, he probably didn't expect the junior sister to be so delicate. Senior brother, the disciple, who was only at the first level of chi refining, saluted Chuan, then waved the magic absorption disc in front of him before putting it away. Chuan was in a daze, thinking that the law enforcement hall was going to use this disc to confirm he was a demonic cultivator, but unexpectedly, nothing happened. Then, that disciple suddenly said to the junior sister, "Junior sister is really fortunate." Chuan immediately smiled. In the past, every fellow disciple he encountered looked down on him, insisting he was 79 years old when he was actually 49, including the junior sister here, who had been the same before. Their attitudes only changed when he showered them with spirit stones. But he hadn't even taken out any spirit stones yet. And this disciple from the law enforcement hall actually praised him. This was more like it. After all, he was a senior brother at the 4th level of chi refining. And for these junior sisters who hadn't even reached that level yet, meeting him was indeed their fortune. A flash of blue light suddenly appeared as Chuan raised his hand and threw something over. The disciple was startled, thinking Chuan was a demonic cultivator that the magic absorption disc hadn't detected. He was ready to use a defensive talisman, only to find that what Chuan threw over was spirit stones. He hurriedly caught them. "Senior brother, what is this?" After glancing at the 10 spirit stones glowing with a faint blue light in his hand, the disciple looked at Chuan in confusion. "I'm happy, so I rewarded you," Chuan said generously, waving his hand. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhou Shijing, the junior disciple, said gratefully with a happy expression, then continued, "I still don't know senior brother's name. May I ask?" Chuan, senior brother. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word, and I will definitely go through fire and water for you." Zhou Shijing was also someone who knew how to make connections, regardless of whether he was sincere. At least he made his attitude clear. The reason was simple. He had been assigned this task of searching for demonic cultivators, with a reward of only 3 spirit stones. But Chuan had given him 10 spirit stones at once, so as long as he wasn't foolish, he knew he should flatter Chuan. Generally, those who could enter the law enforcement hall at the 1st level of chi refining either had good talent, a strong background, or understood the ways of the world. Chapter 55, Senior Brother. Is this sister your Dao partner? When Zhou Shijing left, he cast a rather ambiguous glance at Chuan and the junior sister. Most cultivators prioritize cultivation above all else. In the Yin-Yang Sect, regardless of gender, disciples rarely seek partners that are significantly weaker than themselves. Of course, there are exceptions. Those who believe they have no hope of breakthrough and little time left tend to be less picky and focus more on enjoyment. In Zhou Shijing's eyes, Chuan was one of those disciples. With the testimony of the river crab divine beast, he was genuinely teaching the junior sister cultivation techniques. There really are demonic cultivators infiltrating. Watching Zhou Shijing leave, Chuan shook his head. It seemed his information was outdated. Upon reflection, he realized he didn't have many sources of information. Sui Aiwei was even less talkative. Just as he was about to close the door, a loud noise suddenly came from afar, followed by shouts and screams. "Senior brother, what happened?" The delicate junior sister was startled and instinctively hid behind Chuan. "All right, senior brother, be quick and come back," the junior sister obediently said, knowing she lacked strength, and immediately closed the door and returned to her room. However, for someone as curious as Chuan, there were countless ways to die. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." A somewhat deranged voice echoed through the junior sister's residential area. Her eyes suddenly widened. "Ah, senior brother? Who else could it be but Chuan?" The junior sister was stunned, still recalling how senior brother had just soared into the sky with elegance. How could it be that in the time it took her to turn around and close the door, he ended up in someone else's arms? In fact, Chuan was also quite helpless about this. He had just come to watch the excitement when a disciple, surrounded by demonic energy, charged at him. It was clear that he had been possessed by a demonic cultivator. The opponent was at the 6th level of chi refining, while he was at the 4th level. He was confident he would win. He first used a spell to deflect the sword that was slashing at him. Then, with a palm infused with violent spiritual energy, he successfully struck the opponent's chest. Just as he was smugly preparing to watch the opponent spit blood and fly away, he realized it was bad. He had hit the demonic energy surging from the opponent's body. The energy was so dense that this person was definitely not an ordinary demonic cultivator. He had been too careless. Seeing the opponent's long sword slashing towards him again, he realized he had no time to dodge and could only resort to desperate measures. Chuan didn't know how many times he had used this desperate measure. He was quite familiar with it. However, in the end, he didn't have to use it. He felt that the demonic cultivator didn't seem to have the intent to kill him. He just wanted to capture him. Being called a 79-year-old old man by his fellow disciples at the age of 49 was all thanks to this desperate measure. If he kept using it, the junior sisters might start saying he was 89 years old. So in the end, Chuan decided to hold back. This was the territory of the Yin-Yang Sect. How long could a mere demonic cultivator be so arrogant? Looking down at the sword resting against his neck, a lower-grade first-tier treasure, he realized that with such a poor weapon, the opponent's qualifications couldn't be that great either. No wonder he had been possessed by someone else despite being at the 6th level of chi refining. Even at this moment, he still had the leisure to criticize others, which was quite something. One after another, disciples from the law enforcement hall flew into the air, and many outer disciples also rushed over. If it weren't for Chuan holding the situation, one spell from each of them could have turned this demonic cultivator into dust. Demon, let our sect disciple go at once. This is the Yin-Yang Sect. How dare you run rampant here? Hurry and release him, or I will ensure your soul is placed in my soul-refining banner, subjecting you to endless suffering and preventing you from ever reincarnating. You have already been surrounded. Hurry and put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, when our sect's seniors arrive, they will burn your soul to ashes, ensuring you cannot be reincarnated. The shouts from around them came one after another. Chuan listened closely and noted that no one mentioned letting the demonic cultivator go if he surrendered. It was all about letting him go but ensuring he would die, at most leaving him with a whole corpse. Is this how you negotiate with robbers? Can't you at least try to sweet-talk him a bit? Shut up, the demonic cultivator roared. Chuan could tell from the thunderous shout that the demonic cultivator was anxious. Everyone step aside and let me go, or I will kill him and then self-destruct. Indeed, as expected of a demonic cultivator, he spoke with such confidence about self-destruction. You can't escape. You demonic cultivators have come to cause trouble in our Yin-Yang Sect. If we let you go, where will our Yin-Yang Sect's face go? A group of people flew over, and the speaker was none other than Chuan's old acquaintance, Sun Huijin. There was a bruise on Sun Huijin's face, and Chuan could tell with just one glance that it was due to Su Yaoyue's handiwork. Well done. This guy was clearly seeking revenge, trying to use the demonic cultivator's hand to kill him. Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself to save himself. While secretly gathering strength, Chuan's gaze involuntarily turned to a stunning woman beside Sun Huijin. This woman was also wearing the uniform of the law enforcement hall. But among so many disciples, she still stood out. Her beauty surpassed that of the other senior and junior sisters around her. The women here were all top-notch in appearance. Yet she outshone them all. Her fair and delicate skin radiated an irresistible sheen under the sunlight. Her exquisite facial features were unforgettable. Especially her tightly furrowed brows and the anger emanating from her eyes made her look like an angry princess, petulant, temperamental, and noble. You demonic cultivators, don't think you can escape from our Yin-Yang Sect, she scolded, pointing at the demon cultivator who had kidnapped Chuan. Unlike Sun Huijin, Chuan could see from her expression that the woman was genuinely angry about the kidnapping. It wasn't that she had any particular relationship with him. He guessed it was because he was a disciple of the Yin-Yang Sect. Seeing a fellow disciple being kidnapped made her furious. Just based on this, Chuan felt a good impression of her. What made him feel even better was that the woman was very close to Sun Huijin. If Chuan guessed correctly, she should be Sun Huijin's partner. A pair, how nice. Senior brother, is this senior sister your partner? Chuan's question stunned everyone present. Junior brother, at this critical moment. You're still asking if they are partners? If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have reached out to check Chuan's forehead to see if he had a fever. What do you want to say? The woman glared at him with her beautiful eyes, looking at Chuan as if she couldn't understand him. Her thoughts were the same as everyone else's. She couldn't comprehend Li Chuan's train of thought. Do you know you could die? What do women love to hear? Li Chuan's remark about being the number one among the 10 beautiful fairies instantly made the woman blush with joy, a charming rosy hue spreading across her exquisite face, her eyes revealing shyness. She shyly replied, "Oh, junior brother, what nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly be senior sister Sue? If I had senior sister Sue's strength, I would have rescued you by now." Just a moment ago, she thought Li Chuan was useless for being kidnapped with so many fellow disciples around. But if it weren't for Li Chuan, the demon cultivator would already be dead under their swords. In fact, many of the disciples shared her thoughts. She had been in the Yin-Yang Sect for so many years, yet no one had ever called her the number one beauty among the 10. Even though she indeed ranked among them, she didn't dare to say it out loud. This damn sense of recognition almost brought her to tears. How could she not develop a good impression of Li Chuan? What teacher and disciple? This was clearly someone whose life was nearing its end, yet still tirelessly seeking the path to immortality, dedicating his life to the pursuit of the Tao. His spirit was truly inspiring. Seeing that Li Chuan still had the mind to praise others' partners at such a moment, the demon cultivator tightened his grip on the sword. If he didn't know that if Li Chuan died, he would suffer eternal damnation. He would definitely let Li Chuan know what it meant to have his head turned to mush and body turned to mud. Sun Huaiqin sensed something was off when Li Chuan asked if Ning Shiru was his partner. Upon seeing Li Chuan's expression, he immediately guessed what Li Chuan was thinking. Was it not enough to have Su Yaoyue? Now he wanted to have his partner too? How ridiculous. He quickly pulled Ning Shiru behind him, not allowing Li Chuan's filthy eyes to taint her. "Junior sister, don't pay attention to this guy. He might also be a demon cultivator." "Oh, he is a demon cultivator?" Ning Shiru peeked out from behind Sun Huaiqin, doubtingly saying, "This junior brother looks quite decent, full of righteous energy. He doesn't seem like a demon cultivator." Look, Li Chuan just praised her once, and she became so biased. Who wouldn't think of Li Chuan as a lecherous old man? Yet to her, he turned into someone decent and full of righteousness. If Li Chuan praised her more, would she become so excited that she would kneel and call him father? The surrounding disciples couldn't help but look closely at Li Chuan after hearing Ning Shiru's words, trying to find the merits she spoke of. However, they searched and searched but couldn't see where Li Chuan was decent or full of righteousness. Even the demon cultivator looked at Li Chuan with suspicion. Although he felt agitated, this was a matter of life and death, so when he was kidnapping someone, he specifically chose an old man. Moreover, among many old men, he picked the one who looked the oldest. The older one was, the more afraid of death they were. This was the same in the cultivation world. If he had kidnapped a young disciple, that disciple might have charged at his sword with full enthusiasm. Looking at Li Chuan, yes, he was an old man. He was scared to death. He thought he had mistakenly kidnapped someone due to a moment of dizziness. At a glance, this was a scheming old man. And such old men were the most afraid of death. "You are a demon cultivator?" He deliberately asked Li Chuan. If Li Chuan admitted to being a demon cultivator, he would definitely not escape today. So this matter had to be clarified. Originally, he wanted to force Li Chuan to clarify, but unexpectedly, Li Chuan admitted it directly. "Yes, I am a demon cultivator. Who would have thought that I hid it so well and was still discovered by you?" "What?" The demon cultivator's mind went blank. He actually kidnapped the wrong person. Among so many Yin-Yang Sect disciples, how did he end up kidnapping a fellow disciple? "What do you mean? Let us break out together. It's just a branch of the Yin-Yang Sect. I could have wiped it out with a wave of my hand in the past. Even if my strength is now only a fraction of what it was, breaking out is still no problem. Let us go while their experts haven't arrived." The demon cultivator almost believed it. The sword he held nearly left Li Chuan's neck. "No way." The demon cultivator roared in agitation. "You're not one of us. You have many people?" Li Chuan hadn't expected that the opponent was still working as a group. Initially, he thought this guy didn't seem very normal and wanted to see if he could trick him. After all, what normal person would tilt their head while kidnapping a hostage, looking like a fool? Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. However, the good thing was that even if this demon cultivator was not quite normal, he had a strong obsession with survival, so he wouldn't kill him. "Senior brother, see. Junior sister said this junior brother isn't a demon cultivator, right?" Ning Shiru said to Sun Huaiqin. Sun Huaiqin actually regretted saying that Li Chuan might be a demon cultivator just now. He had already been beaten by Su Yaoyue twice, and he didn't want to be beaten a third time. A few days ago, he had been chased to the law enforcement hall of the outer sect. And it was still the deacon Xie Qinghe who brought a group of law enforcement hall disciples to drive Su Yaoyue away. In the past, He only knew that Su Yaoyue was very powerful, and he couldn't defeat her, but he didn't expect her to be this formidable. Although everyone had held back, there were several disciples at the Qi refining 10th layer who had joined forces, including Xie Qing'e, who was known as the second strongest female disciple of the outer sect. Yet they couldn't take down Su Yaoyue. In the entire outer sect, he estimated that only the hall master of the task hall, senior sister Imo Xiangling, could handle Su Yaoyue. Had he known things would develop this way, he wouldn't have gone to trouble Chuan. He couldn't understand what kind of magic this teacher-disciple relationship had, making the usually indifferent Su Yaoyue pay such attention. Are you going to let me go or not? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, the demon cultivator couldn't help but shout angrily. Li Chuan noticed his trembling hand and kindly reached out to help steady it. Chapter 57. Come over here and take off all your clothes. First, tell us what you demon cultivators are doing at our Yin-Yang Sect? Sun Huaijin asked. He didn't dare to press too hard now. After all, he hadn't expected Su Yaoyue to be here, and just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. So he planned to clarify things first and then let them go. However, he didn't expect that his question would make the demon cultivator even more agitated. What are we here for? Of course, we came to cultivate at your Yin-Yang Sect. The demon cultivator's face twisted in anger. Sun Huaijin was taken aback. Since when? The demon cultivator roared. I'm not talking about your Minshan Yin-Yang Sect. Li Chuan grinned, rubbing his numb ears. You need to calm down. With your temperament, it's a wonder our Yin-Yang Sect would accept you. He seemed unaware that Li Chuan had already placed one hand on the inside of his sword-holding hand. If he exerted force now, the sword would not budge an inch. You want to join our Yin-Yang Sect just for cultivation? Sun Huaijin asked with some skepticism. After all, these demon cultivators were ruthless, and they even looked down on the Yin-Yang Sect's cultivation methods, which were considered fast by other cultivators. Otherwise, what? Why else? The demon cultivator sneered. If it weren't for our Tianma sect being wiped out by those so-called righteous cultivators. Even if your Yin-Yang sect's leader begged us on his knees, we wouldn't come. The demon cultivator trembled with rage. You Yin-Yang sect are nothing but a bunch of bitches. The entire cultivation world knows it, so stop pretending to be noble. Li Chuan deeply agreed with this sentiment. When he first joined the Yin-Yang sect to find a partner, he couldn't find one. They all looked down on him. And when he tried to spend some spirit stones, they all wanted more than he was willing to give. 3,000 here, 5,000 there. Why don't you go rob someone? Li Chuan was still wondering if this guy had also gone to find Su Yaoyue and Imo Xiangling. Suddenly, he realized that the prices he mentioned must be for a month's worth. A handful of spirit stones flew out from the demon cultivator's bag, looking like only a couple of hundred at most. Bang! The spirit stones shattered, and the demon cultivator roared. Is this all the savings you Yin-Yang sect disciples have? What can you do with this? He had forcibly taken over this disciple's body using a secret technique, so these savings belonged to the disciple. Originally, they had infiltrated the Yin-Yang sect to find fairies to cultivate and enhance their strength because they had secret methods for absorbing others' cultivation. However, they never expected that due to the death of the original body owner, the body and soul were not well matched, resulting in an unstable state. When the female disciples checked, they found the spiritual energy within them was unstable, and they refused to become their partners, causing their plans to fall apart. Then they were left with the option of trading with spirit stones, but they found the asking prices to be outrageous, cutting off their path. Their initial plan was to lure the female disciples out of the sect, but now they couldn't trick even one out. And some of them couldn't help but resort to force, which got them discovered by the Yin-Yang sect. Although Li Chuan didn't know the demon cultivator's inner turmoil, he still felt sorry for him. Wasn't this just his own story? He had invested all his wealth just to almost follow the path of this demon cultivator. As the fragments of spirit stones scattered, some of them glittering, Li Chuan was about to seize this opportunity to break free when the demon cultivator suddenly pointed at Ning Shiro and shouted, "You filthy bitch! What are you pretending for? Do you really think your Yin-Yang sect is so great? You're all just a bunch of filthy bitches. Now come over here and take off all your clothes, or I'll kill him." Li Chuan's hand immediately froze, and he said to the demon cultivator, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The demon cultivator snapped, "Shut up." Li Chuan replied, "Okay." Ning Shiro fumed, "You can kidnap someone, but what does it have to do with me? Why do I have to take off my clothes? Are you leaving or not? Stop talking. If you don't come over, I'll kill him." The demon cultivator tightened his grip, seemingly realizing something was blocking his wrist. He tried to press the sword against Li Chuan's neck, but failed. He couldn't help but stretch his neck and look over. Li Chuan quickly loosened his grip and pulled the demon cultivator's hand towards his neck. In order to make it more convincing, he even rubbed his neck against the sword. This was a perfect opportunity for the sister he had just met to train her Dao heart. He couldn't let her miss it. Otherwise, she would regret it. Don't ask him why he was so kind. He simply enjoyed doing good deeds anonymously and quietly. As he saw a trickle of blood flowing down the sword, Ning Shiro's expression changed, and she shouted, "Don't hurt my junior brother. You just want to see, right? I'll show you. What's the big deal?" She said as she flew towards the demon cultivator, reaching for her waist. "Junior sister, you," Sun Huaijin exclaimed anxiously. "Your partner is still here. What are you doing?" But he was a step too slow, grabbing Ning Shiro by the shoulder just as the ties around her waist came undone, and he pulled her clothes down. Her snow-white arms were dazzling, her delicate shoulders enchanting, and the pink undergarments were captivating, making it hard to look away. The other disciples didn't expect their senior brothers and sisters to be so eager to save someone. This camaraderie made them feel ashamed. In fact, Ning Shiro didn't reveal much. Only her arms and shoulders along with her back, and she was still wearing silk pants. But everyone was used to dressing very modestly. When Ning Shiro stopped, the demon cultivator smirked. Sun Huaijin clenched his fists and chased after them. He didn't even dare to tell Ning Shiro to stop undressing. He feared his fellow disciples would accuse him of neglecting their camaraderie. This damned camaraderie. Why save such a useless junior brother? The key was, couldn't he choose someone else's partner? The demon cultivator seemed not to have expected Ning Shiro's actions to be so swift. He only saw a flash, and Ning Shiro had suddenly shed a lot of clothing. Because he happened to blink, he didn't even see how the clothes ended up in Sun Huaijin's hands. Chapter 58. Sun Huaijin, did you just kiss? Li Chuan was anxious. Sun Huaijin, what are you doing here? Don't you want your partner to train her Dao heart? Selfish and self-centered, he wasn't fit to be a senior brother. Earlier, Li Chuan thought this guy was jealous of him for getting Su Yaoyue because he didn't have a partner, but it turned out he did. Senior brother. Ning's sister is just your partner, not your wife. She is our senior sister among all the outer disciples and has the freedom to choose for herself. Li Chuan suddenly shouted. Sun Huaijin almost choked and fell from the air. She's not your partner, so it's easy for you to say. When he steadied himself and looked, Ning Shiro had already reached Li Chuan and the demon cultivator. Junior sister, you usually don't move this fast. It's just to save someone. There's no need to be so impatient. The demon cultivator wasn't even urging her. Why was she in such a hurry? He quickly recited the incantation to suppress the waves of emotion in his heart. Dao intention fills the heart, evil thoughts hard to invade. Spirit thoughts guard the mind. Celestial intent protects the heart. If Li Chuan knew that Sun Huaijin was reciting the clear heart mantra at this critical moment, he would definitely shout for him to stop reciting and come see his partner. When the demonic cultivator's red eyes were fixed on her revealing clothes, she suddenly summoned a sword and struck at the arm holding the sword. Li Chuan exclaimed in regret, nearly slapping his thigh. Sister, everyone is waiting. At such a critical moment, how can you still have the leisure to meddle? You've disappointed everyone. I'm fine. The demonic cultivator was focused on waiting for Ning Shiro, but unexpectedly, she launched a surprise attack, catching him off guard and severing his arm. However, a surge of demonic energy flowed out, pulling the severed arm back and reattaching it. Meanwhile, Li Chuan, who had been taken hostage, inexplicably found himself outside of the demonic cultivator's long sword. Bastard, don't run. The demonic cultivator yelled anxiously, swinging his sword at Li Chuan. Sister, be careful. Li Chuan quickly embraced the shocked Ning Shiro and rolled to the side. Rolling? Sun Huaijin, who was chasing after them, looked at the two rolling away, somewhat dumbfounded. What is going on? How did Li Chuan break free from the demonic grasp? And what are you two rolling around for in midair? However, after Li Chuan and Ning Shiro moved aside, the demonic cultivator's sword came slicing toward him, leaving him no time to think as he hurriedly defended himself. Although the demonic cultivator was only at the chi refining stage, his strength was not to be underestimated. Li Chuan, a top-ranking disciple from the outer sect, was immediately knocked back. As he retreated rapidly, Sun Huaijin controlled his sword and attacked the demonic cultivator again. Yet, the demonic cultivator shouted angrily at him. You still have the mind to deal with me? Why wouldn't I? That thought flashed through Sun Huaijin's mind when the demonic cultivator pointed at him and yelled. You don't care that he is kissing your Dao partner? What? Sun Huaijin quickly turned around, only to see Li Chuan and Ning Shiro still rolling. Their heads very close together, and their mouths seemingly close as well. This scene flashed by so quickly that he couldn't determine whether they had actually kissed. However, it seemed that Ning Shiro heard the demonic cultivators shout as she looked up during their role. Her soft eyes appeared slightly dazed, and the rosy blush on her delicate cheeks made her look extraordinarily beautiful. Keep your heart empty, clear all distractions. Keep your heart empty, clear all distractions. Sun Huaijin muttered nervously. You still haven't killed him. The demonic cultivator roared. Damn it, he hasn't even kissed yet. And Li Chuan has already taken advantage of her. I can't accept this. Originally, he wanted Ning Shiro to come over and take off her clothes, hoping to indulge a bit first, but unexpectedly, it ended up benefiting Li Chuan. Why should it be like this? Sun Huaijin jolted, immediately abandoning the demonic cultivator and flying toward Li Chuan and Ning Shiro. Sister, are you okay? He shouted, trembling. He didn't dare kill Li Chuan in front of so many people. He just hoped these two shameless individuals would separate quickly upon seeing him, the aggrieved party. But his heartfelt call seemed to fail to stir their conscience. The two landed while still embracing, rolling twice on the ground, and then continued to hold each other. When he landed beside them, they were still embracing. Senior brother, I'm fine. Ning Shiro smiled shyly and pushed Li Chuan away. Hiss, that was close. I'm finally saved. Thank you, sister, Li Chuan said, still looking shaken, leaning forward as if wanting to kiss Ning Shiro. Fortunately, he stopped just in time and turned to look at Sun Huaijin. Oh, I forgot senior brother was here. Sun Huaijin glared at him, trembling all over. What do you mean you forgot I was here? If I weren't here, what were you planning to do? You bastard, son of a bitch. Sun Huaijin cursed inwardly, watching as Li Chuan stood up and pulled Ning Shiro up, pretending to be concerned as he asked, Sister, are you okay? While brushing off the dust from her clothes. He could no longer hold back and pushed Li Chuan away. Ouch! Li Chuan staggered back, looking frightened as he asked, Senior brother, what are you doing? What am I doing? You still have the face to ask me what I'm doing? Sun Huaijin felt he was about to lose control. He really wanted to slash Li Chuan with a sword. Just then, Ning Shiro also said displeased, Senior brother, what are you doing? Look at how you scared junior brother. What? Sister, he took advantage of you. Sun Huaijin said, his face flushed. It's not that the senior brother isn't broad-minded. Fine, I admit I'm not broad-minded. So what? Ning Shiro replied, what are you talking about, senior brother? This junior brother was just brushing off the dust from my clothes. Besides, as cultivators, where is there such a thing as taking advantage? Li Chuan chimed in. Yeah, senior brother, we cultivators should avoid the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Sister is merely your Tao partner. You need to clarify your own identity. You should clarify your own identity. You know she is my Tao partner, right? Sun Huaijin was slightly frantic. The Yin-Yang Sect emphasizes that everything must be kept in the heart, leaving no trace, and particularly abhors emotional entanglements between men and women. He couldn't show that he cared too much. Otherwise, the elders in the sect would say he lacked character. They might even make him take Ning Shiro to the inner sect to specifically train his character. However, what the sect advocates is one thing, and reality is another. Everyone usually avoids discussing matters between men and women, but from what he knew, few of his fellow disciples truly didn't care at all. To some extent, everyone had a mental barrier, but they just didn't speak it out loud. Chapter 59. Sister, I'll come find you to play later. As soon as these words left Sun Huaijin's mouth, he regretted it. What is the point of asking this now? Are you trying to let the surrounding disciples watch the excitement? Are you implying that I kissed your Tao partner, Ning Shiro's tempting little mouth? Senior brother, you're still here. I'm not that kind of person. Li Chuan shook his head while smacking his lips. In fact, he hadn't seen clearly just now. He only saw the two of them very close together, and he couldn't be sure if they had actually kissed. He looked expressionlessly at Ning Shiro, sister. However, Ning Shiro suddenly flew up and said, Senior brother, hurry, don't let that demon run away. With bare shoulders? Just as he was about to call Ning Shiro to put on her clothes, he suddenly felt the clothes in his hands moving. Looking down, it was as if the clothes had grown legs, slipping out of his hands. What are you doing? Sun Huaijin glared at Li Chuan. Sun Huaijin foolishly looked up, his mouth agape as he watched Li Chuan catch up to Ning Shiro and help her put on her clothes. That is my Tao partner, he silently shouted, quickly flying up and pushing Li Chuan away from helping Ning Shiro with her clothes. It's fine, sister doesn't need to worry about me. Just put it on quickly. Be careful not to catch a cold, Li Chuan said. Thank you for your concern, junior brother, Ning Shiro nodded repeatedly. Sun Huaijin floated aside, feeling like he was superfluous. He glared fiercely at Li Chuan, only to find Li Chuan grinning at him, looking quite pleased. Suddenly, Li Chuan clasped his hands together and said, "Senior brother, sister, thank you for saving me today. I will definitely come to express my gratitude in the future." Before he could finish speaking, Ningshiro had already replied, "Junior brother, you don't need to be polite. You're always welcome to come find sister." Watching Li Chuan fly away, Sun Huaijin couldn't help but say to Ningshiro, "Sister, this guy has impure intentions. It's better for you to have less contact with him." Ningshiro frowned and said discontentedly, "Senior brother, I've noticed that you have a deep prejudice against this junior brother. He is considerate and polite. Where is his intention impure? Are you feeling jealous, senior brother? Which is why you're targeting him everywhere. Senior brother, if you continue like this, the foundation building might be a long way off." Suddenly, she changed her tone and whispered, "Senior brother, don't you think I'm more beautiful than senior sister Su Yaoyue and senior sister Imo Xiangling? I should be the #1 beauty among the outer sect." Huh. Sun Huaijin was taken aback. He didn't expect Ningshiro to ask this question. She had never brought it up before. Damn Li Chuan. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Junior sister, in my heart, you are the most beautiful." But his hesitation had already made Ningshiro dissatisfied, and his answer was not what she wanted to hear. Humph. With an unhappy expression, Ningshiro turned and left. "Hey, junior sister, where are you going?" Sun Huaijin quickly followed. He seemed unaware that his answer was problematic. What Ningshiro wanted to hear was that she was more beautiful than Su Yaoyue and Imo Xiangling, not that she was the most beautiful in Sun Huaijin's heart. If a junior brother who had just met her could see her beauty, how could the person who accompanied her day and night not see it? One can imagine how angry she was inside. Only a junior brother with rich life experience could appreciate my beauty, she thought. Not long after they left, the soul of that demon cultivator was extracted. Besides this one demon cultivator, they actually found 5 more demon cultivators outside the Yin-Yang Sect. If there were only 1 or 2, it might be hard to detect, but with so many appearing at once, the people of the Yin-Yang Sect are not fools. And they have no idea what these demon cultivators are thinking. This didn't affect Li Chuan at all. He continued to train diligently. 3 days passed, and his spirit planting technique reached level 4. Spirit planting technique, level 1, level 4. Li Chuan decided to change to another place to focus on his training. Every day, several junior sisters came to seek his guidance, leaving him with no time to seriously cultivate. In the air, looking far at Su Yaoyue's residence, he ultimately decided to hold back for now. His sunfire burning body technique had only reached the 2nd layer. He needed to focus on his training. Just as he flew far away, Su Yaoyue's residence became out of reach. Suddenly, Li Chuan turned back, muttering, "Let's see what senior sister is doing, and then leave." With anticipation, he arrived at Su Yaoyue's door and knocked. "Senior sister, junior brother is here to see you." After a few knocks, there was no response. Is she out on a mission? So diligent. Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Su Yaoyue isn't here, otherwise, he'd always be thinking about her. Now, he could focus on his cultivation. Turning to leave, Li Chuan had not taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped. He frowned and slowly turned back. Looking at the crack of Su Yaoyue's door, he was very sensitive to being watched. Even if someone was just looking at him without any malice, he could feel it. Just now, when he turned to leave, he felt a gaze upon him. That gaze came from Su Yaoyue's room. Is Su Yaoyue inside? Did she take his spirit stones and not keep her promise? That shouldn't be, considering that just a few days ago, when Sun Huaijin and the others were causing him trouble, Su Yaoyue took the initiative to protect him. It showed that she wasn't that kind of person. So, someone must be in Su Yaoyue's room. Who could it be? Li Chuan approached the door again and pushed it open directly. The room was very quiet, and there was no one there. Li Chuan stepped inside. Besides tables, chairs, and a dressing table, there was still no one around. His gaze fell on the screen, not far away. Behind the screen was where Su Yaoyue usually took her baths. If someone were there, they could hide inside. But Li Chuan didn't go over. Because from the moment he felt the gaze until he pushed the door open, not much time had passed. During that brief moment, he hadn't sensed anything unusual in the room. Suddenly, with a bang, the door closed without warning. Chapter 60. Li Chuan reaches the out-of-body stage, Demon Lord. A spiritual weapon sword appeared in Li Chuan's hand. Without a second thought, he swung the sword behind him. However, to his surprise, there was no one behind him. Then, something pounced at him. Startled, Li Chuan felt demonic energy invade his body. In his sea of consciousness, boundless demonic energy surged toward the manifestation of his consciousness. A vague and small version of Li Chuan. Countless negative emotions rushed toward him. Hearing of immortals, he traversed thousands of mountains just to enter the immortal gate. But in the end, he never found it. He felt lost. He felt unwilling, but he never despaired. After enduring hardships, he finally obtained a secret manual and stepped onto the path of immortality, wandering through various dangers. All along, it was only scheming and brutal killings. But he never retreated because he always believed that one day he would stand at the peak of immortality. Yet in the end, he reached a day when he could no longer fight desperately. He thought, life will always have regrets. Maybe this is his regret. He came, he fought, and that was enough. The scenes from those desperate moments kept coming and going in his memories, as if trying to suffocate him in the past. The first time the stick hit his body, it hurt. But after being hit many times, he got used to it. When painful things are experienced repeatedly, one becomes numb to them. In fact, the tempering of the Tao heart is just like this, experiencing and experiencing again. I didn't expect you demon cultivators still had stragglers. Chuan rubbed his brow and slowly spoke. The past did not have no effect on him. It just wasn't significant. The demonic energy surged in his sea of consciousness, eventually condensing into a vague figure. Why aren't you affected by the demonic energy? Zhu Linxiang looked at the small version of Li Chuan with suspicion. The reason demon cultivators made cultivators change color was that demonic energy could affect a cultivator's Tao heart. Although the Tao heart could not determine a cultivator's upper limit, it could determine their lower limit. A damaged Tao heart could not achieve high accomplishments. Yet now a chi-refining cultivator could maintain clarity under his demonic energy, which was unbelievable. Why else? Because you're weak. Li Chuan sneered, simultaneously activating the sunfire burning body technique with full force. In the sea of consciousness, a faint firelight sparked, gathering and burning toward the demonic figure formed by Zhu Linxiang. As soon as Zhu Linxiang saw the fire, his face changed drastically. Right now, he was just a mass of demonic energy, most afraid of these things. He hurriedly tried to escape, but in Li Chuan's sea of consciousness, he was the master. With a single thought, the fire enveloped Zhu Linxiang. Zhu Linxiang instinctively let out a surprise sound and then made a questioning noise. He looked at the fire surrounding him and suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. Ha! You scared this lord. A mere chi-refining stage young fire dares to show off in front of me? The fire seemed fierce. But when it burned on the demonic energy, it caused no harm. Instead, it looked more like decoration. Li Chuan appeared not far from Zhu Linxiang, staring in astonishment at Zhu Linxiang, who was unharmed, feeling a bit embarrassed. You usually don't practice hard, and now you're being laughed at, huh? Zhu Linxiang suddenly scolded Li Chuan. Do you not know this lord is an out-of-body stage great master? A mere chi-refining cultivator should kneel before me. If the true self is happy to give you a pointer or two, it will definitely benefit you immensely. And becoming a respected figure at the nascent soul stage is not impossible. Li Chuan, upon hearing this, pointed at Zhu Linxiang and said, You say you're a nascent soul stage expert? Haha, which nascent soul expert is so useless that they can't even handle a chi-refining fourth-layer cultivator? Now it was his turn to mock. Or are your demonic cultivators nascent soul stage equivalent to our Yin-Yang Sect's chi-refining stage? A nascent soul cultivator should have a lifespan of at least over 2,000 years, and generally, most need to cultivate for nearly 1,000 years to reach that level. So one can imagine the strength. Of course, for demonic cultivators, they certainly don't need that much time. Otherwise, they wouldn't deserve to be called demonic cultivators. A nascent soul demonic cultivator, if ignoring the protective mountain formation of the Yin-Yang Sect, would be enough to flatten the entire Minshan branch. That strength is simply unimaginable. Anyway, Li Chuan had never seen a nascent soul cultivator, so he was somewhat inclined to believe this demonic cultivator's words. After all, the other party didn't even have a physical body and could still roam around. They must have been an extraordinary demonic cultivator in life. Even if not at the nascent soul stage, they were at least at the core formation stage. As for why it was the core formation stage, it was because the strongest cultivator Li Chuan had ever seen was at that stage. Although he had lived for so many years, he was still in a phase of limited experience. Li Chuan's words infuriated Zhu Linxiang, who shouted, You ignorant brat, your Yin-Yang Sect is filled with short-sighted people. If I hadn't had my physical body destroyed and my nascent soul shattered, I wouldn't have fallen to such a state. In the past, even a glance from me would have been an honor for you, an ant. Hearing this, Li Chuan sneered, Humph, keep bragging. You can still live without your nascent soul? You really think I haven't cultivated before, huh? Zhu Linxiang retorted, my divine sense is powerful. I escaped into the demonic aura. Do you understand? Li Chuan replied, wow, such a powerful divine sense. You almost scared me into jumping up. The demonic energy trembled, and Zhu Linxiang was furious, shouting loudly. Demonic cultivators inherently had bad tempers. And Zhu Linxiang was already heavy with yang energy, now being mocked by Li Chuan, a mere qi refining cultivator. He had no way to retaliate, and was so angry that he started to flail around in Li Chuan's sea of consciousness. Inside Li Chuan's sea of consciousness, a ball of fire was wrapped around a ball of demonic energy, flying around wildly, and Li Chuan was watching with great interest. He found these demonic cultivators quite funny. Each one seemed to have some traits of inbreeding. Hey, do you want to leave? If you don't leave, I'm leaving, Li Chuan shouted. This guy's demonic energy was indeed a bit special, and he couldn't drive it away. Zhu Linxiang finally stopped and flew in front of Li Chuan. Through the blurred contours in the demonic energy, Li Chuan vaguely saw a dark and sinister old face. And he guessed that this should be what the demon looked like in life. Kid, you seem not to reject demonic cultivators? Chapter 61. Demon Sovereign. I will help you become an immortal. Li Chuan, you must be crazy. Not to mention whether Li Chuan knew if Zhu Linxiang really had a heavenly grade demonic technique. Even if he did, Li Chuan wouldn't care. He would have to be out of his mind to choose not to stay in the Yin-Yang Sect properly, but to run off to cultivate demonic techniques. Most demonic cultivators are unable to control their desires and end up on the path of demonic cultivation. What they do is all selfish and harmful to the heavens. Even before he entered the Yin-Yang Sect, it held no attraction for him, let alone now. However, just as he was about to speak, Li Chuan suddenly swallowed his words. His mind racing as he displayed a shocked and eager expression. Heavenly grade demonic technique? Is it true? Senior, you aren't lying to me, are you? While speaking, he even took the initiative to retract the yang fire burning around Zhu Linxiang. The temptation of a heavenly grade technique. How many in the world can resist it? He proudly said, of course it's true. Something as insignificant as an ant. Would I lie to you? Now, aside from my heavenly grade demonic technique, there is nothing in this world that can save you. If we consider Li Chuan's previous situation, it was indeed impossible for him to break through in a short time. But what Zhu Linxiang didn't know was that Li Chuan was aging due to excessive use of secret techniques, which was why his cultivation speed was so slow. He was a loose cultivator before and could not compare in cultivation techniques and resources with the Yin-Yang Sect. So he thought he had found Li Chuan's weakness. But in reality, Li Chuan was secretly scoffing at him. Well, as long as you know, Zhu Linxiang said. You just need to help me find a female cultivator with a strong yin-cold aura. Help me subdue her, and once I succeed, I will pass you the heavenly grade demonic technique. A female cultivator? Li Chuan asked in confusion. Senior, do you want to do that to my sect's senior sister? Without a body, can you do that? Li Chuan thought with a bit of malicious amusement. Zhu Linxiang said bluntly, what do you mean by that? Haven't you seen that I don't even have a body? Right now, I urgently need a physical body, but since I practice a Yin attribute technique, it's naturally best to find a woman as a vessel. In reality, it was because men had too much yang energy. He was afraid he couldn't subdue them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in Su Yaoyue's room. Especially after encountering Li Chuan, this thought of his became even more firm. He didn't know that Li Chuan was rather special. Having experienced too many life and death situations, it was extremely difficult for the demonic energy to affect his mind. After hearing Zhu Linxiang's words, Li Chuan was also secretly mumbling. It was the first time he had heard of male cultivators practicing Yin attribute techniques and needing to find female cultivators to seize their bodies. Can the bodies of men and women really match? He said, Senior, you don't need to look anymore. The owner of this room is a very powerful senior sister, and her yin-cold aura is definitely sufficient. Zhu Linxiang replied, you can't handle the owner of this room. Find a qi refining first-layer female cultivator instead, so it will be easier for you to deal with. When he said this, Li Chuan almost laughed out loud. This guy wouldn't be afraid of not being able to subdue the senior sister, so he temporarily switched to a weaker junior sister, would he? To be honest, Li Chuan guessed it right. Originally, Zhu Linxiang had come specifically to seize Su Yaoyue's body after hearing disciples talk about her, knowing she had the potential to be the best among the outer sect. However, after encountering Li Chuan, his confidence took a huge hit. He didn't expect that he was already so weak that he couldn't even handle a qi-refining fourth-layer cultivator with such poor qualifications. So naturally, he thought of switching to a weaker female cultivator. A chi refining first layer one would be the safest bet. Previously, he wanted to forcibly take Su Yaoyue's body. But now he wanted Li Chuan to subdue her first, and then after exhausting her, he would make his move. He couldn't believe that in such a situation, he still couldn't subdue a chi refining first layer female cultivator. He was also adaptable, able to assess the situation, and quickly lowered his bottom line. As for whether the bodies would match, what a joke. He was in this state already. What right did he have to care about compatibility? Survive first, then talk. Senior wants a chi refining first layer junior sister, and she needs to have sufficient yin-cold energy? Li Chuan pretended to ponder. Let me think. Got it. Our Yin-Yang Sect has a talented junior sister. Ice spirit root. Chi refining first layer, simply prepared for senior. Zhu Linxiang was immediately overjoyed upon hearing this. Is it really an ice spirit root? Where is she? Take me to find her quickly. The icy aura already has a soul-stabilizing effect. If it's an ice spirit root female cultivator, it will allow him to stay in that body for a long time. All right, Junior will take Senior there right away. Senior, don't forget to promise me the heavenly grade demonic technique. Li Chuan excitedly led Zhu Linxiang out of Su Yaoyue's room. His excitement was genuine. He couldn't wait to see Zhu Linxiang's expression freeze when he met Imo Xiangling later. He wasn't quite sure why Imo Xiangling hadn't established her foundation yet, but he knew that she was definitely not an ordinary Qi refining stage 10 cultivator. According to Imo Xiangling herself, she could easily take on someone like Chu Mingyu, who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. Chu Mingyu was not considered weak among her peers, and Imo Xiangling's confidence in saying this was quite strong. Zhu Linxiang said, "Don't worry, as long as I successfully obtain a body, I will immediately pass the heavenly stage cultivation method to you." To provoke Li Chuan, he added, "As long as you help me well, I might even allow you to ascend to immortality, becoming one among billions." Huh. Li Chuan's mouth twitched in surprise. He exclaimed, "Are you saying that after the Qi refining stage, one can break through to the foundation establishment stage, then to the core formation stage, nascent soul stage, out-of-body stage, transformation stage, void refinement stage, integration stage, great ascension stage, and tribulation stage, finally ascending to become that immortal? Damn it, just by lifting you a little. You really think you can fly to the heavens?" Li Chuan scoffed inwardly. Acting alongside this old demon, he never expected that the demon would get addicted to the performance. Although out-of-body stage cultivators were formidable, they were still only at the 5th major stage of cultivation. It was shameless for him to boast about helping him ascend to immortality. He should think about his own lifelong affairs first. Chapter 62. The Immortal Realm Passage. How dare you? You don't believe me? Feeling the mockery in Li Chuan's words, Zhu Linxiang was furious. Then he suddenly fell silent, his anger making him jump up and down. "Do you know why I'm here? Do you know how I ended up in this situation?" Seeing him jumping around in his sea of consciousness, Li Chuan wanted to put a label on him that read, "Patient with mania, handle with care." As for why the senior ended up in this situation, Li Chuan thought for a moment. Look at how irritating those words are. It's really where it hurts. Don't mention it. Fortunately, he finally remembered that the initiative was still in Li Chuan's hands. "Just wait for me. Once I obtain a body, I'll deal with you," he thought viciously. A mere Qi refiner actually dared to question him. It was simply outrageous. "Hiss, senior, hurry up and fly. I love watching." Zhu Linxiang was a bit confused by Li Chuan's actions and took a while to realize that Li Chuan should be looking for a female cultivator for him. "When did I say I would ascend to immortality for you to see?" Zhu Linxiang became increasingly angry, expressing his frustration vividly. Watching him in such a restless state, Li Chuan was struggling to suppress his laughter. However, would it seem disrespectful to play with an old demon like this? But life as a cultivator was too dull. Every day was either about cultivation or meeting with junior sisters like Imo Xiangling, Su Yaoyue, Chu Mingyu, Hu Min, and other senior sisters. Anyway, this kind of life was just too boring. So occasionally teasing the demon to lighten things up was just a way to spice up life. "Aren't you supposed to become an immortal right away?" Li Chuan stood up, looking disappointed. "I thought I could see an immortal soon. It seems I don't have that fortune." He didn't know what the senior was about to say. He couldn't tease the demon too much, lest it broke down, so Li Chuan immediately started walking again. Zhu Linxiang was unlucky to encounter Li Chuan. Li Chuan's thoughts were too erratic, and he genuinely felt a bit overwhelmed. When Li Chuan asked him a question, he even thought about what he was about to say. Right, becoming an immortal. As soon as he thought of this, he became eager, his voice trembling with excitement as he said, "You, a mere Qi refiner, have a limited perspective. Do you know that we have discovered a passage to the immortal realm?" A passage to the immortal realm. Ah, Li Chuan pursed his lips, interrupting Zhu Linxiang's self-absorption. Then what? Is it that when the immortals see you, they will question you about why you don't walk the righteous path? With a snap, the immortals will get angry and close the passage. Shut up. Don't talk. You bastard. Do you believe that I won't help you ascend to immortality in the future? Poor Zhu Linxiang could only threaten for the future. Li Chuan nodded repeatedly. Uh-huh. I believe it. I have never doubted you, senior. Please continue with the story about the immortals getting angry and closing the passage. You. Zhu Linxiang was just lacking a physical body. Otherwise, he would have exploded from anger due to Li Chuan. He roared, there are no immortals. Listen clearly. There are no immortals. And there is no such thing as immortals closing the passage. Li Chuan said, then, senior, forgive me for being bold. But if there are no immortals, could it be that this isn't a passage to the immortals, but just a passage? Zhu Linxiang, you shut up. Listen to me finish. And if you interrupt again, do you believe I'll self-destruct, making sure you never obtain the heavenly stage demonic power? Oh, senior, please self-destruct. No, I mean, please go on. To be precise, that wasn't even a complete passage. It was just a crack in the passage. And the immortal energy that leaked from that crack allowed me to directly improve by a small level. If we could fully open the passage and absorb the immortal energy for cultivation, ascending would be an easy task. If it weren't for fearing to provoke Zhu Linxiang, Li Chuan really wanted to ask him, as a demon cultivator, can immortal energy really boost your level? Are you sure it's not just an illusion? However, whether immortal energy is beneficial or harmful to demon cultivators, Li Chuan himself wasn't very clear either. Most people in the world probably don't know, after all. There has never been any report of immortal energy appearing anywhere. The reason our heavenly demon sect is being attacked is that fully opening the immortal realm passage requires many top materials from the world. And we are being obstructed by those self-proclaimed righteous cultivators while searching for these materials. These bastards, short-sighted, don't consider that if we really open the immortal realm passage, the benefits won't only go to our heavenly demon sect. By then, the entire spiritual realm would be filled with immortal energy, and ascenders would be endless. At that time, even those with poor aptitude could reach the core formation stage or even the nascent soul stage. Everyone would then have long lifespans and could live for many, many years. But these guys have forcibly ruined our grand plan, making all living beings in the spiritual realm miss out on the immortal energy. One day, they will face backlash. They are the sinners of the spiritual realm. Seeing Zhu Linxiang cursing at the air, Li Chuan couldn't help but shake his head. What's searching for materials? Just say you want to rob directly. With the character of demon cultivators, he didn't believe these guys would take their time to search. As for immortal energy, Li Chuan didn't believe it at all. Although the heavenly demon sect was some distance from the Minshan branch, it wasn't so far that it was unreachable. Li Chuan had encountered demon cultivators from this sect nearby, even before he joined the Yin-Yang Sect. If there really were immortal energies leaking out, the surrounding cultivation forces would have already been thrown into chaos. Who wouldn't want to absorb a bit of this? This so-called immortal energy was either the old demon's mind being messed up, conjuring it up out of thin air, or it was something else, like the remnants of a powerful elder's legacy, or some kind of extraordinary heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Chapter 63. Surprised or not, unexpected or not, senior. What you said is not right. Although your heavenly demon sect has been destroyed, that immortal realm passage is controlled by other sections. Once they open it, it will still benefit the entire spirit realm, so you don't need to worry about the spirit realm lacking immortal energy in the future. Li Chuan said deliberately. He really was hitting where it hurts. From his words, one could sense a kind of repressed frustration, as if he wanted to explode but had to hold it in. Zhu Linxiang snorted. You think too highly of yourself. How could I possibly tell you about such an important place? However, as long as you obediently work for me, I will definitely let you cultivate surrounded by immortal energy in the future, and you will surely ascend to the immortal realm. Li Chuan was immediately anxious and said, Senior, why are you so selfish? As long as the passage opens, all living beings in the spirit realm will benefit, just as you said earlier. Are you saying you are just like those short-sighted righteous cultivators you mentioned? How about this, Senior? Tell me the location of the passage, and I, from the Yin-Yang Sect, will open it. Your name will surely be celebrated by thousands. By the way, I still don't know your name, Senior. No, wait. You old men are trying to extract information from me. Zhu Linxiang was furious. I am from the heavenly demon sect, and you old men clearly know that. Yet you still say this on purpose. What are your true intentions? Do you think I have no way to deal with you? Do you believe that I? At this moment, he had already arrived at the outer sect task hall. He should have been happy to be close to having a physical body. But all the various veiled jabs and mockeries from Li Chuan along the way had made him irritable, and he couldn't find a place to vent his frustrations. The pent-up anger had diluted his joy. You can rest assured, Senior, that I will definitely satisfy you with my work. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. When Li Chuan arrived at the back hall and found Mo Xiangling in her office dealing with affairs, Zhu Linxiang still didn't realize that Li Chuan was setting him up. Mo Xiangling was lazily reclining on a lounge chair, half closing her eyes and tilting her head to look at Li Chuan as he entered the room. Due to her ice spiritual root, Li Chuan didn't come here often, usually only visiting to settle spirit stones and contributions. Li Chuan had just been here a couple of days ago, and she was curious about what Li Chuan was doing here again today when she heard him say, "Senior sister, get up quickly, there's work to do." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiangling immediately got up from the lounge chair. "Oh, junior brother, you've made progress, haven't you? It's only been a few days. And you dare to come looking for senior sister again?" As she spoke, her hand was already on her belt, ready to unfasten it. She had always been so proactive. "Wait, senior sister, it's not that kind of work." Li Chuan hurriedly stopped her. "Can't people interact without being so straightforward? It's too difficult for him." "Oh, is there some other work, senior sister?" Mo Xiangling asked in confusion. "Where is that ice spiritual root junior sister of the first layer of qi refining?" Zhu Linxiang also asked at the same time. Li Chuan grinned and said, "The ice spiritual root is right in front of you, but she's not a junior sister. She's a senior sister." "Senior, I believe that whether it's a senior sister or a junior sister, it's all a small matter for you." This time, Li Chuan directly spoke it out loud. "Junior brother, who are you talking to?" Looking at what seemed like a one-sided conversation, Mo Xiangling's brows furrowed immediately. The next moment, a magic absorption disc appeared in her hand, somewhat similar to the one Zhou Shijing from the law enforcement hall had used 2 days ago, but more exquisite. "Hey, senior sister, you're really smart." Seeing this, Li Chuan couldn't help but reach out and pinch Mo Xiangling's exquisitely beautiful face. "I've brought a demon lord for you. He wants to borrow your body for a bit." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiangling couldn't help but glare at Li Chuan with a playful pout. "My good junior brother, you really think of everything in relation to senior sister. You even brought a demon lord to me. I really thank you for that." As she spoke, the magic absorption disc was already placed in front of Li Chuan. "If you want to borrow my body, then come out, and let us have a good talk." A surge of demonic energy suddenly erupted from Li Chuan's mind, but it seemed rather sparse. "Bastard, I will kill you. I will make you suffer endlessly." The faint demonic energy formed a distorted face, roaring incessantly. Mo Xiangling looked at the magic absorption disc in surprise and wondered, "What is going on? Why can't I absorb it?" "This magic absorption disc is much better than what ordinary disciples use. It's a premium product," Li Chuan said. "He claims to be a demon cultivator at the out-of-body stage." "Out-of-body stage?" Mo Xiangling immediately screamed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" She quickly retreated while simultaneously throwing out several similar magic absorption discs, which floated around Li Chuan. In an instant, several magic absorption discs formed a formation. But that's not all. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and a wave of runes surged in the room. Li Chuan felt the pressure increase dramatically and saw a beam of light from the ceiling shining down on him, enveloping him entirely. After completing all this, Mo Xiangling finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Li Chuan with lingering fear and gritting her teeth, saying, "You almost got me killed, junior brother. You dare to bring an out-of-body stage demon cultivator here. How much do you think of senior sister? Senior sister doesn't know whether to thank you for your trust or scold you for being reckless." Chapter 64. Refining the Demon Lord into a spirit artifact. At the moment Mo Xiangling activated the task hall formation, all the disciples in the task hall were filled with confusion and quickly took out their magical artifacts. And at that moment, Zhu Linxiang was extracted by the magic absorption disc. "This guy is already at the end of his rope. If I can't deal with him, how can he deal with senior sister?" At this time, Zhu Linxiang was already bound on the magic absorption disc, taking the form of a small figure. The small figure gathered and scattered, constantly twisting, trying to break free from the restraints of the magic absorption disc. She looked at Li Chuan in confusion. Zhu Linxiang roared inside the magic absorption disc, "Get lost. If you have the guts, let me out. I will skin you alive and turn you into a demon puppet." It's skinning and flaying. Li Chuan corrected. Then he told Imo Xiangling, let him out. This operation stunned Zhu Linxiang. Without hesitation, he transformed into black smoke and tried to escape. Senior, didn't you say you wanted to skin me alive? Where are you going? As Li Chuan's voice rang out, Zhu Linxiang was drawn back into the magic absorption disc again. Controlling the magic absorption disc was naturally Imo Xiangling. Her tacit understanding with Li Chuan had reached a point where as soon as Li Chuan stood up, she knew what to do with just a glance. Zhu Linxiang was once again confined, and Li Chuan mocked him. I told you that you love to brag, and you still want to admit it. Now you have nothing to say, right? Zhu Linxiang indeed had nothing to say and could only vent his frustrations with furious curses. Sister Imo, what happened? Why did the formation activate? Didn't the law enforcement hall say that the outer sect demon cultivators have been cleared out? But this guy is so spirited even after leaving his body. Could he be a major demon lord? They looked at the cursing Zhu Linxiang on the magic absorption disc, chattering among themselves. Generally, demon cultivators die almost immediately after leaving their bodies. Even occupying someone else's body is an option. The demon cultivator who previously kidnapped Li Chuan had occupied the body of a Yin-Yang Sect disciple face-to-face outside the sect. Once absorbed into the magic absorption disc, if they don't have a new vessel, they won't survive long, and it's impossible to be as active as Zhu Linxiang. So Zhu Linxiang's uniqueness was immediately apparent. Before Imo Xiangling could answer everyone's questions, a series of respectful voices suddenly rang out from outside. Greetings, Sectmaster. Greetings, Sectmaster. The people in the room quickly turned around and immediately made way to the sides. A majestic young man strode over, looking to be around 30 years old. With the typical handsome appearance of a male disciple of the Yin-Yang Sect, the kind that Li Chuan had previously disliked. The reason he didn't dislike it now was that he no longer had to worry about matters concerning a Dao partner. The young man exuded a heavy aura that inspired awe in those who looked at him, a demeanor developed from being in a position of power for a long time. Li Chuan followed the crowd and paid his respects. Since he had joined the Yin-Yang Sect midway, he had never seen the true face of the sect leader, Yi Xiuan. And this was his first encounter. Why activate the subarray? Yi Xiuan asked, his gaze also falling on Zhu Linxiang, who was within the demon-absorbing disc. Imo Xiangling stepped forward, saying, reporting to the sect leader, outer sect disciple Li Chuan has submitted a demon of the out-of-body stage. The disciple could not use the demon-absorbing disc to capture him, so he borrowed the power of the sect subarray. An out-of-body stage demon? Not only did the surrounding Yin-Yang Sect disciples exclaim in shock and retreat, but even Yi Xiuan was startled. The moment Imo Xiangling finished speaking, he waved his hand to reopen the subarray of the outer sect's mission hall. A beam of golden light shone down, enveloping the entire room this time. Yi Xiuan visibly relaxed. An out-of-body stage demon should not be taken lightly. Li Chuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Earlier, Imo Xiangling could have used a few demon-absorbing discs to extract Zhu Linxiang from his sea of consciousness, but instead, they directly utilized the subarray of the mission hall for assistance. Now with Yi Xiuan's arrival, it was even more exaggerated. Just now, Imo Xiangling had only enveloped him, while sect leader Yi Xiuan directly covered the entire room. To Li Chuan, this seemed excessively timid. In truth, he had fallen into a preconceived misunderstanding. Since Zhu Linxiang had entered his sea of consciousness without causing him any harm and he had no way to deal with him, he believed Zhu Linxiang was not strong at all, utterly useless. But others did not know that Yi Xiuan was merely at the 10th level of the core formation stage. Above core formation is the nascent soul stage, and above that is the out-of-body stage. With a difference of 2 major realms, he would have to be a fool not to be afraid. Demonic cultivators are cunning, although he had already been sucked into the demon-absorbing disc. Who knew if he was just pretending? Thus, Yi Xiuan naturally took the highest precautions. Li Chuan weakly spoke up, sect leader. Although this demon claims to be of the out-of-body stage, he is actually very weak, unable to even deal with a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refining. So there is no need to worry about him at all. I even suspect that he may not genuinely be of the out-of-body stage and is just trying to scare the disciple with a random claim. This statement caused Zhu Linxiang to scream in anger. I am indeed the out-of-body stage venerable. My name is Zhu Linxiang. Go and inquire. See if I am lying. After he finished speaking, Li Chuan added a heart-stabbing comment. Maybe even the name Zhu Linxiang is made up. This completely blocked any chance for Zhu Linxiang to calm down, and he began to scream helplessly again. Upon hearing the name Zhu Linxiang, Yi Xiaowen was taken aback. He indeed knew of this demon lord. Although the heavenly demon sect was not in their area, he was aware of its destruction. Thus, he believed Li Chuan's words to some extent. Even though Li Chuan claimed Zhu Linxiang was weak, he dared not retract the array of the mission hall. He took out a black flag, formed a hand seal, and threw it at Zhu Linxiang. Instantly, the demonic energy around Zhu Linxiang was absorbed by the flag, and he let out a terrified scream for the first time. This was the demon-suppressing flag, specifically designed to suppress the souls and consciousness of cultivators and refine them into spirit beings. It could be used alone or as part of an array, making it a powerful magical artifact. Chapter 65. Here comes the sect leader's Dao partner. As Li Chuan's mind raced, Zhu Linxiang was already sucked into the demon-suppressing flag. Suddenly, Mo Xiangling spoke up. Sect leader, how should we settle the contribution for this out-of-body stage demon with the disciple named Li Chuan? This statement sounded somewhat distant to Li Chuan, but he quickly understood that Mo Xiangling was trying to distance herself from him and seek benefits for herself. The golden light in the room disappeared, and all the disciples looked at Li Chuan with envy. Submitting the remnant soul of an out-of-body stage demon was simply a huge gain. The soul-suppressing flag flew back into his hand, and he scanned it with his consciousness. Somewhat astonished, this Zhu Linxiang's consciousness was too fragmented, now only possessing the power of the foundation establishment stage. In the future, he didn't know if he could restore it to its previous realm. The surrounding disciples heard the mention of 50,000 contributions and turned purple with envy. In the entire Qi refining stage, how many people could accumulate 50,000 contributions? However, Li Chuan was not satisfied and spoke up. Sect leader, this is the remnant of an out-of-body stage demon. Is it only worth 50,000? But since Mo Xiangling had specifically mentioned it, he couldn't let her good intentions go to waste, could he? Yi Xiaowen replied. The remnant soul of an out-of-body stage demon is certainly not something that can be compared to a mere 50,000 contributions. However, his remnant soul is severely damaged, and we don't know if it can be restored in the future, so its value is not high. The surrounding disciples were eager to reduce Li Chuan's contribution. Their eyes followed the demon-suppressing flag flying towards Li Chuan, each pair of eyes hiding a disciple who felt a pang of jealousy. It was simply too enviable. An artifact possessing the remnant soul of the foundation establishment stage. Its power was unimaginable for these Qi refining stage disciples. There was a significant difference between an artifact with a spirit and one without. To put it bluntly, a good artifact spirit could provide a cultivator with an additional helper. Moreover, this demon-suppressing flag was at the foundation establishment stage, effectively giving Li Chuan an extra half a foundation establishment expert. However, what no one expected was that when the demon-suppressing flag flew in front of Li Chuan, he actually pushed it back with a single hand. Not only did all the disciples freeze in shock, but even Mo Xiangling and Yi Xiaowen were stunned, because 50,000 contributions could absolutely not be exchanged for an artifact with a spirit at the foundation establishment stage. Amidst the confusion, Li Chuan spoke. Sect leader, it's better to convert it into sect contributions for me. Such a treasure should be used by a master like the sect leader to unleash its maximum power. Yi Xiaowen took the demon-suppressing flag that had flown back and looked at Li Chuan with interest, asking him, then how much contribution do you intend to ask for? This was the first time a disciple had directly pushed back his reward. To note, this was an artifact at the foundation establishment stage with a spirit. The spirit could even potentially be upgraded to the out-of-body stage. The fact that a Qi refining stage disciple could resist this temptation made Yi Xiaowen look at him with newfound respect. Li Chuan replied, the remnant soul of an out-of-body stage demon, I believe, should be worth around 1,000,000 contributions, right? All right. Yi Xiaowen admitted that he had underestimated Li Chuan's ambition. No wonder he could resist temptation. It turned out he wanted to exchange it for 1,000,000 contributions. He really dared to speak up. He raised his hand and prepared to throw the soul-suppressing flag again. Fortunately, Li Chuan was quick to speak. However, the disciple also knew that this remnant soul was currently very weak. Even if it could quickly recover to the out-of-body stage in the future, it would require a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for nourishment, which would be a huge expense. Nevertheless, it was still the remnant soul of an out-of-body stage demon, and the disciple felt that it was worth at least 100,000 contributions. Yi Xiaowen did not throw the demon-suppressing flag again. 100,000 contributions seemed reasonable to him. Just as he was about to respond, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Xiaowen, you can deduct the 100,000 contribution from me. Yi Xiaowen turned around and saw a plump-looking woman with a smile approaching him. Huier, what brings you here? Yi Xiaowen asked the woman while holding the demon suppression flag in his hand. Do you want this demon suppression flag? Su Senior. The disciples quickly bowed to the woman. When the female cultivator reached Yi Xiaowen's side, Li Chuan felt his eyes brighten. The woman wore a purple outfit, her figure tall and curvaceous. She had a unique temperament and exquisite beauty, rivaling even Mo Xiangling. Of course, in terms of pure appearance. If Mo Xiangling scored 98 points, she would score 97, comparable to Chu Mengyu. However, her powerful aura easily made up for that 1 point. Especially since she appeared slightly older than Mo Xiangling and the others, who looked like delicate 17 or 18-year-olds. Instead, she seemed like a woman in her mid-20s. Recently married. That indescribable charm was utterly captivating for someone like Li Chuan, who had low standards. Who is she? Li Chuan secretly asked Mo Xiangling. She is the sect master's partner, Su Hui, Mo Xiangling replied. From their titles, Li Chuan had already guessed, and now he was just confirming his suspicion. The fact that everyone referred to Su Hui as senior indicated that she held no official position in the sect, making her relatively more approachable than elders or palace masters. What am I thinking about? Li Chuan thought to himself, realizing how absurd his thoughts were. Why would he want to interact with the sect master's partner? He chuckled at his own boldness. He was only at the 4th level of chi refining, and the sect master's partner was at least at the core formation stage. They were in different realms. How could he interact with her? Unless he waited until after establishing his foundation and became the sect master's disciple. Then Su Hui would be his master's wife, and he might have opportunities to interact with her. However, even if they did interact, so what? Li Chuan temporarily set aside those automatic thoughts. He only heard Su Hui say, I have planted some spirit herbs that nourish the soul. And recently I obtained a set of formation flags. If the demon soul in this soul suppression flag can be restored, it will be a powerful aid for me in the future. Yi Xiaowen smiled. If it can be nurtured, it will indeed be a powerful aid. I'm just afraid it won't be nurtured, and it will be time-consuming and labor-intensive. But since you want it, I will give it to you. Just don't say that this sect master didn't advise you. Su Hui laughed. Yes. If there are any problems in the future, I absolutely won't blame our sect master. Why are they flirting in front of so many people? Li Chuan thought to himself, glancing at Mo Xiangling beside him. Never mind, there are too many people here. However, upon hearing Su Hui mention the spirit herbs that nourish the soul, Li Chuan got some ideas. He could also plant some to give to his future master's wife to nourish the demon suppression flag. Or he could expand the range a bit and plant some spirit plants needed by the sect's seniors and give those to them later. Chapter 66, a notable scene. The sect master asks for contributions. The demon suppression flag is indeed a good item. Li Chuan didn't want it because it didn't resonate with him. This guy was fine for occasional teasing, but facing it long-term, he was afraid it would lower his intelligence. The power would be considerable. After all, carrying a formation with him, one person could handle a group without any issue. With one flag, he would still need to find a bunch of flags and provide Zhu Linxiang with rare materials to help him recover. This was actually the key point. If it were a beautiful female demon, Li Chuan could directly ignore the previous statements and choose the flag without hesitation. Yi Xiaowen handed the demon suppression flag to Su Hui, who hesitated not a moment. She let a drop of blood fall from her slender fingertip onto the flag. Suddenly, demonic energy surged from the flag, and the twisted Zhu Linxiang reappeared, crying out in panic, Don't refine me. Don't refine me. If you stop, I'll tell you. There is a crack in the Feiyun mountain range that leads directly to the immortal realm. Immortal energy is spilling out from the crack. If you go over there, you can absorb pure immortal energy, and your strength will increase rapidly. As the blood dripped onto the demon suppression flag, Su Hui formed a spell seal. Yi Xiaowen laughed. Since there's immortal energy, why don't you absorb it? Why come here to notify us? Are you here just to tell us? At this moment, even if he said there were innate spiritual treasures, no one would believe him. Zhu Linxiang was once again taken back into the demon suppression flag. Mo Xiangling quickly responded, Yes, sect master. Both parties in a transaction need to pay. For example, if Su Hui buys the demon suppression flag from Li Chuan for 100,000 contributions, she also needs to pay an additional 50,000 contributions to the sect. and Li Chuan would similarly pay 50,000 contributions to the sect. The Yin-Yang Sect does this to encourage disciples to purchase items within the sect. However, with a single statement from Yi Xiuwen, Su Hui and Li Chuan no longer had a direct trading relationship, saving a large amount of contributions. All right, disperse, Yi Xiuwen said, preparing to leave. At this moment, however, Li Chuan spoke up, Sectmaster, how will Mo Shijia's contributions be calculated? Yi Xiuwen looked at Li Chuan in confusion. Li Chuan continued, the successful control of this out-of-body magic lord was entirely thanks to Mo Shijia. Without her, we wouldn't know what serious consequences might have occurred. Li Chuan obtained contributions, but did not forget to let Mo Xiangling benefit a bit as well. This is called reciprocating kindness, or colluding in mischief. Yi Xiuwen nodded, looking at Mo Xiangling, and asked, you are in charge of the outer sect task hall. How much contribution do you think is appropriate? This was equivalent to tossing a hot potato to Mo Xiangling. If the contribution was too high, it wouldn't be appropriate, especially with so many disciples watching. Moreover, the sect master personally said she was in charge. Would she dare to ask for more? If it was too little, well, that was what she asked for. It wasn't that this sect master didn't reward her. Everyone looked at Mo Xiangling, curious about how much she would ask. After all, her merits could be seen as both large and small. If considered large, it was because she indeed controlled Zhu Lin Xiang. If considered small, it was because she activated the sect's subformation to control him. However, Yi Xiuwen miscalculated. Mo Xiangling was not someone easy to deal with. If she were timid, she wouldn't be openly enjoying the sect's resources every day. She respectfully said, this is the disciples' duty. Clearing out the invading demons is our obligation. If the sect master insists on rewarding me, I hope to receive all the spirit plants that junior brother Li Chuan will trade with the sect in the coming year. Look at how she phrased it. If you really want to reward me, it's not me asking for it. She had already distanced herself beforehand. Yi Xiuwen nodded in satisfaction. All right. Just a mere 4th-level Qi refining disciple selling spirit plants to the sect for a year. How much could that be worth? He had seen Li Chuan's information. For decades, he was mostly treasure hunting, and he didn't have much research on spirit plants. If he could dig up spirit plants worth 1 or 2,000 spirit stones a year, Yi Xiuwen would think he was just lucky. Thus, Yi Xiuwen was very satisfied with Mo Xiangling's response. She asked for a reward of which others didn't know the value, without causing the sect to bleed excessively, and left others with nothing to say. Indeed, the surrounding disciples looked at Mo Xiangling with admiration. They couldn't think of such a compromise. If the sect master asked them how much contribution was appropriate, they would probably just ask for 500 or 1,000. However, this figure doesn't sound good when mentioned. After all, it concerns controlling a devil lord in the out-of-body stage, and giving only 500 or 1,000 contributions, even if it's a number he mentioned himself. Others can't help but feel it's due to the pressure from the sect leader. Now, who knows how many spiritual plants Li Chuan can find in a year? Even if he only finds plants worth 50 spirit stones a year, it's his and Mo Xiangling's business, unrelated to the sect. Li Chuan couldn't help but silently nod. Senior sister Mo is indeed clever. Even if he only finds spiritual plants worth 10,000 spirit stones a month, that would mean Mo Xiangling gains the equivalent of 120,000 spirit stones and 120,000 contributions in a year. Not to mention, he would find much more than that in a year. However, Li Chuan didn't realize that Mo Xiangling had included him in her calculations. After Yi Xiuwen agreed, Mo Xiangling smiled at him and said, Sect leader, I also hope that junior brother Li Chuan can find more spiritual plants for me in the coming year. So I would like to ask the sect leader to raise junior brother Li Chuan's settlement price for the coming year by 20. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan almost laughed. This senior sister really went to great lengths to get him to work harder. Yi Xiuwen waved his hand grandly and said, what's the use of 20? Li Chuan is helping the sect eliminate demonic threats. The settlement price for the coming year will double. Hiss. Li Chuan couldn't help but give Mo Xiangling a thumbs up secretly. This was going to kill him, a rhythm that would ruin the sect. He couldn't imagine how hard he would have to work under the doubled settlement price. Thank you, sect leader, Mo Xiangling said with a beaming smile. For a moment, the room lost its color, leaving all the male disciples inside mesmerized. Well, this is what you deserve. But you cannot exchange spiritual plants with others to sell to the sect. You must remember this. His last sentence was directed at Li Chuan. He wasn't that foolish to do such a thing, nor was the sect foolish enough to let him do it. At this moment, Imo Xiangling spoke up, for fairness. I suggest that every time junior brother Li Chuan enters the small world, he leaves his Qiankuan bag behind and uses the special Qiankuan bag provided by the task hall. This way, we can eliminate any possibility of cheating. Li Chuan hurriedly said, yes, I think senior sister Mo's suggestion is excellent. I will definitely leave my Qiankuan bag outside before entering the small world and use the one issued by the sect. This way, it can also silence the critics. Originally, Yi Xiuwen thought this was a bit of an overreaction, but seeing that Li Chuan said so, he felt there was no need to be overly cautious as the sect leader. Moreover, this way, all potential mistakes would be covered, and he was quite satisfied that Imo Xiangling had thought this through so thoroughly. With that, the matter came to a conclusion. They encountered several waiting elders and inner sect managers in the task hall, all attracted after the activation of the formation. Since Yi Xiuwen arrived first, they didn't go down to join the excitement, as the space was limited. After understanding the situation, they all congratulated Su Hui and asked her to bring Zhu Linxiang out for a walk so they could see what a devil lord looks like. Inside the task hall, after Yi Xiuwen and Su Hui left, Li Chuan received unprecedented adoration. 100,000 contributions. If it were spent on a dog, the dog could cultivate qi. Li Chuan's foundation establishment was already a certainty in everyone's eyes, and naturally, he couldn't avoid some flattery, whether intentional or not. They probably didn't realize that those 100,000 contribution points were just a bonus. The real highlight was the doubled annual settlement reward. Junior brother, encountering such a joyous event today, we should celebrate. Imo Xiangling suddenly threw herself into Li Chuan's arms, reaching to untie his belt. Smack! Li Chuan irritably swatted her hand away, pushing her face aside and scolding. Stop being flirtatious. Do you still want me to help you earn spiritual plants? God knows how much determination he had to muster to push Imo Xiangling away so ruthlessly. Imo Xiangling said with grievance, senior sister just wants junior brother to be in a good mood to find spiritual plants. After all, finding spiritual plants is both exhausting and difficult. Why is it still senior sister's fault? Her pretentious pose made Li Chuan's eyelids twitch, and he turned around and left without looking back. Quickly arrange for someone to supervise. I want to go to the 43rd small world right now. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist delaying today's work. Junior brother, don't panic. Senior sister hasn't finished speaking yet. Imo Xiangling quickly returned to her normal demeanor and called out to Li Chuan. Little did she know, this swift change in roles only attracted Li Chuan even more. Li Chuan pretended to be tough and said, if you have something to say, just say it. He didn't turn around, but Imo Xiangling walked right in front of him, her stunning face just inches away, saying, Junior brother, do you have any plans? Li Chuan, hearing this, was puzzled. Do you have any plans? She had already tricked the sect leader once. Did she want to use other means to continue deceiving him? Wasn't that a bit too bold? Some people were simply too greedy. Imo Xiangling said, I asked junior sister Hu Min, and she told me that you find spiritual plants particularly quickly, as if you can spot them at a glance. So what limits your efficiency in finding them now is your flying speed. Spiritual plants are rare. Even discovering one or two after flying over several mountains counts as good luck. The time spent flying significantly affects your efficiency. Have you thought about how to solve this? Upon hearing this, Li Chuan first pinched Imo Xiangling's face, thinking, senior sister is quite capable, investigating junior brother behind his back. Then he asked, what solution do you have? Imo Xiangling was right. Flying indeed took a lot of time, especially when navigating a winding region like a snake. Although he could spot where the spiritual plants were, he couldn't see an entire mountain range at a glance. He still needed to fly in a bit. Oh, junior brother, let go? Senior sister didn't investigate junior brother. She just chatted with junior sister Hu Min last time. Imo Xiangling broke free from Li Chuan's grip, rubbing her face and pouting. Why did you pinch me so hard? I'm not junior sister Hu Min. It seemed Hu Min had told her quite a bit. Junior brother, do you know what a flying boat is? She asked Li Chuan. A flying boat. Li Chuan suddenly recalled the rainbow light that flashed across the night sky. That was the first time he saw a flying boat. He didn't even get a good look at what it looked like before it was already gone. He still remembered that speed that was unattainable. He initially thought Imo Xiangling would recommend a technique to increase his speed, but he didn't expect it to be a flying boat. A flying boat could be considered a top-tier auxiliary treasure for cultivators. Its flying speed was incredibly fast, and it even had protective formations, making it a combination of offense and defense. However, the price was also extraordinarily high. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't afford it. In the Minshan branch, It seemed that only core formation cultivators would buy flying boats, and even then, not everyone would purchase one. Because flying boats were not only expensive but also consumed a lot of resources, each use required spirit stones. Most people would choose to spend their resources to first enhance their cultivation level. Xiangling said, with a flying boat's assistance, junior brother, your speed in obtaining spiritual plants will increase several times, not only offsetting the consumption of the flying boat, but also making a profit. Xiangling continued, the cheapest, low-grade mundane flying boat costs at least 200,000 contributions. Mundane grade? Li Chuan asked, confused. Aren't there levels 1 and 2? The levels of flying boats are heaven, earth, mystery, yellow, human, and mundane, totaling 6 grades. And in your hands, it would at least increase your usual speed by more than 10 times. Li Chuan was moved, but it seemed he didn't have that much contribution, right? Xiangling seemed to know what he was thinking and smiled. Are you thinking about the contributions, junior brother? Don't worry, I'll help you make it up later. In principle, the Yin-Yang Sect also does not support such behavior. However, Xiangling arrogantly said, you really underestimate me. Junior brother, it's no big deal to advance you 2 or 3 tens of thousands of contributions. This, in principle, is even less supported. Li Chuan directly handed over the contribution token to Xiangling, who took it and operated it for a while. When Li Chuan took it back, he almost exclaimed, what the hell? 300,000 contributions. Why are you giving me so much? He was utterly stunned. Prepaying this much. Xiangling looked a bit scared. Did I scare you? Junior brother? I was also shocked. I didn't expect to be so bold. You really have the nerve. All right, I know you're amazing. Li Chuan shook his head and walked outside. Now I'm going to the treasure pavilion to buy a flying boat. And you go find the law enforcement hall to arrange supervision. Xiangling walked out beside him with a meaningful smile, saying, go ahead, junior brother. The treasure pavilion is a good place. Her smile made Li Chuan's heart flutter. They had already walked out of the room, but suddenly, Li Chuan gritted his teeth, wrapped his arm around Xiangling's waist, and pulled her back. Bang! The door closed. When the door opened again, Xiangling walked out with a bright smile. She turned back to Li Chuan and said, junior brother, you need to hurry, don't dawdle. Got it. Li Chuan replied with a sullen face. His face wasn't just sullen, even his neck and hands were darkened. However, his mood was surprisingly good. Why? It was because this seemingly dark skin was frozen by cold air. Even speaking now carried a chill. After standing in the room for a while, it was as if he was waiting for the ice to melt before he left. Sorry, senior brother's son, it will take a while longer to find you. He silently apologized to Sun Huaijin. Originally, he planned to find Sun Huaijin and Ning Shiro in a few days, but now it seemed he had to delay again. Fortunately, his slightly stiff body did not affect his sword control. Soon, he arrived at the treasure pavilion. There weren't too few people in the treasure pavilion, as disciples of the sect came here to buy or repair magical tools, so there were almost always customers. The treasure pavilion wasn't very large, only a few hundred square meters. It had magical tools for chi refining, foundation establishment, and core formation stages. The disciples who could work here were all carefully selected. The male disciples were gentle and refined, while the female disciples were beautiful and graceful. After all, this place could earn a good amount of contribution points for the Yin-Yang Sect. After entering the treasure pavilion, Li Chuan scanned the area and walked toward a counter that had no customers. Behind the counter stood a female disciple with a faint smile. This female disciple stood gracefully, looking exquisite, and when she stood still, she resembled a beautifully crafted sculpture. The requirements for disciples' demeanor in the treasure pavilion were indeed very strict. Senior brother, may I ask what magical tool you need? Upon seeing Li Chuan approach, Lu Yao asked sweetly. In fact, she was a bit puzzled because she was responsible for the foundation establishment stage magical tools. Li Chuan's cultivation was only at the 4th level of chi refining, so he shouldn't need them. It wasn't that they always judged by appearance. In the immortal cultivation world, looks also represented strength to a certain extent. After all, very few powerful male and female cultivators were not exceptionally good-looking. Especially for female cultivators, appearance often represented strength and talent. Take her for example. Even though her cultivation was only at the 1st level of chi refining, in terms of looks and skin, she was the best among the female disciples who entered in recent years. Besides innate factors, this was also related to her frequent purchases of spirit skin pills. Female cultivators in the immortal world rarely did not buy spirit skin pills. These pills not only nourished the skin of female cultivators, but also provide Yin energy and help absorb spiritual energy. Lu Yao secured this job at the Treasure Pavilion after breaking through as the top Qi refining disciple last year. She also excelled in performance, moving from selling Qi refining magical tools to now being responsible for selling foundation establishment magical tools. It can be said that among the disciples selling foundation establishment magical tools, her strength was at the bottom. But this also indicated that her service was particularly good. "I want a flying boat," Li Chuan said directly. Lu Yao felt her delicate heart tremble, quickly calming her emotions, leaving the counter to guide him. "Senior brother, please follow me. The flying boats are upstairs." Normally, a Qi refining 4th level like Li Chuan shouldn't be able to afford a flying boat. But under the strict requirements of the Treasure Pavilion, she didn't show any signs of this and continued to lead Li Chuan upstairs. She was actually quite happy because generally, even if Li Chuan couldn't afford to buy a flying boat, the fact that he dared to look at them indicated he must have considerable resources in the Qi refining stage. After all, in the Yin-Yang Sect, everyone's time was very limited, and few disciples would look at things beyond their capability. Following Lu Yao, Li Chuan was enveloped in a fragrant breeze, a unique scent belonging to young girls. From her appearance, Lu Yao didn't seem very old, exuding a youthful air that was deliberately serious and mature. Li Chuan couldn't help but marvel that the Yin-Yang Sect was truly filled with beauties. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Yao suddenly stopped after turning a corner of the stairs and turned back. "Senior brother, be careful. The stairs are steep. Should I help you?" Goodness. He was at least a Qi refining cultivator, right? Did he really need help just to go up a small staircase? Moreover, why didn't she offer to help when they first went up? However, he quickly realized something was off. Things were not as he thought. Lu Yao actually leaned closer to him. Li Chuan looked back and realized they had already left the sight of others. Chapter 69. The service of the Treasure Pavilion is really great. Li Chuan suddenly recalled Mo Xiangling's meaningful smile when he left earlier. So it was for this. This was indeed possible. After all, the contributions earned from selling magical tools here were substantial, and excellent disciples preferred to come here. Goodness. This Chu Mingyu was actually setting him up. She didn't take him to find her junior sister or senior sister because she was afraid he would spend too much here, right? Li Chuan secretly decided that he must take some time to deal with Chu Mingyu properly. "Hiss, senior brother, why is your body so cold?" Lu Yao was startled by the coldness emanating from Li Chuan. However, she did not immediately let go. Instead, she continued to hold on to him and said with concern, "Senior brother, let me take you to take a medicinal bath to get rid of the cold air first." Lu Yao said, "Your health is important. The cold air is harmful, and it needs to be treated quickly. This has nothing to do with buying things." Li Chuan was impressed. The service at the Yin-Yang Sect's Treasure Pavilion was really excellent. Seeing that he wasn't feeling well, they immediately suggested he take a medicinal bath. Did this bath not cost money? What he didn't know was that at the moment Lu Yao helped him, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Just now, when Lu Yao felt the coldness from Li Chuan, she also sensed a substantial amount of Yin energy. She almost instantly realized where this Yin energy was coming from. After all, the senior sisters were more realistic than her. Male disciples without strength or spirit stones were barely worth a glance. That's why she arranged the medicinal bath for Li Chuan. Even if she misjudged, it was no big deal. After all, it was only a few dozen spirit stones, which she could afford. But if she wasn't mistaken, as long as she treated Li Chuan well, he would come to her for purchasing magical treasures in the future, and she could earn a good income. It must be said that her ability to be promoted from the first-tier magical treasure area to the second-tier magical treasure area showed her insight and courage. The second floor consisted of connected private rooms arranged in a circle. On the walls of the rooms, there were windows through which one could see various magical treasures suspended in the formation outside. If someone needed to see something, the selling disciples would use spells to bring the relevant treasures over. This wasn't an auction house. It didn't have to be so strict. Li Chuan found it a bit strange. However, he quickly understood why there were so many private rooms, as he saw the situation in the other rooms through the windows. He couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the Yin-Yang Sect. This time, Li Chuan managed to act like a proper gentleman. No, he had always been a proper gentleman. After soaking in the medicinal bath to eliminate some of the cold energy in his body, he boldly took out his contribution token and spent 200,000 contributions to buy the cheapest flying boat. This made Lu Yao extremely happy. She just thought Li Chuan must be quite wealthy, but she didn't expect him to actually afford a flying boat. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Now, She could earn a substantial commission. When Li Chuan left, she felt reluctant and secretly regretted that she and Li Chuan hadn't developed a more substantial relationship. All right, don't act like a little wife, Li Chuan exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by Lu Yao's longing gaze, and hurriedly left. This junior sister was too good at flirting. It was just a purchase of a magical treasure. There was no need to make it seem like they were a couple. Although he knew it was all just play acting, Li Chuan found it hard to refuse. In fact, he had planned to buy both the flying boat and magical armor when he came this time. But after meeting Lu Yao, he changed his mind. Now he had bought everything, so what would he buy next time? After all, the spirit plant small world was not very dangerous for him, and now that he had a flying boat, even foundation-building cultivators couldn't do anything to him. There was no need to rush. With the flying boat, Li Chuan vanished in a flash. It was his first time flying so fast, and the speed almost made him shout out in excitement. Along the way, countless disciples cast envious glances at him. However, the consumption of the flying boat was indeed something ordinary disciples couldn't afford. From the sect to the 43rd small world, such a short distance had actually cost him 1 spirit stone. This was under the condition that the flying boat carried only him and was traveling at normal speed. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the spirit stone consumption would be if the 4-meter-long flying boat was full of people and flew at full speed. When he arrived at the 43rd small world, Imo Xiangling was already waiting with supervisors from the task hall and the law enforcement hall, each sending 2 people. Imo Xiangling was very thoughtful. Li Chuan didn't know any of the 4 supervisors, as they had never interacted before. Amidst the astonished, envious, and respectful gazes of everyone, he stopped the flying boat. Li Chuan exchanged his Qiankuan bag with the supervisors and transferred the spirit tools and spirit stones from his bag to the new one. Then, the supervisors checked to ensure he had no other storage items on him. Finally, they agreed to meet again in 10 days. After completing all this, Li Chuan flew towards the 43rd small world without hesitation. Imo Xiangling also left with the 4 supervisors. Once inside the small world, Li Chuan completely let loose, piling spirit stones onto the flying boat S formation, directly maxing out its speed. After experiencing a rush of speed and excitement, he began to enter work mode. It turned out that with the flying boat, his efficiency had indeed increased many times over. Of course, there was a downside. Piloting the flying boat while searching for spirit plants was simply not a job for humans. He had to control the flying boat while focusing intently on the surrounding terrain, which was exhausting. This was what they called bittersweet. Indeed, to pick up bargains, one had to endure hardships that ordinary people couldn't bear. Li Chuan planned to endure all the hardships of the next 10 years in the coming year. According to his new plan, he only needed to work hard for this year, after which he would become a great realm master, specializing in contracting small worlds. That night, Li Chuan sprawled out on his new flying boat, gazing at the moon in the sky, almost moved to tears. It had been a long time since he had worked to such extremes. He mumbled to himself and unknowingly fell asleep. During the day, he put all his energy into finding spirit plants. Due to the flying boat's speed, he didn't have any time to think, and he kept working hard to search. The spirit stone consumption for that day was also considerable, nearly 200 spirit stones. Of course, the harvest was unimaginable. Unknowingly, 10 days passed. Li Chuan lazily lay on the flying boat, heading towards the entrance of the 34th small world. His spirit plant skill level had increased again, getting closer to the next tier. At the exit of the 43rd small world, Imo Xiangling was eagerly waiting with the supervisors. In fact, only she was eagerly waiting. The supervisors didn't take Li Chuan's spirit plant digging very seriously. In these past few days, Li Chuan's identity had spread among the outer sect. Knowing he was an outside wandering cultivator, everyone's expectations of him immediately lowered. "He's out," Imo Xiangling announced, and as her words fell, the 4 supervising disciples immediately perked up. Someone quickly opened a recording stone directed at Li Chuan to document the moment. Her voice, sweet to the bone, made the 4 recording disciples glance at her. And with just one look, they became somewhat infatuated. "What are you looking at? Focus on your work." Imo Xiangling was not as gentle with them as she was with Li Chuan. An exceptionally beautiful fairy always had her privileges. "Where?" "It's all thanks to the sect and the junior brothers," she said sweetly. When the supervising disciple received the Qiankuan bag Li Chuan handed over, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking how much spirit plants could be dug in 10 days. He thought he had made a great profit, truly assuming that Sister Imo had never seen spirit plants before. Sister Imo was really nice, not even mocking him for this. "Ah, How is this possible? He exclaimed. What happened? The other 3 supervising disciples looked at him in confusion. What did you see? Without caring about anything else, he rushed onto Li Chuan's flying boat. You really know how to ride on someone else's coattails. The supervising disciple tightly grasped the Qianquan bag, feeling a bit dazed as he followed him up. The 6 of them sat on the flying boat, and it wasn't too crowded. The flying boat soon arrived at the task hall, and Imo Xiangling led them to her office. The other 3 supervising disciples could no longer contain themselves and immediately snatched the Qianquan bag from the supervising disciple's hands as soon as they entered the room. Heavens! How can there be so many? Is it a lot? Let me see. This. No way. Is it really that exaggerated? Are you guys trying to mess with me? When the last supervising disciple took the Qianquan bag, they froze in place. All right, pour it out and start counting. Imo Xiangling instructed the 4 of them, to avoid risk. She didn't touch the Qianquan bag, and her heart was actually not at peace. When the spiritual plants from the Qianquan bag were poured out, a pile of spiritual plants as tall as a person appeared. The largest number was still spiritual herbs, followed by spiritual flowers, and then spiritual trees. So many. Imo Xiangling's eyes brightened, and she turned to kiss Li Chuan, only to find him sleeping on her soft couch. Imo Xiangling was slightly stunned, knowing that Li Chuan must have been exhausted after 10 days. Looking at Li Chuan's sleeping face, she found him incredibly adorable. She wondered how others would think of her thoughts and whether they would want to wake her up, telling her to be clear-headed. Wasn't it just a pile of spiritual plants she had obtained? At most, it was worth about 100,000. Hurry up and count. Imo Xiangling turned her head and instantly became stern, urging the 4 supervising disciples to quickly count her assets. MMO, senior sister. Did Li Chuan really dig all of these by himself? One of the supervising disciples from the law enforcement hall asked in disbelief. Imo Xiangling snorted, otherwise. Should I have dug them together with him? As soon as she got angry, the disciple felt a chill in his heart and quickly shook his head. No. I just don't understand. How could one person dig so many spiritual plants in 10 days? Imo Xiangling said bluntly. If you understood, you could have dug so many too. Stop wasting time and hurry up and count. Yes, senior sister Imo, we will count now. Seeing Imo Xiangling's stern face, the disciple was close to tears. Wait, weren't you just so gentle a moment ago? The 2 supervising disciples from the task hall looked at him with pity. Only they knew that despite Imo Xiangling seeming easy to talk to, in reality, in the entire task hall, anyone who disobeyed her had either been kicked out or suffered greatly. Some who left were punished to the point of exhausting all their spirit stones and even owed a large sum to the task hall. So in the task hall, no one dared to question Imo Xiangling. If someone did, it would surely be because they were tired of living. The counting mainly relied on the people from the task hall. However, it didn't take long before the disciples from the task hall couldn't continue counting. Many of the spiritual plants were unfamiliar to them. Only Imo Xiangling could identify some. In the end, they could only pick out the ones they recognized and set aside the unfamiliar ones to ask Li Chuan later. This time, Li Chuan had dug up only useful spiritual plants to take care of Imo Xiangling, without digging up useless or harmful ones, which was quite considerate of him. After a busy session, almost 2 hours had passed. A large pile of recognizable plants was set aside, while a small pile of unfamiliar ones remained on the other side. While sleeping soundly, Li Chuan felt something attacking his mouth and suddenly woke up with a start. Right in front of him was a face. When he pushed it away, it was none other than Imo Xiangling. Li Chuan looked at her with annoyance. Senior sister, you scared me. I thought a dog was licking me. Imo Xiangling smiled and said, Junior brother, your mouth is really sharp. Come, let senior sister treat your sharp tongue. Saying this, she leaned in with her tempting soft lips. Get away. However, she was ruthlessly pushed away by Li Chuan. Trying to freeze me? No way. The 4 supervising disciples looked on in shock as Imo Xiangling was pushed away, their hearts feeling as if they had been chopped into pieces. They had just seen their dignified and imposing senior sister turn into a lovesick puppy, actively trying to wake Li Chuan with a kiss. Yet, instead of feeling honored, Li Chuan disdainfully pushed her away when she tried to kiss him again. Wait, do you know who this woman is in front of you? And you just pushed her away? She is a genius senior sister from our outer sect, once the top beauty of the Qi refining stage. The manager of the task hall, and a prodigy who reached the 10th layer of Qi refining in just 2 years. The 4 supervising disciples felt a deep sense of heartache, wishing that the person lying on the soft couch was themselves instead. So free, have you finished counting? Li Chuan got up from the soft couch, stretched lazily, and asked, "How much is there in total?" Mo Xiangling replied, "The counted value is over 90,000 spirit stones and contributions. The rest are the ones senior sister doesn't recognize." Hearing this, Li Chuan looked at the small pile of spiritual plants and scolded, "Senior sister, you are really useless." Mo Xiangling laughed and said, "Junior brother, how can you say senior sister is useless? Aren't you always?" Li Chuan hurriedly covered Mo Xiangling's mouth. This was not something to be discussed.